Chapter 7, Part 1 of Sons and Lovers, by D. H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lad and Girl Love. Paul had been many times up to Willey Farm during the autumn. He was friends with the two youngest boys. Edgar, the eldest, would not condescend at first, and Miriam also refused to be approached. She was afraid of being set at naught, as by her own brothers. The girl was romantic in her soul. Everywhere was a Walter Scott heroine being loved by men with helmets or with plumes in their caps. She herself was something of a princess turned into a swine girl, in her own imagination. And she was afraid lest this boy, who nevertheless looked something like a Walter Scott hero, who could paint and speak French, and knew what algebra meant, and who went by train to Nottingham every day, might consider her simply as the swine girl, unable to perceive the princess beneath, so she held aloof. Her great companion was her mother. They were both brown-eyed, and inclined to be mystical, such women as treasure religion inside them, breathe it in their nostrils, and see the whole of life in a mist thereof. So to Miriam, Christ and God made one great figure, which she loved tremblingly and passionately, when a tremendous sunset burned out the western sky, and Ediths and Lucys and Rowenas, Brian de Bois Gilberts, Rob Roys and Guy Mannerings rustled the sunny leaves in the morning, or sat in her bedroom aloft, alone, when it snowed. That was life to her. For the rest, she drudged in the house, which work she would not have minded had not her clean red floor been mucked up immediately by the trampling farm boots of her brothers. She madly wanted her little brother of 4 to let her swathe him and stifle him in her love. She went to church reverently, with bowed head, and quivered in anguish from the vulgarity of the other choir girls, and from the common-sounding voice of the curate. She fought with her brothers, whom she considered brutal louts, and she held not her father in too high esteem because he did not carry any mystical ideals cherished in his heart, but only wanted to have as easy a time as he could, and his meals when he was ready for them. She hated her position as swine girl. She wanted to be considered. She wanted to learn, thinking that if she could read, as Paul said he could read, Colombe or Voyage autour de ma chambre, the world would have a different face for her and a deepened respect. She could not be princess by wealth or standing. So she was mad to have learning whereon to pride herself. For she was different from other folk, and must not be scooped up among the common fry. Learning was the only distinction to which she thought to aspire. Her beauty, that of a shy, wild, quiveringly sensitive thing, seemed nothing to her. Even her soul, so strong for that rhapsody, was not enough. She must have something to reinforce her pride, because she felt different from other people. Paul she eyed rather wistfully. On the whole, she scorned the male sex. But here was a new specimen, quick, light, graceful, who could be gentle, and who could be sad, and who was clever, and who knew a lot, and who had had a death in the family. The boy's poor morsel of learning exalted him almost sky-high in her esteem. Yet she tried hard to scorn him, because he would not see in her the princess, but only the swine girl, and he scarcely observed her. Then he was so ill, and she felt he would be weak. Then she would be stronger than he. Then she could love him. If she could be the mistress of him in his weakness, take care of him, if he could depend on her, if she could, as it were, have him in her arms, how she would love him! As soon as the skies brightened and plum blossom was out, Paul drove off in the milkman's heavy float up to Willey Farm. Mr. Lavers shouted in a kindly fashion at the boy, then clicked to the horse as they climbed the hill slowly, in the freshness of the morning. White clouds went on their way, crowding to the back of the hills that were rousing in the spring-time. The water of Nethermere lay below, very blue, against the seared meadows and the thorn trees. It was 4½ miles' drive. Tiny buds on the hedges, vivid as copper green, were opening into rosettes, and thrushes called, and blackbirds shrieked and scolded. It was a new, glamorous world. Miriam, peeping through the kitchen window, saw the horse walk through the big white gate into the farmyard that was backed by the oak wood, still bare. Then a youth in a heavy overcoat climbed down. He put up his hands for the whip and the rug that the good-looking ruddy farmer handed down to him. Miriam appeared in the doorway. She was nearly 16, very beautiful, with her warm colouring, her gravity, her eyes dilating suddenly like an ecstasy. "I say," said Paul, turning shyly aside, "your daffodils are nearly out. Isn't it early? But don't they look cold?" "Cold?" said Miriam, in a musical, caressing voice. "The green on their buds," and he faltered into silence timidly. "Let me take the rug," said Miriam, over gently. "I can carry it," he answered, rather injured, but he yielded it to her. Then Mrs. Lavers appeared. "I'm sure you're tired and cold," she said. "Let me take your coat. It is heavy. You mustn't walk far in it." She helped him off with his coat. He was quite unused to such attention. She was almost smothered under its weight. "Why, mother," laughed the farmer, as he passed through the kitchen, swinging the great milk churns, "you've got almost more than you can manage there." She beat up the sofa cushions for the youth. The kitchen was very small and irregular. The farm had been originally a labourer's cottage, and the furniture was old and battered, but Paul loved it, loved the sack bag that formed the hearthrug, and the funny little corner under the stairs, and the small window deep in the corner, through which, bending a little, he could see the plum trees in the back garden, and the lovely round hills beyond. "Won't you lie down?" said Mrs. Lavers. "Oh no, I'm not tired," he said. "Isn't it lovely coming out, don't you think? I saw a sloe bush in blossom, and a lot of celandines. I'm glad it's sunny. Can I give you anything to eat or to drink?" "No, thank you." "How's your mother?" "I think she's tired now. I think she's had too much to do. Perhaps in a little while she'll go to Skegness with me. Then she'll be able to rest. I shall be glad if you can." "Yes," replied Mrs. Lavers. "It's a wonder she isn't ill herself." Miriam was moving about, preparing dinner. Paul watched everything that happened. His face was pale and thin, but his eyes were quick and bright with life as ever. He watched the strange, almost rhapsodic way in which the girl moved about, carrying a great stew jar to the oven, or looking in the saucepan. The atmosphere was different from that of his own home, where everything seemed so ordinary. When Mr. Lavers called loudly outside to the horse that was reaching over to feed on the rose bushes in the garden, the girl started, looked round with dark eyes, as if something had come breaking in on her world. There was a sense of silence inside the house and out. Miriam seemed as in some dreamy tale, a maiden in bondage, her spirit dreaming in a land far away and magical. And her discoloured old blue frock and her broken boots seemed only like the romantic rags of King Cophetua's beggar maid. She suddenly became aware of his keen blue eyes upon her, taking her all in. Instantly her broken boots and her frayed old frock hurt her. She resented his seeing everything. Even he knew that her stocking was not pulled up. She went into the scullery, blushing deeply. And afterwards her hands trembled slightly at her work. She nearly dropped all she handled. When her inside dream was shaken, her body quivered with trepidation. She resented that he saw so much. Mrs. Lavers sat for some time talking to the boy, although she was needed at her work. She was too polite to leave him. Presently she excused herself and rose. After a while she looked into the tin saucepan. "Oh dear, Miriam!" she cried. "These potatoes have boiled dry." Miriam started as if she had been stung. "Have they, mother?" she cried. "I shouldn't care, Miriam," said the mother, "if I hadn't trusted them to you." She peered into the pan. The girl stiffened as if from a blow. Her dark eyes dilated. She remained standing in the same spot. "Well," she answered, gripped tight in self‐conscious shame, "I'm sure I looked at them 5 minutes since." "Yes," said the mother, "I know it's easily done." "They're not much burnt," said Paul. "It doesn't matter, does it?" Mrs. Lavers looked at the youth with her brown, hurt eyes. "It wouldn't matter but for the boys," she said to him. "Only Miriam knows what a trouble they make if the potatoes are caught." Then, thought Paul to himself, you shouldn't let them make a trouble. After a while Edgar came in. He wore leggings, and his boots were covered with earth. He was rather small, rather formal for a farmer. He glanced at Paul, nodded to him distantly, and said, "Dinner ready?" "Nearly, Edgar," replied the mother, apologetically. "I'm ready for mine," said the young man, taking up the newspaper and reading. Presently the rest of the family trooped in. Dinner was served. The meal went rather brutally. The over-gentleness and apologetic tone of the mother brought out all the brutality of manners in the sons. Edgar tasted the potatoes, moved his mouth quickly like a rabbit, looked indignantly at his mother, and said, "These potatoes are burnt, mother." "Yes, Edgar, I forgot them for a minute. Perhaps you'll have bread if you can't eat them." Edgar looked in anger across at Miriam. "What was Miriam doing that she couldn't attend to them?" he said. Miriam looked up. Her mouth opened, her dark eyes blazed and winced, but she said nothing. She swallowed her anger and her shame, bowing her dark head. "I'm sure she was trying hard," said the mother. "She hasn't got sense even to boil the potatoes," said Edgar. "What is she kept at home for?" "Only for eating everything that's left in the pantry," said Maurice. "They don't forget that potato pie against our Miriam," laughed the father. She was utterly humiliated. The mother sat in silence, suffering, like some saint out of place at the brutal board. It puzzled Paul. He wondered vaguely why all this intense feeling went running because of a few burnt potatoes. The mother exalted everything, even a bit of housework, to the plane of a religious trust. The sons resented this. They felt themselves cut away underneath, and they answered with brutality and also with a sneering superciliousness. Paul was just opening out from childhood into manhood. This atmosphere, where everything took a religious value, came with a subtle fascination to him. There was something in the air. His own mother was logical. Here there was something different, something he loved, something that at times he hated. Miriam quarrelled with her brothers fiercely. Later in the afternoon, when they had gone away again, her mother said, "You disappointed me at dinner time, Miriam." The girl dropped her head. "They are such brutes!" she suddenly cried, looking up with flashing eyes. "But hadn't you promised not to answer them?" said the mother. "And I believed in you. I can't stand it when you wrangle." "But they're so hateful!" cried Miriam. And low." "Yes, dear, but how often have I asked you not to answer Edgar back? Can't you let him say what he likes?" "But why should he say what he likes?" "Aren't you strong enough to bear it, Miriam, if even for my sake? Are you so weak that you must wrangle with them?" Mrs. Lavers stuck unflinchingly to this doctrine of "the other cheek." She could not instil it at all into the boys. With the girls she succeeded better, and Miriam was the child of her heart. The boys loathed the other cheek when it was presented to them. Miriam was often sufficiently lofty to turn it. Then they spat on her and hated her. But she walked in her proud humility, living within herself. There was always this feeling of jangle and discord in the Lavers family. Although the boys resented so bitterly this eternal appeal to their deeper feelings of resignation and proud humility, yet it had its effect on them. They could not establish between themselves and an outsider just the ordinary human feeling and unexaggerated friendship. They were always restless for the something deeper. Ordinary folk seemed shallow to them, trivial and inconsiderable. And so they were unaccustomed, painfully uncouth in the simplest social intercourse, suffering, and yet insolent in their superiority. Then beneath was the yearning for the soul intimacy to which they could not attain because they were too dumb, and every approach to close connection was blocked by their clumsy contempt of other people. They wanted genuine intimacy, but they could not get even normally near to any one, because they scorned to take the first steps. They scorned the triviality which forms common human intercourse. Paul fell under Mrs. Lavers' spell. Everything had a religious and intensified meaning when he was with her. His soul, hurt, highly developed, sought her as if for nourishment. Together they seemed to sift the vital fact from an experience. Miriam was her mother's daughter. In the sunshine of the afternoon mother and daughter went down the fields with him. They looked for nests. There was a Jenny Wren's in the hedge by the orchard. "I do want you to see this," said Mrs. Lavers. He crouched down and carefully put his finger through the thorns into the round door of the nest. "It's almost as if you were feeling inside the live body of the bird," he said. "It's so warm. They say a bird makes its nest round like a cup, with pressing its breast on it. Then how did it make the ceiling round, I wonder?" The nest seemed to start into life for the two women. After that, Miriam came to see it every day. It seemed so close to her. Again, going down the hedge-side with the girl, he noticed the celandines, scalloped splashes of gold, on the side of the ditch. "I like them," he said, "when the petals go flat back with the sunshine. They seem to be pressing themselves at the sun." And then the celandines ever after drew her with a little spell. Anthropomorphic as she was, she stimulated him into appreciating things thus, and then they lived for her. She seemed to need things kindling in her imagination or in her soul before she felt she had them. And she was cut off from ordinary life by her religious intensity, which made the world for her either a nunnery garden or a paradise, where sin and knowledge were not, or else an ugly, cruel thing. So it was, in this atmosphere of subtle intimacy, this meeting in their common feeling for something in nature, that their love started. Personally, he was a long time before he realized her. For 10 months he had to stay at home after his illness. For a while he went to Skegness with his mother, and was perfectly happy. But even from the seaside he wrote long letters to Mrs. Lavers about the shore and the sea. And he brought back his beloved sketches of the flat Lincoln coast, anxious for them to see. Almost they would interest the Lavers more than they interested his mother. It was not his art Mrs. Morell cared about, it was himself and his achievement. But Mrs. Lavers and her children were almost his disciples. They kindled him and made him glow to his work, whereas his mother's influence was to make him quietly determined, patient, dogged, unwearied. He was soon friends with the boys, whose rudeness was only superficial. They had all, when they could trust themselves, a strange gentleness and lovableness. "Will you come with me on to the fallow?" asked Edgar, rather hesitatingly. Paul went joyfully, and spent the afternoon helping to hoe or to single turnips with his friend. He used to lie with the three brothers in the hay piled up in the barn, and tell them about Nottingham and about Jordan's. In return they taught him to milk, and let him do little jobs, chopping hay or pulping turnips, just as much as he liked. At midsummer he worked all through the hay harvest with them, and then he loved them. The family was so cut off from the world actually. They seemed, somehow, like les derniers fils d'une race épuisée. Though the lads were strong and healthy, yet they had all that over-sensitiveness and hanging back which made them so lonely, yet also such close, delicate friends once their intimacy was won. Paul loved them dearly, and they him. Miriam came later, but he had come into her life before she made any mark on his. One dull afternoon, when the men were on the land and the rest at school, only Miriam and her mother at home, the girl said to him, after having hesitated for some time, "Have you seen the swing?" "No," he answered. "Where?" "In the cowshed," she replied. She always hesitated to offer or to show him anything. Men have such different standards of worth from women, and her dear things, the valuable things to her, her brothers had so often mocked or flouted. "Come on, then," he replied, jumping up. There were 2 cowsheds, one on either side of the barn. In the lower, darker shed there was standing for 4 cows. Hens flew scolding over the manger wall as the youth and girl went forward for the great thick rope which hung from the beam in the darkness overhead, and was pushed back over a peg in the wall. "It's something like a rope!" he exclaimed appreciatively, and he sat down on it, anxious to try it. Then immediately he rose. "Come on, then, and have first go," he said to the girl. "See," she answered, going into the barn, "we put some bags on the seat," and she made the swing comfortable for him. That gave her pleasure. He held the rope. "Come on, then," he said to her. "No, I won't go first," she answered. She stood aside, in her still, aloof fashion. "Why?" "You go," she pleaded. Almost for the first time in her life she had the pleasure of giving up to a man, of spoiling him. Paul looked at her. "All right," he said, sitting down. "Mind out!" He set off with a spring, and in a moment was flying through the air, almost out of the door of the shed, the upper half of which was open, showing outside the drizzling rain, the filthy yard, the cattle standing disconsolate against the black cart shed, and at the back of all the grey-green wall of the wood. She stood below in her crimson tam-o'-shanter and watched. He looked down at her, and she saw his blue eyes sparkling. "It's a treat of a swing," he said. "Yes." He was swinging through the air, every bit of him swinging, like a bird that swoops for joy of movement. And he looked down at her. Her crimson cap hung over her dark curls. Her beautiful warm face, so still in a kind of brooding, was lifted towards him. It was dark and rather cold in the shed. Suddenly a swallow came down from the high roof and darted out of the door. "I didn't know a bird was watching," he called. He swung negligently. She could feel him falling and lifting through the air, as if he were lying on some force. "Now I'll die," he said, in a detached, dreamy voice, as though he were the dying motion of the swing. She watched him, fascinated. Suddenly he put on the brake and jumped out. "I've had a long turn," he said, "but it's a treat of a swing. It's a real treat of a swing." Miriam was amused that he took a swing so seriously, and felt so warmly over it. "No, you go on," she said. "Why, don't you want one?" he asked, astonished. "Well, not much. I'll have just a little." She sat down, whilst he kept the bags in place for her. "It's so ripping," he said, setting her in motion. "Keep your heels up, or they'll bang the manger wall." She felt the accuracy with which he caught her, exactly at the right moment, and the exactly proportionate strength of his thrust, and she was afraid. Down to her bowels went the hot wave of fear. She was in his hands. Again, firm and inevitable, came the thrust at the right moment. She gripped the rope, almost swooning. "Ha!" she laughed in fear. "No higher!" "But you're not a bit high," he remonstrated. "But no higher." He heard the fear in her voice, and desisted. Her heart melted in hot pain when the moment came for him to thrust her forward again. But he left her alone. She began to breathe. "Won't you really go any farther?" he asked. "Should I keep you there?" "No, let me go by myself," she answered. He moved aside and watched her. "Why are you scarcely moving?" he said. She laughed slightly with shame, and in a moment got down. "They say if you can swing you won't be seasick," he said, as he mounted again. "I don't believe I should ever be seasick." Away he went. There was something fascinating to her in him. For the moment he was nothing but a piece of swinging stuff, not a particle of him that did not swing. She could never lose herself so, nor could her brothers. It roused a warmth in her. It were almost as if he were a flame that had lit a warmth in her whilst he swung in the middle air. And gradually the intimacy with the family concentrated for Paul on three persons: the mother, Edgar, and Miriam. To the mother he went for that sympathy and that appeal which seemed to draw him out. Edgar was his very close friend. And to Miriam he more or less condescended, because she seemed so humble. But the girl gradually sought him out. If he brought up his sketch book, it was she who pondered longest over the last picture. Then she would look up at him. Suddenly her dark eyes alight like water that shakes with a stream of gold in the dark, she would ask, "Why do I like this so?" Always something in his breast shrank from these close, intimate, dazzled looks of hers. "Why do you?" he asked. "I don't know. It seems so true." It's because there is scarcely any shadow in it. It's more shimmery, as if I'd painted the shimmering protoplasm in the leaves and everywhere, and not the stiffness of the shape. That seems dead to me. Only the shimmeriness is the real living. The shape is a dead crust. The shimmer is inside, really." And she, with her little finger in her mouth, would ponder these sayings. They gave her a feeling of life again, and vivified things which had meant nothing to her. She managed to find some meaning in his struggling abstract speeches. And they were the medium through which she came distinctly at her beloved objects. Another day she sat at sunset whilst he was painting some pine trees which caught the red glare from the west. He had been quiet. "There you are!" he said suddenly. "I wanted that. Now look at them and tell me, are they pine trunks or are they red coals, standing up pieces of fire in that darkness? There's God's burning bush for you, that burned not away." Miriam looked, and was frightened. But the pine trunks were wonderful to her, and distinct. He packed his box and rose. Suddenly he looked at her. "Why are you always sad?" he asked her. "Sad!" she exclaimed, looking at him with startled, wonderful brown eyes. "Yes," he replied. "You are always, always sad." "I'm not. Oh, not a bit!" she cried. "But even your joy is like a flame coming off of sadness," he persisted. "You're never jolly, or even just all right." "No," she wondered. "I wonder why?" "Because you're not. Because you're different inside, like a pine tree, and then you flare up, but you're not just like an ordinary tree, with fidgety leaves and jolly—" He got tangled up in his own speech, but she brooded on it, and he had a strange roused sensation, as if his feelings were new. She got so near him. It was a strange stimulant. Then sometimes he hated her. Her youngest brother was only 5. He was a frail lad, with immense brown eyes in his quaint fragile face, one of Reynolds' choir of angels, with a touch of elf. Often Miriam kneeled to the child and drew him to her. "Eh, my Hubert," she sang, in a voice heavy and surcharged with love. "Eh, my Hubert." And folding him in her arms, she swayed slightly from side to side with love. Her face half lifted, her eyes half closed, her voice drenched with love. "Don't," said the child, uneasy. "Don't, Miriam." "Yes, you love me, don't you?" she murmured deep in her throat, almost as if she were in a trance, and swaying also as if she were swooned in an ecstasy of love. "Don't!" repeated the child, a frown on his clear brow. "You love me, don't you?" she murmured. "What do you make such a fuss for?" cried Paul, all in suffering because of her extreme emotion. "Why can't you be ordinary with him?" She let the child go, and rose, and said nothing. Her intensity, which would leave no emotion on a normal plane, irritated the youth into a frenzy. And this tearful, naked contact of her on small occasions shocked him. He was used to his mother's reserve. And on such occasions he was thankful in his heart and soul that he had his mother, so sane and wholesome. All the life of Miriam's body was in her eyes, which were usually dark as a dark church, but could flame with light like a conflagration. Her face scarcely ever altered from its look of brooding. She might have been one of the women who went with Mary when Jesus was dead. Her body was not flexible and living. She walked with a swing, rather heavily, her head bowed forward, pondering. She was not clumsy, and yet none of her movements seemed quite the movement. Often when wiping the dishes she would stand in bewilderment and chagrin because she had pulled in 2/2 a cup or a tumbler. It was as if, in her fear and self-mistrust, she put too much strength into the effort. There was no looseness or abandon about her. Everything was gripped stiff with intensity, and her effort, overcharged, closed in on itself. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 7, Part 2, of Sons and Lovers, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. She rarely varied from her swinging, forward, intense walk. Occasionally she ran with Paul down the fields. Then her eyes blazed naked in a kind of ecstasy that frightened him. But she was physically afraid. If she were getting over a stile, she gripped his hands in a little hard anguish, and began to lose her presence of mind. And he could not persuade her to jump from even a small height. Her eyes dilated, became exposed and palpitating. "No!" she cried, half laughing in terror. "No!" "You shall!" he cried once, and jerking her forward, he brought her falling from the fence. But her wild "Ah!" of pain, as if she were losing consciousness, cut him. She landed on her feet safely, and afterwards had courage in this respect. She was very much dissatisfied with her lot. "Don't you like being at home?" Paul asked her, surprised. "Who would?" she answered, low and intense. "What is it? I'm all day cleaning, what the boys make just as bad in 5 minutes. I don't want to be at home." "What do you want, then?" "I want to do something. I want a chance like anybody else. Why should I, because I'm a girl, be kept at home and not allowed to be anything? What chance have I?" "Chance of what?" "Of knowing anything, of learning, of doing anything. It's not fair, because I'm a woman." She seemed very bitter. Paul wondered. In his own home Annie was almost glad to be a girl. She had not so much responsibility. Things were lighter for her. She never wanted to be other than a girl. But Miriam almost fiercely wished she were a man, and yet she hated men at the same time. "But it's as well to be a woman as a man," he said, frowning. "Ha! Is it? Men have everything." "I should think women ought to be as glad to be women as men are to be men," he answered. "No!" she shook her head. "No! Everything the men have." "But what do you want?" he asked. "I want to learn. Why should it be that I know nothing?" "What, such as mathematics and French?" "Why shouldn't I know mathematics? Yes!" she cried, her eye expanding in a kind of defiance. "Well, you can learn as much as I know," he said. "I'll teach you if you like." Her eyes dilated. She mistrusted him as teacher. "Would you?" he asked. Her head had dropped, and she was sucking her finger broodingly. "Yes," she said, hesitatingly. He used to tell his mother all these things. "I'm going to teach Miriam algebra," he said. "Well," replied Mrs. Morell, "I hope she'll get fat on it." When he went up to the farm on the Monday evening it was drawing twilight. Miriam was just sweeping up the kitchen, and was kneeling at the hearth when he entered. Every one was out but her. She looked round at him, flushed, her dark eyes shining, her fine hair falling about her face. "Hello!" she said, soft and musical. "I knew it was you." "How?" "I knew your step. Nobody treads so quick and firm." He sat down, sighing. "Ready to do some algebra?" he asked, drawing a little book from his pocket. "But—" He could feel her backing away. "You said you wanted," he insisted. "To night, though," she faltered. "But I came on purpose, and if you want to learn it, you must begin." She took up her ashes in the dustpan and looked at him half tremulously, laughing. "Yes, but to night! You see, I haven't thought of it." "Well, my goodness! Take the ashes, and come." He went and sat on the stone bench in the back yard, where the big milk cans were standing, tipped up to air. The men were in the cow sheds. He could hear the little sing-song of the milk spurting into the pails. Presently she came, bringing some big greenish apples. "You know you like them," she said. He took a bite. "Sit down," he said, with his mouth full. She was short-sighted, and peered over his shoulder. It irritated him. He gave her the book quickly. "Here," he said. "It's only letters for figures. You put down A instead of 2 or 6." They worked, he talking, she with her head down on the book. He was quick and hasty. She never answered. Occasionally when he demanded of her, "Do you see?" she looked up at him, her eyes wide with the half laugh that comes of fear. "Don't you?" he cried. He had been too fast, but she said nothing. He questioned her more, and then got hot. It made his blood rouse to see her there, as it were, at his mercy, her mouth open, her eyes dilated with laughter that was afraid, apologetic, ashamed. Then Edgar came along with 2 buckets of milk. "Hullo!" he said. "What are you doing?" "Algebra," replied Paul. "Algebra!" repeated Edgar curiously. Then he passed on with a laugh. Paul took a bite at his forgotten apple, looked at the miserable cabbages in the garden, pecked into lace by the fowls, and he wanted to pull them up. Then he glanced at Miriam. She was poring over the book, seemed absorbed in it, yet trembling lest she could not get at it. It made him cross. She was ruddy and beautiful, yet her soul seemed to be intensely supplicating. The algebra book she closed, shrinking, knowing he was angered. And at the same instant he grew gentle, seeing her hurt because she did not understand. But things came slowly to her. And when she held herself in a grip, seemed so utterly humble before the lesson, it made his blood rouse. He stormed at her, got ashamed, continued the lesson, and grew furious again, abusing her. She listened in silence. Occasionally, very rarely, she defended herself. Her liquid dark eyes blazed at him. "You don't give me time to learn it," she said. "All right," he answered, throwing the book on the table, and lighting a cigarette. Then, after a while, he went back to her repentant. So the lessons went. He was always either in a rage or very gentle. "What do you tremble your soul before it for?" he cried. "You don't learn algebra with your blessed soul. Can't you look at it with your clear simple wits?" Often when he went again into the kitchen, Mrs. Lavers would look at him reproachfully, saying, "Paul, don't be so hard on Miriam. She may not be quick, but I'm sure she tries." "I can't help it," he said, rather pitiably. "I go off like it." "You don't mind me, Miriam, do you?" he asked of the girl later. "No," she reassured him, in her beautiful deep tones. "No, I don't mind." "Don't mind me. It's my fault." But, in spite of himself, his blood began to boil with her. It was strange that no one else made him in such fury. He flared against her. Once he threw the pencil in her face. There was a silence. She turned her face slightly aside. "I didn't—" he began, but got no farther, feeling weak in all his bones. She never reproached him or was angry with him. He was often cruelly ashamed. But still again his anger burst like a bubble surcharged, and still, when he saw her eager, silent as it were, blind face, he wanted to throw the pencil in it; and still, when he saw her hand trembling and her mouth parted with suffering, his heart was scalded with pain for her; and because of the intensity to which she roused him, he sought her. Then he often avoided her, and went with Edgar. Miriam and her brother were naturally antagonistic. Edgar was a rationalist who was curious, and had a sort of scientific interest in life. It was a great bitterness to Miriam to see herself deserted by Paul for Edgar, who seemed so much lower. But the youth was very happy with her elder brother. The two men spent afternoons together on the land or in the loft doing carpentry when it rained. And they talked together, or Paul taught Edgar the songs he himself had learned from Annie at the piano. And often all the men, Mr. Lavers as well, had bitter debates on the nationalizing of the land and similar problems. Paul had already heard his mother's views, and as these were yet his own, he argued for her. Miriam attended and took part, but was all the time waiting until it should be over, and a personal communication might begin. "After all," she said within herself, "if the land were nationalized, Edgar and Paul and I would be just the same." So she waited for the youth to come back to her. He was studying for his painting. He loved to sit at home, alone with his mother, at night, working and working. She sewed or read. Then, looking up from his task, he would rest his eyes for a moment on her face, that was bright with living warmth, and returned gladly to his work. "I can do my best things when you sit there in your rocking chair, mother," he said. "I'm sure!" she exclaimed, sniffing with mock scepticism. But she felt it was so, and her heart quivered with brightness. For many hours she sat still, slightly conscious of him labouring away, while she worked or read her book. And he, with all his soul's intensity directing his pencil, could feel her warmth inside him like strength. They were both very happy so, and both unconscious of it. These times, that meant so much, and which were real living, they almost ignored. He was conscious only when stimulated. A sketch finished, he always wanted to take it to Miriam. Then he was stimulated into knowledge of the work he had produced unconsciously. In contact with Miriam he gained insight, his vision went deeper. From his mother he drew the life warmth, the strength to produce. Miriam urged this warmth into intensity, like a white light. When he returned to the factory the conditions of work were better. He had Wednesday afternoon off to go to the art school, Miss Jordan's provision, returning in the evening. Then the factory closed at 6 instead of 8 on Thursday and Friday evenings. One evening in the summer Miriam and he went over the fields by Herod's farm on their way from the library home. So it was only 3 miles to Willey Farm. There was a yellow glow over the mowing grass, and the sorrel heads burned crimson. Gradually, as they walked along the high land, the gold in the west sank down to red, the red to crimson, and then the chill blue crept up against the glow. They came out upon the high road to Alfreton, which ran white between the darkening fields. There Paul hesitated. It was 2 miles home for him, 1 mile forward for Miriam. They both looked up the road that ran in shadow right under the glow of the north-west sky. On the crest of the hill, Selby, with its stark houses, and the up-pricked headstocks of the pit, stood in black silhouette, small against the sky. He looked at his watch. 9 o'clock, he said. The pair stood, loath to part, hugging their books. "The wood is so lovely now," she said. "I wanted you to see it." He followed her slowly across the road to the white gate. "They grumble so if I'm late," he said. "But you're not doing anything wrong," she answered, impatiently. He followed her across the nibbled pasture in the dusk. There was a coolness in the wood, a scent of leaves, of honeysuckle, and a twilight. The two walked in silence. Night came wonderfully there, among the throng of dark tree trunks. He looked round, expectant. She wanted to show him a certain wild rose bush she had discovered. She knew it was wonderful. And yet, till he had seen it, she felt it had not come into her soul. Only he could make it her own, immortal. She was dissatisfied. Dew was already on the paths. In the old oak wood a mist was rising, and he hesitated, wondering whether one whiteness were a strand of fog, or only campion flowers pallid in a cloud. By the time they came to the pine trees, Miriam was getting very eager and very tense. Her bush might be gone. She might not be able to find it, and she wanted it so much. Almost passionately she wanted to be with him when he stood before the flowers. They were going to have a communion together, something that thrilled her, something holy. He was walking beside her in silence. They were very near to each other. She trembled, and he listened, vaguely anxious. Coming to the edge of the wood, they saw the sky in front, like mother of pearl, and the earth growing dark. Somewhere on the outermost branches of the pine wood the honeysuckle was streaming scent. "Where?" he asked. "Down the middle path," she murmured, quivering. When they turned the corner of the path she stood still. In the wide walk between the pines, gazing rather frightened, she could distinguish nothing for some moments. The greying light robbed things of their colour. Then she saw her bush. "Ah!" she cried, hastening forward. It was very still. The tree was tall and straggling. It had thrown its briars over a hawthorn bush, and its long streamers trailed thick, right down to the grass, splashing the darkness everywhere with great spilt stars, pure white. In bosses of ivory, and in large splashed stars, the roses gleamed on the darkness of foliage, and stems, and grass. Paul and Miriam stood close together, silent, and watched. Point after point, the steady roses shone out to them, seeming to kindle something in their souls. The dusk came like smoke around, and still did not put out the roses. Paul looked into Miriam's eyes. She was pale and expectant with wonder. Her lips were parted, and her dark eyes lay open to him. His look seemed to travel down into her. Her soul quivered. It was the communion she wanted. He turned aside, as if pained. He turned to the bush. "They seem as if they walk like butterflies, and shake themselves," he said. She looked at her roses. They were white, some incurved and holy, others expanded in an ecstasy. The tree was dark as a shadow. She lifted her hand impulsively to the flowers. She went forward and touched them in worship. "Let us go," he said. There was a cool scent of ivory roses, a white, virgin scent. Something made him feel anxious and imprisoned. The two walked in silence. "Till Sunday," he said quietly, and left her, and she walked home slowly, feeling her soul satisfied with the holiness of the night. He stumbled down the path, and as soon as he was out of the wood, in the free open meadow where he could breathe, he started to run as fast as he could. It was like a delicious delirium in his veins. Always when he went with Miriam, and it grew rather late, he knew his mother was fretting and getting angry about him. Why, he could not understand. As he went into the house, flinging down his cap, his mother looked up at the clock. She had been sitting thinking, because a chill to her eyes prevented her reading. She could feel Paul being drawn away by this girl. And she did not care for Miriam. "She is one of those who will want to suck a man's soul out till he has none of his own left," she said to herself. "And he is such a gaby as to let himself be absorbed. She will never let him become a man. She never will." So, while he was away with Miriam, Mrs. Morell grew more and more worked up. She glanced at the clock and said, coldly and rather tired, "You have been far enough to night." His soul, warm and exposed from contact with the girl, shrank. "You must have been right home with her," his mother continued. He would not answer. Mrs. Morell, looking at him quickly, saw his hair was damp on his forehead with haste, saw him frowning in his heavy fashion, resentfully. She must be wonderfully fascinating, that you can't get away from her, but must go trailing 8 miles at this time of night. He was hurt between the past glamour with Miriam and the knowledge that his mother fretted. He had meant not to say anything, to refuse to answer, but he could not harden his heart to ignore his mother. "I do like to talk to her," he answered irritably. "Is there nobody else to talk to?" "You wouldn't say anything if I went with Edgar?" "You know I should. You know, whoever you went with, I should say it was too far for you to go trailing, late at night, when you've been to Nottingham. Besides," her voice suddenly flashed into anger and contempt, "it is disgusting, bits of lads and girls courting." "It is not courting!" he cried. "I don't know what else you call it." "It's not! Do you think we spoon and do? We only talk." "Till goodness knows what time and distance," was the sarcastic rejoinder. Paul snapped at the laces of his boots angrily. "What are you so mad about?" he asked. "Because you don't like her?" "I don't say I don't like her. But I don't hold with children keeping company, and never did. But you don't mind our Annie going out with Jim Inger? They've more sense than you two." "Why?" "Our Annie's not one of the deep sort." He failed to see the meaning of this remark. But his mother looked tired. She was never so strong after William's death, and her eyes hurt her. "Well," he said, "it's so pretty in the country. Mr. Sleeth asked about you. He said he'd missed you. Are you a bit better?" "I ought to have been in bed a long time ago," she replied. "Why, mother, you know you shouldn't have gone before 10:15." "Oh yes, I should." "Oh, little woman, you'd say anything now you're disagreeable with me, wouldn't you?" He kissed her forehead that he knew so well, the deep marks between the brows, the rising of the fine hair, greying now, and the proud setting of the temples. His hand lingered on her shoulder after his kiss. Then he went slowly to bed. He had forgotten Miriam. He only saw how his mother's hair was lifted back from her warm broad brow. And somehow she was hurt. Then the next time he saw Miriam, he said to her, "Don't let me be late to-night. Not later than 10 o'clock. My mother gets so upset." Miriam dropped her head, brooding. "Why does she get upset?" she asked. "Because she says I oughtn't to be out late when I have to get up early." "Very well," said Miriam, rather quietly, and with just a touch of a sneer. He resented that. And he was usually late again. That there was any love growing between him and Miriam neither of them would have acknowledged. He thought he was too sane for such sentimentality, and she thought herself too lofty. They both were late in coming to maturity, and psychical ripeness was much behind even the physical. Miriam was exceedingly sensitive, as her mother had always been. The slightest grossness made her recoil almost in anguish. Her brothers were brutal, but never coarse in speech. The men did all the discussing of farm matters outside. But perhaps because of the continual business of birth and of begetting which goes on upon every farm, Miriam was the more hypersensitive to the matter, and her blood was chastened almost to disgust of the faintest suggestion of such intercourse. Paul took his pitch from her, and their intimacy went on in an utterly blanched and chaste fashion. It could never be mentioned that the mare was in foal. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 7, Part 3. Of Sons and Lovers, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When he was 19, he was earning only 20 shillings a week, but he was happy. His painting went well, and life went well enough. On the Good Friday he organised a walk to the Hemlock Stone. There were 3 lads of his own age then: Annie and Arthur, Miriam and Geoffrey. Arthur apprenticed as an electrician in Nottingham, was home for the holiday. Morel, as usual, was up early, whistling and sawing in the yard. At 7 o'clock the family heard him buy 3 pennyworth of hot cross buns. He talked with gusto to the little girl who brought them, calling her "my darling." He turned away several boys who came with more buns, telling them they had been "kested" by a little lass. Then Mrs. Morel got up, and the family straggled down. It was an immense luxury to everybody, this lying in bed just before the ordinary time on a week day. and Paul and Arthur read before breakfast, and had the meal unwashed, sitting in their shirt sleeves. This was another holiday luxury. The room was warm. Everything felt free of care and anxiety. There was a sense of plenty in the house. While the boys were reading, Mrs. Morell went into the garden. They were now in another house, an old one, near the Scargill Street home, which had been left soon after William had died. Directly came an excited cry from the garden. "Paul! Paul! Come and look!" It was his mother's voice. He threw down his book and went out. There was a long garden that ran to a field. It was a grey, cold day, with a sharp wind blowing out of Derbyshire. 2 fields away Bestwood began, with a jumble of roofs and red house ends, out of which rose the church tower and the spire of the Congregational chapel. And beyond went woods and hills, right away to the pale grey heights of the Pennine chain. Paul looked down the garden for his mother. Her head appeared among the young currant bushes. "Come here!" she cried. "What for?" he answered. "Come and see." She had been looking at the buds on the currant trees. Paul went up. "To think," she said, "that here I might never have seen them!" Her son went to her side. Under the fence, in a little bed, was a revel of poor grassy leaves, such as come from very immature bulbs, and 3 scillas in bloom. Mrs. Morell pointed to the deep blue flowers. "Now just see those!" she exclaimed. "I was looking at the currant bushes, when, thinks I to myself, there's something very blue. Is it a bit of sugar-bag? And there, behold you, sugar-bag! 3 glories of the snow, and such beauties! But where on earth did they come from?" "I don't know," said Paul. "Well, that's a marvel now! I thought I knew every weed and blade in this garden, but haven't they done well? You see that gooseberry bush just shelters them, not nipped, not touched." He crouched down and turned up the bells of the little blue flowers. "They're a glorious colour," he said. "Aren't they?" she cried. "I guess they come from Switzerland, where they say they have such lovely things. Fancy them against the snow! But where have they come from? They can't have blown here, can they?" Then he remembered having set here a lot of little trash of bulbs to mature. "And you never told me," she said. "No, I thought I'd leave it till they might flower. And now, you see, I might have missed them, and I've never had a glory of the snow in my garden in my life." She was full of excitement and elation. The garden was an endless joy to her. Paul was thankful for her sake at last to be in a house with a long garden that went down to a field. Every morning after breakfast she went out and was happy pottering about in it. And it was true, she knew every weed and blade. Everybody turned up for the walk. Food was packed, and they set off, a merry, delighted party. They hung over the wall of the mill race, dropped paper in the water on one side of the tunnel, and watched it shoot out on the other. They stood on the footbridge over Boathouse Station, and looked at the metals gleaming coldly. "You should see the Flying Scotchman come through at 6:30," said Leonard, whose father was a signalman. "Lad, but she doesn't half buzz." And the little party looked up the lines, one way to London and the other way to Scotland, and they felt the touch of these 2 magical places. In Ilkeston the colliers were waiting in gangs for the public houses to open. It was a town of idleness and lounging. At Stanton Gate the iron foundry blazed. Over everything there were great discussions. At Trowell they crossed again from Derbyshire into Nottinghamshire. They came to the Hemlock at dinner time. Its field was crowded with folk from Nottingham and Ilkeston. They had expected a venerable and dignified monument. They found a little gnarled twisted stump of rock, something like a decayed mushroom, standing out pathetically on the side of a field. Leonard and Dick immediately proceeded to carve their initials L.W. and R.P. in the old red sandstone, but Paul desisted, because he had read in the newspaper satirical remarks about initial carvers, who could find no other road to immortality. Then all the lads climbed to the top of the rock to look round. Everywhere in the field below, factory girls and lads were eating lunch or sporting about. Beyond was the garden of an old manor. It had yew hedges and thick clumps and borders of yellow crocuses round the lawn. "See," said Paul to Miriam, What a quiet garden!" She saw the dark yews and the golden crocuses, then she looked at him gratefully. He had not seemed to belong to her among all these others. He was different then, not her Paul, who understood the slightest quiver of her innermost soul, but something else, speaking another language than hers. How it hurt her and deadened her very perceptions. Only when he came right back to her, leaving his lesser self, as she thought, would she feel alive again. And now he asked her to look at this garden, wanting the contact with her again. Impatient of the set in the field, she turned to the quiet lawn, surrounded by sheaves of shut-up crocuses. A feeling of stillness, almost of ecstasy, came over her. It felt almost as if she were alone with him in this garden. Then he left her again and joined the others. Soon they started home. Miriam loitered behind, alone. She did not fit in with the others. She could very rarely get into human relations with any one. So her friend, her companion, her lover, was nature. She saw the sun declining wanly. In the dusky, cold hedgerows were some red leaves. She lingered to gather them, tenderly, passionately. The love in her fingertips caressed the leaves. The passion in her heart came to a glow upon the leaves. Suddenly she realised she was alone in a strange road, and she hurried forward. Turning a corner in the lane, she came upon Paul, who stood bent over something, his mind fixed on it, working away steadily, patiently, a little hopelessly. She hesitated in her approach, to watch. He remained concentrated in the middle of the road. Beyond, one rift of rich gold in that colourless grey evening seemed to make him stand out in dark relief. She saw him, slender and firm, as if the setting sun had given him to her. A deep pain took hold of her, and she knew she must love him. And she had discovered him, discovered in him a rare potentiality, discovered his loneliness. Quivering as at some annunciation, she went slowly forward. At last he looked up. "Why," he exclaimed gratefully, "have you waited for me?" She saw a deep shadow in his eyes. "What was it?" she asked. "The spring broken here," and he showed her where his umbrella was injured. Instantly, with some shame, she knew he had not done the damage himself, but that Geoffrey was responsible. "It is only an old umbrella, isn't it?" she asked. She wondered why he, who did not usually trouble over trifles, made such a mountain of this molehill. "But it was William's, and my mother can't help but know," he said quietly, still patiently working at the umbrella. The words went through Miriam like a blade. This, then, was the confirmation of her vision of him! She looked at him, but there was about him a certain reserve, and she dared not comfort him, not even speak softly to him. "Come on," he said, "I can't do it," and they went in silence along the road. That same evening they were walking along under the trees by Nether Green. He was talking to her fretfully, seemed to be struggling to convince himself. "You know," he said, with an effort, "if one person loves, the other does." "Ah!" she answered, "like mother said to me when I was little, love begets love." "Yes, something like that. I think it must be." "I hope so, because if it were not, love might be a very terrible thing," she said. "Yes, but it is, at least with some people," he answered. And Miriam, thinking he had assured himself, felt strong in herself. She always regarded that sudden coming upon him in the lane as a revelation. And this conversation remained graven in her mind as one of the letters of the law. Now she stood with him and for him. When, about this time, he outraged the family feeling at Willey Farm by some overbearing insult, she stuck to him, and believed he was right. And at this time she dreamed dreams of him, vivid, unforgettable. These dreams came again later on, developed to a more subtle psychological stage. On the Easter Monday the same party took an excursion to Wingfield Manor. It was great excitement to Miriam to catch a train at Sethley Bridge, amid all the bustle of the Bank Holiday crowd. They left the train at Alfreton. Paul was interested in the street and in the colliers with their dogs. Here was a new race of miners. Miriam did not live till they came to the church. They were all rather timid of entering with their bags of food, for fear of being turned out. Leonard, a comic, thin fellow, went first. Paul, who would have died rather than be sent back, went last. The place was decorated for Easter. In the font hundreds of white narcissi seemed to be growing. The air was dim and coloured from the windows, and thrilled with a subtle scent of lilies and narcissi. In that atmosphere Miriam's soul came into a glow. Paul was afraid of the things he mustn't do, and he was sensitive to the feel of the place. Miriam turned to him. He answered. They were together. He would not go beyond the communion rail. She loved him for that. Her soul expanded into prayer beside him. He felt the strange fascination of shadowy religious places. All his latent mysticism quivered into life. She was drawn to him. He was a prayer along with her. Miriam very rarely talked to the other lads. They at once became awkward in conversation with her, so usually she was silent. It was past midday when they climbed the steep path to the manor. All things shone softly in the sun, which was wonderfully warm and enlivening. Celandines and violets were out. Everybody was tip-top full with happiness. The glitter of the ivy, the soft atmospheric grey of the castle walls, the gentleness of everything near the ruin, was perfect. The manor is of hard, pale grey stone, and the outer walls are blank and calm. The young folk were in raptures. They went in trepidation, almost afraid that the delight of exploring this ruin might be denied them. In the first courtyard, within the high broken walls, were farm carts, with their shafts lying idle on the ground, the tyres of the wheels brilliant with gold-red rust. It was very still. All eagerly paid their sixpences, and went timidly through the fine clean arch of the inner courtyard. They were shy. Here on the pavement where the hall had been, an old thorn-tree was budding. All kinds of strange openings and broken rooms were in the shadow around them. After lunch they set off once more to explore the ruin. This time the girls went with the boys, who could act as guides and expositors. There was one tall tower in a corner, rather tottering, where they say Mary Queen of Scots was imprisoned. "Think of the Queen going up here!" said Miriam, in a low voice, as she climbed the hollow stairs. "If she could get up," said Paul, "for she had rheumatism like anything. I reckon they treated her rottenly." "You don't think she deserved it?" asked Miriam. "No, I don't. She was only lively." They continued to mount the winding staircase. A high wind, blowing through the loopholes, went rushing up the shaft, and filled the girl's skirts like a balloon, so that she was ashamed until he took the hem of her dress and held it down for her. He did it perfectly simply, as he would have picked up her glove. She remembered this always. Round the broken top of the tower the ivy bushed out, old and handsome. Also there were a few chill gillivers in pale cold bud. Miriam wanted to lean over for some ivy, but he would not let her. Instead she had to wait behind him, and take from him each spray as he gathered it and held it to her, each one separately, in the purest manner of chivalry. The tower seemed to rock in the wind. They looked over miles and miles of wooded country, and country with gleams of pasture. The crypt underneath the manor was beautiful, and in perfect preservation. Paul made a drawing. Miriam stayed with him. She was thinking of Mary Queen of Scots looking with her strained hopeless eyes that could not understand misery, over the fields whence no help came, or sitting in this crypt, being told of a God as cold as the place she sat in. They set off again gaily, looking round on their beloved manor that stood so clean and big on its hill. "Supposing you could have that form," said Paul to Miriam. "Yes! Wouldn't it be lovely to come and see you?" They were now in the bare country of stone walls, which he loved, and which, though only 10 miles from home, seemed so foreign to Miriam. The party was straggling. As they were crossing a large meadow that sloped away from the sun, along a path embedded with innumerable tiny glittering points, Paul, walking alongside, laced his fingers in the strings of the bag Miriam was carrying, and instantly she felt Annie behind, watchful and jealous. But the meadow was bathed in a glory of sunshine, and the path was jewelled, and it was seldom that he gave her any sign. She held her fingers very still among the strings of the bag, his fingers touching, and the place was golden as a vision. At last they came into the straggling grey village of Critch that lies high. Beyond the village was the famous Critch stand that Paul could see from the garden at home. The party pushed on. Great expanse of country spread around and below. The lads were eager to get to the top of the hill. It was capped by a round knoll, half of which was by now cut away, and on the top of which stood an ancient monument, sturdy and squat, for signalling in old days far down into the level lands of Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire. It was blowing so hard, high up there in the exposed place, that the only way to be safe was to stand nailed by the wind to the wall of the tower. At their feet fell the precipice where the limestone was quarried away. Below was a jumble of hills and tiny villages: Matlock, Ambergate, Stony Middleton. The lads were eager to spy out the church of Bestwood, far away among the rather crowded country on the left. They were disgusted that it seemed to stand on a plain. They saw the hills of Derbyshire fall into the monotony of the Midlands that swept away south. Miriam was somewhat scared by the wind, but the lads enjoyed it. They went on, miles and miles, to Whatstanwell. All the food was eaten, everybody was hungry, and there was very little money to get home with. But they managed to procure a loaf and a currant loaf, which they hacked into pieces with shut knives, and ate sitting on the wall near the bridge, watching the bright Derwent rushing by, and the brakes from Matlock pulling up at the inn. Paul was now pale with weariness. He had been responsible for the party all day, and now he was done. Miriam understood, and kept close to him, and he left himself in her hands. They had an hour to wait at Ambergate station. Trains came, crowded with excursionists returning to Manchester, Birmingham, and London. "We might be going there. Folk easily might think we're going that far," said Paul. They got back rather late. Miriam, walking home with Geoffrey, watched the moon rise big and red and misty. She felt something was fulfilled in her. She had an elder sister, Agatha, who was a school teacher. Between the two girls was a feud. Miriam considered Agatha worldly, and she wanted herself to be a school teacher. One Saturday afternoon Agatha and Miriam were upstairs dressing. Their bedroom was over the stable. It was a low room, not very large, and bare. Miriam had nailed on the wall a reproduction of Veronese's St. Catherine. She loved the woman who sat in the window dreaming. Her own windows were too small to sit in. But the front one was dripped over with honeysuckle and Virginia creeper, and looked upon the tree tops of the oak wood across the yard, while the little back window, no bigger than a handkerchief, was a loophole to the east, to the dawn beating up against the beloved round hills. The two sisters did not talk much to each other. Agatha, who was fair and small and determined, had rebelled against the home atmosphere, against the doctrine of the other cheek. She was out in the world now, in a fair way to be independent. And she insisted on worldly values, on appearance, on manners, on position, which Miriam would fain have ignored. Both girls liked to be upstairs out of the way when Paul came. They preferred to come running down, open the stair-foot door, and see him watching, expectant of them. Miriam stood painfully pulling over her head a rosary he had given her. It caught in the fine mesh of her hair, but at last she had it on, and the red-brown wooden beads looked well against her cool brown neck. She was a well-developed girl, and very handsome. But in the little looking-glass nailed against the whitewashed wall she could only see a fragment of herself at a time. Agatha had bought a little mirror of her own, which she propped up to suit herself. Miriam was near the window. Suddenly she heard the well-known click of the chain, and she saw Paul fling open the gate, push his bicycle into the yard. She saw him look at the house, and she shrank away. He walked in a nonchalant fashion, and his bicycle went with him as if it were a live thing. "Paul's come," she explained. "Aren't you glad?" said Agatha cuttingly. Miriam stood still in amazement and bewilderment. "Well, aren't you?" she asked. "Yes, but I'm not going to let him see it, and think I wanted him." Miriam was startled. She heard him putting his bicycle in the stable underneath, and talking to Jimmy, who had been a pit horse, and who was seedy. "Well, Jimmy, my lad, how arter? Nobbut sick and sadly like? Why then, it's a shame, my old lad." She heard the rope run through the hole as the horse lifted its head from the lad's caress. How she loved to listen when he thought only the horse could hear. But there was a serpent in her Eden. She searched earnestly in herself to see if she wanted Paul Morell. She felt there would be some disgrace in it. Full of twisted feeling, she was afraid she did want him. She stood self-convicted. Then came an agony of new shame. She shrank within herself in a coil of torture. Did she want Paul Morell, and did he know she wanted him? What a subtle infamy upon her! She felt as if her whole soul coiled into knots of shame. Agatha was dressed first and ran downstairs. Miriam heard her greet the lad gaily, knew exactly how brilliant her grey eyes became with that tone. She herself would have felt it bold to have greeted him in such wise. Yet there she stood under the self-accusation of wanting him, tied to that stake of torture. In bitter perplexity she kneeled down and prayed. "O Lord, let me not love Paul Morell. Keep me from loving him, if I ought not to love him." Something anomalous in the prayer arrested her. She lifted her head and pondered. How could it be wrong to love him? Love was God's gift, and yet it caused her shame. That was because of him, Paul Morell. But then it was not his affair, it was her own, between herself and God. She was to be a sacrifice. But it was God's sacrifice, not Paul Morell's or her own. After a few minutes she hid her face in the pillow again and said, "But Lord, if it is thy will that I should love him, make me love him as Christ would, who died for the souls of men. Make me love him splendidly, because he is thy Son." She remained kneeling for some time, quite still and deeply moved, her black hair against the red squares and the lavender sprigged squares of the patchwork quilt. Prayer was almost essential to her. Then she fell into that rapture of self-sacrifice, identifying herself with a God who was sacrificed, which gives to so many human souls their deepest bliss. When she went downstairs Paul was lying back in an armchair, holding forth with much vehemence to Agatha, who was scorning a little painting he had brought to show her. Miriam glanced at the two, and avoided their levity. She went into the parlour to be alone. It was tea time before she was able to speak to Paul, and then her manner was so distant he thought he had offended her. Miriam discontinued her practice of going each Thursday evening to the library in Bestwood. After calling for Paul regularly during the whole spring, a number of trifling incidents and tiny insults from his family awakened her to their attitude towards her, and she decided to go no more. So she announced to Paul one evening she would not call at his house again for him on Thursday nights. "Why?" he asked, very short. "Nothing, only I'd rather not." "Very well." "But," she faltered, "if you care to meet me, we could still go together." "Meet you where?" "Somewhere. Where you like." "I shan't meet you anywhere. I don't see why you shouldn't keep calling for me. But if you won't, I don't want to meet you." So the Thursday evenings, which had been so precious to her and to him, were dropped. He worked instead. Mrs. Morell sniffed with satisfaction at this arrangement. He would not have it that they were lovers. The intimacy between them had been kept so abstract, such a matter of the soul, all thought and weary struggle into consciousness, that he saw it only as a platonic friendship. He stoutly denied there was anything else between them. Miriam was silent, or else she very quietly agreed. He was a fool who did not know what was happening to himself. By tacit agreement they ignored the remarks and insinuations of their acquaintances. "We aren't lovers, we are friends," he said to her. "We know it. Let them talk. What does it matter what they say?" Sometimes, as they were walking together, she slipped her arm timidly into his. But he always resented it, and she knew it. It caused a violent conflict in him. With Miriam he was always on the high plane of abstraction, when his natural fire of love was transmitted into the fine stream of thought. She would have it so, If he were jolly and, as she put it, flippant, she waited till he came back to her, till the change had taken place in him again, and he was wrestling with his own soul, frowning, passionate in his desire for understanding. And in this passion for understanding her soul lay close to his. She had him all to herself. But he must be made abstract first. Then, if she put her arm in his, it caused him almost torture. His consciousness seemed to split. The place where she was touching him ran hot with friction. He was one internecine battle, and he became cruel to her because of it. One evening in midsummer Miriam called at the house, warm from climbing. Paul was alone in the kitchen. His mother could be heard moving about upstairs. "Come and look at the sweet peas," he said to the girl. They went into the garden. The sky behind the townlet and church was orange-red. The flower garden was flooded with a strange warm light that lifted every leaf into significance. Paul passed along a fine row of sweet peas, gathering a blossom here and there, all cream and pale blue. Miriam followed, breathing the fragrance. To her, flowers appealed with such strength she felt she must make them part of herself. When she bent and breathed the flower, it was as if she and the flower were loving each other. Paul hated her for it. There seemed a sort of exposure about the action, something too intimate. When he had got a fair bunch they returned to the house. He listened for a moment to his mother's quiet movements upstairs, and then he said, "Come here, and let me pin them in for you." He arranged them 2 or 3 at a time in the bosom of her dress, stepping back now and then to see the effect. "You know," he said, taking the pin out of his mouth, "a woman ought always to arrange her flowers before her glass." Miriam laughed. She thought flowers ought to be pinned in one's dress without any care. That Paul should take pains to fix her flowers for her was his whim. He was rather offended at her laughter. "Some women do. Those who look decent," he said. Miriam laughed again, but mirthlessly. To hear him thus mix her up with women in a general way. From most men she would have ignored it, but from him it hurt her. He had nearly finished arranging the flowers when he heard his mother's footstep on the stairs. Hurriedly he pushed in the last pin, and turned away. "Don't let Mater know," he said. Miriam picked up her books and stood in the doorway, looking with chagrin at the beautiful sunset. She would call for Paul no more, she said. "Good evening, Mrs. Morel," she said, in a deferential way. She sounded as if she felt she had no right to be there. "Oh, is it you, Miriam?" replied Mrs. Morel coolly. But Paul insisted on everybody's accepting his friendship with the girl, and Mrs. Morel was too wise to have any open rupture. It was not till he was 20 years old that the family could ever afford to go away for a holiday. Mrs. Morel had never been away for a holiday, except to see her sister, since she had been married. Now at last Paul had saved enough money, and they were all going. There was to be a party. Some of Annie's friends, one friend of Paul's, a young man in the same office where William had previously been, and Miriam. It was great excitement writing for rooms. Paul and his mother debated it endlessly between them. They wanted a furnished cottage for 2 weeks. She thought 1 week would be enough, but he insisted on 2. At last they got an answer from Mablethorpe, a cottage such as they wished for 30 shillings a week. There was immense jubilation. Paul was wild with joy for his mother's sake. She would have a real holiday now. He and she sat at evening picturing what it would be like. Annie came in, and Leonard, and Alice, and Kitty. There was wild rejoicing and anticipation. Paul told Miriam. She seemed to brood with joy over it, but the Morels' house rang with excitement. They were to go on Saturday morning by the 7 train. Paul suggested that Miriam should sleep at his house, because it was so far for her to walk. She came down for supper. Everybody was so excited that even Miriam was accepted with warmth. But almost as soon as she entered the feeling in the family became close and tight. He had discovered a poem by Jean Ingelow which mentioned Mablethorpe, and so he must read it to Miriam. He would never have got so far in the direction of sentimentality as to read poetry to his own family. But now they condescended to listen. Miriam sat on the sofa, absorbed in him. She always seemed absorbed in him, and by him, when he was present. Mrs. Morel sat jealously in her own chair. She was going to hear also. And even Annie and the father attended. Morel with his head cocked on one side, like somebody listening to a sermon and feeling conscious of the fact. Paul ducked his head over the book. He had got now all the audience he cared for. And Mrs. Morel and Annie almost contested with Miriam who should listen best and win his favour. He was in very high feather. "But," interrupted Mrs. Morel, "what is the Bride of Enderby that the bells are supposed to ring?" "It's an old tune they used to play on the bells for a warning against water. I suppose the Bride of Enderby was drowned in a flood," he replied. He had not the faintest knowledge what it really was, but he would never have sunk so low as to confess that to his women folk. They listened and believed him. He believed himself. "And the people knew what that tune meant?" said his mother. "Yes, just like the Scotch when they heard 'The Flowers of the Forest,' and when they used to ring the bells backward for alarm." "How?" said Annie. "A bell sounds the same whether it's rung backwards or forwards." "But," he said, "if you start with the deep bell and ring up to the high one, duh, 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 duh." He ran up the scale. Everybody thought it clever. He thought so too. Then, waiting a minute, he continued the poem. Said Mrs. Morel curiously when he finished. "But I wish everything that's written weren't so sad." "I canna see what they want drowning themselves for," said Morel. There was a pause. Annie got up to clear the table. Miriam rose to help with the pots. "Let me help to wash up," she said. "Certainly not," cried Annie. "You sit down again. There aren't many." And Miriam, who could not be familiar and insist, sat down again to look at the book with Paul. He was master of the party. His father was no good. And great tortures he suffered lest the tin box should be put out at Thursby instead of at Mablethorpe. And he wasn't equal to getting a carriage. His bold little mother did that. "Here!" she cried to a man. "Here!" Paul and Annie got behind the rest, convulsed with shamed laughter. "How much will it be to drive to Brook Cottage?" said Mrs. Morel. "2 shillings." "Why, how far is it?" "A good way." "I don't believe it," she said. But she scrambled in. There were 8 crowded in one old seaside carriage. "You see," said Mrs. Morel, "it's only 3d. each, and if it were a tram-car—" They drove along. Each cottage they came to, Mrs. Morel cried, "Is it this? Now this is it." Everybody sat breathless. They drove past. There was a universal sigh. "I'm thankful it wasn't that brute," said Mrs. Morel. "I was frightened." They drove on and on. At last they descended at a house that stood alone over the dyke by the high road. There was wild excitement, because they had to cross a little bridge to get into the front garden. But they loved the house that lay so solitary with a sea meadow on one side, and immense expanse of land patched in white barley, yellow oats, red wheat, and green root crops, flat and stretching level to the sky. Paul kept accounts. He and his mother ran the show. The total expenses, lodging, food, everything, was 16 shillings a week per person. He and Leonard went bathing in the morning. Morel was wandering abroad quite early. "You, Paul," his mother called from the bedroom, "eat a piece of bread and butter." "All right," he answered. And when he got back he saw his mother presiding in state at the breakfast table. The woman of the house was young. Her husband was blind, and she did laundry work. So Mrs. Morel always washed the pots in the kitchen and made the beds. "But you said you'd have a real holiday," said Paul, "and now you work." "Work!" she exclaimed. "What are you talking about?" He loved to go with her across the fields to the village and the sea. She was afraid of the plank bridges, and he abused her for being such a baby. On the whole he stuck to her as if he were her man. Miriam did not get much of him, except perhaps when all the others went to the Coons. Coons were insufferably stupid to Miriam, so he thought they were to himself also, and he preached priggishly to Annie about the fatuity of listening to them. Yet he too knew all their songs, and sang them along the roads roisterously. And if he found himself listening, the stupidity pleased him very much. Yet to Annie he said, "Such rot! There isn't a grain of intelligence in it. Nobody with more gumption than a grasshopper could go and sit and listen." And to Miriam he said, with much scorn of Annie and the others, "I suppose they're at the Coons." It was queer to see Miriam singing coon songs. She had a straight chin that went in a perpendicular line from the lower lip to the turn. She always reminded Paul of some sad Botticelli angel when she sang, even when it was Come down Lover's Lane for a walk with me, talk with me. Only when he sketched, or at evening when the others were at the Coons, she had him to himself. He talked to her endlessly about his love of horizontals, how they, the great levels of sky and land in Lincolnshire, meant to him the eternality of the will, just as the bowed Norman arches of the church, repeating themselves, meant the dogged leaping forward of the persistent human soul, on and on, nobody knows where, in contradiction to the perpendicular lines and to the Gothic arch, which, he said, leapt up at heaven and touched the ecstasy and lost itself in the divine. Himself, he said, was Norman. Miriam was Gothic. She bowed in consent even to that. One evening he and she went up the great sweeping shore of sand towards Thedlethorpe. The long breakers plunged and ran in a hiss of foam along the coast. It was a warm evening. There was not a figure but themselves on the far reaches of sand, no noise but the sound of the sea. Paul loved to see it clanging at the land. He loved to feel himself between the noise of it and the silence of the sandy shore. Miriam was with him. Everything grew very intense. It was quite dark when they turned again. The way home was through a gap in the sandhills, and then along a raised grass road between two dykes. The country was black and still. From behind the sandhills came the whisper of the sea. Paul and Miriam walked in silence. Suddenly he started. The whole of his blood seemed to burst into flame, and he could scarcely breathe. An enormous orange moon was staring at them from the rim of the sandhills. He stood still, looking at it. "Ah!" cried Miriam, when she saw it. He remained perfectly still, staring at the immense and ruddy moon, the only thing in the far-reaching darkness of the level. His heart beat heavily, the muscles of his arms contracted. "What is it?" murmured Miriam, waiting for him. He turned and looked at her. She stood beside him, forever in shadow. Her face, covered with the darkness of her hat, was watching him unseen. But she was brooding. She was slightly afraid, deeply moved, and religious. That was her best state. He was impotent against it. His blood was concentrated like a flame in his chest. But he could not get across to her. There were flashes in his blood, but somehow she ignored them. She was expecting some religious state in him. Still yearning, she was half aware of his passion, and gazed at him, troubled. "What is it?" she murmured again. "It's the moon," he answered, frowning. "Yes," she assented. "Isn't it wonderful?" She was curious about him. The crisis was past. He did not know himself what was the matter. He was naturally so young, and their intimacy was so abstract, he did not know he wanted to crush her onto his breast and ease the ache there. He was afraid of her. The fact that he might want her as a man wants a woman had in him been suppressed into a shame. When she shrank in her convulsed coiled torture from the thought of such a thing, he had winced to the depths of his soul. And now this purity prevented even their first love-kiss. It was as if she could scarcely stand the shock of physical love, even a passionate kiss, and then he was too shrinking and sensitive to give it. As they walked along the dark fen meadow he watched the moon and did not speak. She plodded beside him. He hated her, for she seemed in some way to make him despise himself. Looking ahead, he saw the one light in the darkness, the window of their lamp-lit cottage. He loved to think of his mother and the other jolly people. "Well, everybody else has been in long ago," said his mother as they entered. "What does that matter?" he cried irritably. "I can go for a walk if I like, can't I?" "And I should have thought you could get in to supper with the rest," said Mrs. Morell. "I shall please myself," he retorted. "It's not late. I shall do as I like." "Very well," said his mother cuttingly. "Then do as you like." And she took no further notice of him that evening. Which he pretended neither to notice nor to care about, but sat reading. Miriam read also, obliterating herself. Mrs. Morell hated her for making her son like this. She watched Paul, growing irritable, priggish, and melancholic. For this she put the blame on Miriam. Annie and all her friends joined against the girl. Miriam had no friend of her own, only Paul. But she did not suffer so much, because she despised the triviality of these other people. And Paul hated her because, somehow, she spoilt his ease and naturalness. And he writhed himself with a feeling of humiliation. End of Chapter 7, Part 3. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 8, Part 1, of Sons and Lovers, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Strife in Love. Arthur finished his apprenticeship, and got a job on the electrical plant at Minton Pit. He earned very little, but had a good chance of getting on. But he was wild and restless. He did not drink nor gamble. Yet he somehow contrived to get into endless scrapes, always through some hot-headed thoughtlessness. Either he went rabbiting in the woods, like a poacher, or he stayed in Nottingham all night instead of coming home, or he miscalculated his dive into the canal at Bestwood, and scored his chest into one mass of wounds on the raw stones and tins at the bottom. He had not been at his work many months when again he did not come home at night. "Do you know where Arthur is?" asked Paul at breakfast. "I do not," replied his mother. "He is a fool," said Paul, "and if he did anything I shouldn't mind. But no, he simply can't come away from a game of whist, or else he must see a girl home from the skating rink, quite proprietously, and so can't get home. He's a fool." "I don't know that it would make it any better if he did something to make us all ashamed," said Mrs. Morell. "Well, I should respect him more," said Paul. "I very much doubt it," said his mother coldly. They went on with breakfast. "Are you fearfully fond of him?" Paul asked his mother. "What do you ask that for?" "Because they say a woman always likes the youngest best." "She may do, but I don't. No, he wearies me." "And you'd actually rather he was good?" "I'd rather he showed some of a man's common sense." Paul was raw and irritable. He also wearied his mother very often. She saw the sunshine going out of him, and she resented it. As they were finishing breakfast came the postman with a letter from Derby. Mrs. Morell screwed up her eyes to look at the address. "Give it here, blind eye!" exclaimed her son, snatching it away from her. She started, and almost boxed his ears. "It's from your son Arthur," he said. "What now?" cried Mrs. Morell. "My dearest mother," Paul read, "I don't know what made me such a fool. I want you to come and fetch me back from here. I came with Jack Bredon yesterday, instead of going to work, and enlisted. He said he was sick of wearing the seat of a stool out, and like the idiot you know I am, I came away with him. I have taken the king's shilling, but perhaps if you came for me they would let me go back with you. I was a fool when I did it. I don't want to be in the army. My dear mother, I am nothing but a trouble to you, but if you get me out of this, I promise I will have more sense and consideration." Mrs. Morell sat down in her rocking chair. "Well, now!" she cried. "Let him stop!" "Yes," said Paul, "let him stop." There was silence. The mother sat with her hands folded in her apron, her face set, thinking. "If I'm not sick!" she cried suddenly. "Sick!" "Now," said Paul, beginning to frown, "you're not going to worry your soul out about this, do you hear?" "I suppose I'm to take it as a blessing," she flashed, turning on her son. "You're not going to mount it up to a tragedy, so there!" he retorted. "The fool! The young fool!" she cried. "He'll look well in uniform," said Paul, irritatingly. His mother turned on him like a fury. "Oh, will he?" she cried. "Not in my eyes!" "He should get in a cavalry regiment. He'll have the time of his life, and will look an awful swell." "Swell! Swell! A mighty swell indeed! A common soldier!" "Well," said Paul, "what am I but a common clerk?" "A good deal, my boy!" cried his mother, stung. "What?" "At any rate a man, and not a thing in a red coat." "I shouldn't mind being in a red coat, or dark blue. That would suit me better, if they didn't boss me about too much." But his mother had ceased to listen. "Just as he was getting on, might have been getting on, at his job. A young nuisance. Here he goes and ruins himself for life. What good will he be, do you think, after this?" "It may lick him into shape beautifully," said Paul. "Lick him into shape! Lick what marrow there was out of his bones. A soldier, and a common soldier! Nothing but a body that makes movements when it hears a shout. It's a fine thing." "I can't understand why it upsets you," said Paul. "No, perhaps you can't. But I understand." And she sat back in her chair, her chin in one hand, holding her elbow with the other, brimmed up with wrath and chagrin. "And you shall go to Derby?" asked Paul. "Yes. It's no good. I'll see for myself." "And why on earth don't you let him stop? It's just what he wants." "Of course," cried Mother, "you know what he wants." She got ready and went by the first train to Derby, where she saw her son and the Sergeant. It was, however, no good. When Morell was having his dinner in the evening, she said suddenly, "I've had to go to Derby to day." The miner turned up his eyes, showing the whites in his black face. "I still ask, what took thee there?" "That Arthur." "Oh, and what's agait now?" "He's only enlisted." Morell put down his knife and leaned back in his chair. "Nay," he said, "that he niver has." "And he's going down to Aldershot to morrow." "Well!" exclaimed the miner, "that's a winder." He considered it a moment, said "H'm," and proceeded with his dinner. Suddenly his face contracted with wrath. "I hope he may never set foot in my house again," he said. "The idea!" cried Mrs. Morell. "Saying such a thing!" "I do," replied Morell. "A fool as runs away for a soldier, let him look after hisseln, as'll do no more for him." "A fat sight you have done as it is," she said. And Morell was almost ashamed to go to his public house that evening. "Well, did you go?" said Paul, to his mother when he came home. "I did." "And could you see him?" "Yes." "And what did he say?" "He blubbered when I came away." "H'm. And so did I, so you needn't h'm." Mrs. Morell fretted after her son. She knew he would not like the army. He did not. The discipline was intolerable to him. "But the doctor," she said, with some pride to Paul, "said he was perfectly proportioned, almost exactly. All his measurements were correct. He is good looking, you know." "He's awfully nice looking, but he doesn't fetch the girls like William, does he?" "No. It's a different character. He's a good deal like his father irresponsible." To console his mother, Paul did not go much to Willey Farm at this time. And in the autumn exhibition of students' work in the castle he had two studies, a landscape in water colour and a still life in oil, both of which had first prize awards. He was highly excited. "What do you think I've got for my pictures, mother?" he asked, coming home one evening. She saw by his eye he was glad. Her face flushed. "Now, how should I know, my boy?" "A first prize for those glass jars." "Hm! And a first prize for that sketch up at Willey Farm." "Both first?" "Yes." "Hm!" There was a rosy, bright look about her, though she said nothing. "It's nice," he said, "isn't it?" "It is." "Why don't you praise me up to the skies?" She laughed. "I should have the trouble of dragging you down again," she said. But she was full of joy, nevertheless. William had brought her his sporting trophies. She kept them still, and she did not forgive his death. Arthur was handsome, at least a good specimen, and warm and generous, and probably would do well in the end. But Paul was going to distinguish himself. She had a great belief in him, the more because he was unaware of his own powers. There was so much to come out of him. Life for her was rich with promise. She was to see herself fulfilled. Not for nothing had been her struggle. Several times during the exhibition Mrs. Morell went to the castle unknown to Paul. She wandered down the long room, looking at the other exhibits. Yes, they were good. But they had not in them a certain something which she demanded for her satisfaction. Some made her jealous, they were so good. She looked at them a long time, trying to find fault with them. Then suddenly she had a shock that made her heart beat. There hung Paul's picture. She knew it as if it were printed on her heart. Name Paul Morell, first prize. It looked so strange, there in public, on the walls of the castle gallery, where in her lifetime she had seen so many pictures. And she glanced round to see if any one had noticed her again in front of the same sketch. But she felt a proud woman. When she met well-dressed ladies going home to the park, she thought to herself, "Yes, you look very well, but I wonder if your son has two first prizes in the castle." and she walked on, as proud a little woman as any in Nottingham, and Paul felt he had done something for her, if only a trifle. All his work was hers. One day, as he was going up Castle Gate, he met Miriam. He had seen her on the Sunday, and had not expected to meet her in town. She was walking with a rather striking woman, blonde, with a sullen expression and a defiant carriage. It was strange how Miriam, in her bowed, meditative bearing, looked dwarfed beside this woman with the handsome shoulders. Miriam watched Paul, searchingly. His gaze was on the stranger, who ignored him. The girl saw his masculine spirit rear its head. "Hello!" he said. "You didn't tell me you were coming to town." "No," replied Miriam, half apologetically. "I drove into Cattle Market with father." He looked at her companion. "I've told you about Mrs. Dawes," said Miriam huskily. She was nervous. "Clara, do you know Paul?" "I think I've seen him before," replied Mrs. Dawes indifferently, as she shook hands with him. She had scornful grey eyes, a skin like white honey, and a full mouth, with a slightly lifted upper lip that did not know whether it was raised in scorn of all men, or out of eagerness to be kissed, but which believed the former. She carried her head back, as if she had drawn away in contempt, perhaps from men also. She wore a large dowdy hat of black beaver, and a sort of slightly affected simple dress that made her look rather sack-like. She was evidently poor, and had not much taste. Miriam usually looked nice. "Where have you seen me?" Paul asked of the woman. She looked at him as if she would not trouble to answer. Then, "Walking with Louis Travers," she said. Louis was one of the Spiral girls. "Why, do you know her?" he asked. She did not answer. He turned to Miriam. "Where are you going?" he asked. "To the castle." "What train are you going home by?" "I'm driving with father. I wish you could come too. What time are you free?" "You know not till 8 to-night, damn it." And directly the two women moved on. Paul remembered that Clara Dawes was the daughter of an old friend of Mrs. Laver's. Miriam had sought her out because she had once been spiral overseer at Jordan's, and because her husband, Baxter Dawes, was smith for the factory, making the irons for cripple instruments, and so on. Through her Miriam felt she got into direct contact with Jordan's, and could estimate better Paul's position. But Mrs. Dawes was separated from her husband, and had taken up women's rights. She was supposed to be clever. It interested Paul. Baxter Dawes he knew and disliked. The smith was a man of 31 or 32. He came occasionally through Paul's corner, a big, well-set man, also striking to look at and handsome. There was a peculiar similarity between himself and his wife. He had the same white skin, with a clear golden tinge. His hair was of soft brown, his moustache was golden. And he had a similar defiance in his bearing and manner. But then came the difference. His eyes, dark brown and quick-shifting, were dissolute. They protruded very slightly, and his eyelids hung over them in a way that was half hate. His mouth, too, was sensual. His whole manner was of cowed defiance, as if he were ready to knock anybody down who disapproved of him, perhaps because he really disapproved of himself. From the first day he had hated Paul. Finding the lad's impersonal, deliberate gaze of an artist on his face, he got into a fury. "What are you looking at?" he sneered, bullying. The boy glanced away, but the smith used to stand behind the counter and talk to Mr. Pappleworth. His speech was dirty, with a kind of rottenness. Again he found the youth with his cool, critical gaze fixed on his face. The smith started round as if he had been stung. "What are you looking at, three-ha'porth of pap?" he snarled. The boy shrugged his shoulders slightly. "Why, you—" shouted Dawes. "Leave him alone," said Pappleworth, in that insinuating voice which means he's only one of your good little sops who can't help it. Since that time the boy used to look at the man every time he came through with the same curious criticism, glancing away before he met the smith's eyes. It made Dawes furious. They hated each other in silence. Clara Dawes had no children. When she had left her husband the home had been broken up, and she had gone to live with her mother. Dawes lodged with his sister. In the same house was a sister-in-law, And somehow Paul knew that this girl, Louis Travers, was now Dawes's woman. She was a handsome, insolent hussy, who mocked at the youth, and yet flushed if he walked along to the station with her as she went home. The next time he went to see Miriam it was Saturday evening. She had a fire in the parlour, and was waiting for him. The others, except her father and mother and the young children, had gone out, so the two had the parlour together. It was a long, low, warm room. There were 3 of Paul's small sketches on the wall, and his photo was on the mantelpiece. On the table and on the high old rosewood piano were bowls of coloured leaves. He sat in the arm-chair, she crouched on the hearthrug near his feet. The glow was warm on her handsome, pensive face as she kneeled there like a devotee. "What did you think of Mrs. Dawes?" she asked quietly. "She doesn't look very amiable," he replied. "No, but don't you think she's a fine woman?" she said in a deep tone. "Yes, in stature, but without a grain of taste. I like her for some things. Is she disagreeable?" "I don't think so. I think she's dissatisfied." "What with?" "Well, how would you like to be tied for life to a man like that?" "Why did she marry him then, if she was to have revulsions so soon?" "Ay, why did she?" repeated Miriam bitterly. "And I should have thought she had enough fight in her to match him," he said. Miriam bowed her head. "Ay?" she queried satirically. "What makes you think so?" "Look at her mouth, made for passion, and the very set back of her throat." He threw his head back in Clara's defiant manner. Miriam bowed a little lower. "Yes," she said. There was a silence for some moments, while he thought of Clara. "And what were the things you liked about her?" she asked. "I don't know. Her skin and the texture of her, and I don't know, there's a sort of fierceness somewhere in her. I appreciate her as an artist, that's all." "Yes." He wondered why Miriam crouched there, brooding in that strange way. It irritated him. "You don't really like her, do you?" he asked the girl. She looked at him with her great, dazzled, dark eyes. "I do," she said. "You don't. You can't. Not really." "Then what?" she asked slowly. I don't know. Perhaps you like her because she's got a grudge against men." That was probably one of his own reasons for liking Mrs. Dawes, but this did not occur to him. They were silent. There had come into his forehead a knitting of the brows which was becoming habitual with him, particularly when he was with Miriam. She longed to smooth it away, and she was afraid of it. It seemed the stamp of a man who was not her man in Paul Morell. There were some crimson berries among the leaves in the bowl. He reached over and pulled out a bunch. "If you put red berries in your hair," he said, "why would you look like some witch or priestess, and never like a reveller?" She laughed with a naked, painful sound. "I don't know," she said. His vigorous, warm hands were playing excitedly with the berries. "Why can't you laugh?" he said. "You never laugh laughter. You only laugh when something is odd or incongruous. And then it almost seems to hurt you." She bowed her head as if he were scolding her. "I wish you could laugh at me just for 1 minute. Just for 1 minute. I feel as if it would set something free." "But—" and she looked up at him with eyes frightened and struggling. "I do laugh at you. I do." "Never. There's always a kind of intensity. When you laugh, I could always cry. It seems as if it shows up your suffering. Oh, you make me knit the brows of my very soul, and cogitate." Slowly she shook her head, despairingly. "I'm sure I don't want to," she said. "I'm so damned spiritual with you, always!" he cried. She remained silent, thinking. "Then why don't you be otherwise?" But he saw her crouching, brooding figure, and it seemed to tear him in two. "But there, it's autumn," he said, "and everybody feels like a disembodied spirit then." There was still another silence. This peculiar sadness between them thrilled her soul. He seemed so beautiful, with his eyes gone dark, and looking as if they were deep as the deepest well. "You make me so spiritual," he lamented, "and I don't want to be spiritual." She took her finger from her mouth with a little pop, and looked up at him almost challenging. But still her soul was naked in her great dark eyes, and there was the same yearning appeal upon her. If he could have kissed her in abstract purity, he would have done so. But he could not kiss her thus, and she seemed to leave no other way, and she yearned to him. He gave a brief laugh. "Well," he said, "get that French and we'll do some Verlaine." "Yes," she said, in a deep tone, almost of resignation. And she rose and got the books. And her rather red, nervous hands looked so pitiful he was mad to comfort her and kiss her. But then he dared not, or could not. There was something prevented him. His kisses were wrong for her. They continued the reading till 10 o'clock, when they went into the kitchen, and Paul was natural and jolly again with the father and mother. His eyes were dark and shining. There was a kind of fascination about him. When he went into the barn for his bicycle, he found the front wheel punctured. "Fetch me a drop of water in a bowl," he said to her. "I shall be late, and then I shall catch it." He lighted the hurricane lamp, took off his coat, turned up the bicycle, and set speedily to work. Miriam came with the bowl of water and stood close to him, watching. She loved to see his hands doing things. He was slim and vigorous, with a kind of easiness even in his most hasty movements. And, busy at his work, he seemed to forget her. She loved him absorbedly. She wanted to run her hands down his sides. She always wanted to embrace him, so long as he did not want her. "There!" he said, rising suddenly. "Now, could you have done it quicker?" "No," she laughed. He straightened himself. His back was towards her. She put her two hands on his sides, and ran them quickly down. "You are so fine," she said. He laughed, hating her voice, but his blood roused to a wave of flame by her hands. She did not seem to realize him in all this. He might have been an object. She never realized the male he was. He lighted his bicycle lamp, bounced the machine on the barn floor to see that the tyres were sound, and buttoned his coat. "That's all right," he said. She was trying the brakes, that she knew were broken. "Did you have them mended?" she asked. "No." "But why didn't you?" "The back one goes on a bit." "But it's not safe." "I can use my toe." "I wish you'd had them mended," she murmured. "Don't worry. Come to tea to-morrow with Edgar." "Shall we?" "Do, about 4. I'll come to meet you." "Very well." She was pleased. They went across the dark yard to the gate. Looking across, he saw through the uncurtained window of the kitchen the heads of Mr. and Mrs. Lavers in the warm glow. It looked very cosy. The road, with pine trees, was quite black in front. "Till to-morrow," he said, jumping on his bicycle. "You'll take care, won't you?" she pleaded. "Yes." His voice already came out of the darkness. She stood a moment watching the light from his lamp race into obscurity along the ground. She turned very slowly indoors. Orion was wheeling up over the wood, his dog twinkling after him, half smothered. For the rest, the world was full of darkness, and silent, save for the breathing of cattle in their stalls. She prayed earnestly for his safety that night. When he left her, she often lay in anxiety, wondering if he had got home safely. He dropped down the hills on his bicycle. The roads were greasy, so he had to let it go. He felt a pleasure as the machine plunged over the second, steeper drop in the hill. "Here goes!" he said. It was risky, because of the curve in the darkness at the bottom, and because of the brewers' wagons with drunken wagoners asleep. His bicycle seemed to fall beneath him, and he loved it. Recklessness is almost a man's revenge on his woman. He feels he is not valued, so he will risk destroying himself to deprive her altogether. The stars on the lake seemed to leap like grasshoppers, silver upon the blackness, as he spun past. Then there was the long climb home. "See, mother," he said, as he threw her the berries and leaves on to the table. She said, glancing at them, then away again. She sat reading, alone, as she always did. "Aren't they pretty?" "Yes." He knew she was cross with him. After a few minutes, he said, "Edgar and Miriam are coming to tea to-morrow." She did not answer. "You don't mind?" Still she did not answer. "Do you?" he asked. "You know whether I mind or not." "I don't see why you should. I have plenty of meals there." "You do? Then why do you begrudge them tea?" "I begrudge whom tea?" "What are you so horrid for?" "Oh, say no more. You've asked her to tea. It's quite sufficient. She'll come." He was very angry with his mother. He knew it was merely Miriam she objected to. He flung off his boots and went to bed. Paul went to meet his friends the next afternoon. He was glad to see them coming. They arrived home at about 4 o'clock. Everywhere was clean and still for Sunday afternoon. Mrs. Morel sat in her black dress and black apron. She rose to meet the visitors. With Edgar she was cordial, but with Miriam cold and rather grudging. Yet Paul thought the girl looked so nice in her brown cashmere frock. He helped his mother to get the tea ready. Miriam would have gladly proffered, but was afraid. He was rather proud of his home. There was about it now, he thought, a certain distinction. The chairs were only wooden, and the sofa was old. But the hearthrug and cushions were cosy. The pictures were prints in good taste. There was a simplicity in everything, and plenty of books. He was never ashamed in the least of his home, nor was Miriam of hers, because both were what they should be, and warm. And then he was proud of the table. The china was pretty. The cloth was fine. It did not matter that the spoons were not silver, nor the knives ivory handled. Everything looked nice. Mrs. Morel had managed wonderfully while her children were growing up, so that nothing was out of place. Miriam talked books a little. That was her unfailing topic. But Mrs. Morel was not cordial, and turned soon to Edgar. At first Edgar and Miriam used to go into Mrs. Morel's pew. Morel never went to chapel, preferring the public house. Mrs. Morel, like a little champion, sat at the head of her pew. Paul at the other end, and at first Miriam sat next to him. Then the chapel was like home. It was a pretty place, with dark pews and slim elegant pillars and flowers. And the same people had sat in the same places ever since he was a boy. It was wonderfully sweet and soothing to sit there for an hour and a half, next to Miriam and near to his mother, uniting his two loves under the spell of the place of worship. Then he felt warm and happy and religious at once. And after chapel he walked home with Miriam, whilst Mrs. Morel spent the rest of the evening with her old friend Mrs. Burns. He was keenly alive on his walks on Sunday nights with Edgar and Miriam. He never went past the pits at night, by the lighted lamp-house, the tall black headstocks and lines of trucks, past the fans spinning slowly like shadows, without the feeling of Miriam returning to him, keen and almost unbearable. She did not very long occupy the Morels' pew. Her father took one for themselves once more. It was under the little gallery, opposite the Morels. When Paul and his mother came in the chapel, the lavers' pew was always empty. He was anxious for fear she would not come. It was so far, and there were so many rainy Sundays. Then, often very late indeed, she came in with her long stride, her head bowed, her face hidden under her hat of dark green velvet. Her face, as she sat opposite, was always in shadow. But it gave him a very keen feeling, as if all his soul stirred within him, to see her there. It was not the same glow, happiness, and pride that he felt in having his mother in charge. Something more wonderful, less human, and tinged to intensity by a pain, as if there was something he could not get to. At this time he was beginning to question the orthodox creed. He was 21, and she was 20. She was beginning to dread the spring. He became so wild, and hurt her so much. All the way he went cruelly smashing her beliefs. Edgar enjoyed it. He was by nature critical and rather dispassionate. But Miriam suffered exquisite pain as, with an intellect like a knife, the man she loved examined her religion in which she lived and moved and had her being. But he did not spare her. He was cruel. And when they went alone he was even more fierce, as if he would kill her soul. He bled her beliefs till she almost lost consciousness. "She exults as she carries him off from me," Mrs. Morel cried in her heart, when Paul had gone. "She's not like an ordinary woman, who can leave me my share in him. She wants to absorb him. She wants to draw him out and absorb him till there is nothing left of him even for himself. He will never be a man on his own feet. She will suck him up." So the mother sat and battled and brooded bitterly. And he, coming home from his walks with Miriam, was wild with torture. He walked biting his lips and with clenched fists, going at a great rate. Then, brought up against a stile, he stood for some minutes and did not move. There was a great hollow of darkness fronting him, and on the black upslopes patches of tiny lights, and in the lowest trough of the night a flare of the pit. It was all weird and dreadful. Why was he torn so, almost bewildered and unable to move? Why did his mother sit at home and suffer? He knew she suffered badly, but why should she? And why did he hate Miriam, and feel so cruel towards her at the thought of his mother? If Miriam caused his mother suffering, then he hated her, and he easily hated her. Why did she make him feel as if he were uncertain of himself, insecure, an indefinite thing, as if he had not sufficient sheathing to prevent the night and the space breaking into him? How he hated her! And then, what a rush of tenderness and humility! Suddenly he plunged on again, running home. His mother saw on him the marks of some agony, and she said nothing. But he had to make her talk to him. Then she was angry with him for going so far with Miriam. "Why don't you like her, mother?" he cried in despair. "I don't know, my boy," she replied piteously. "I'm sure I've tried to like her. I've tried and tried, but I can't. I can't." And he felt dreary and hopeless between the two. Spring was the worst time. He was changeable and intense and cruel. So he decided to stay away from her. Then came the hours when he knew Miriam was expecting him. His mother watched him growing restless. He could not go on with his work. He could do nothing. It was as if something were drawing his soul out towards Willey Farm. Then he put on his hat and went, saying nothing. And his mother knew he was gone. And as soon as he was on the way, he sighed with relief. And when he was with her, he was cruel again. One day in March he lay on the bank of Nethermere, with Miriam sitting beside him. It was a glistening white and blue day. Big clouds, so brilliant, went by overhead. White shadows stole along on the water. The clear spaces in the sky were of clean, cold blue. Paul lay on his back in the old grass, looking up. He could not bear to look at Miriam. She seemed to want him, and he resisted. He resisted all the time. He wanted now to give her passion and tenderness, and he could not. He felt that she wanted the soul out of his body and not him. All his strength and energy she drew into herself through some channel which united them. She did not want to meet him, so that there were two of them, man and woman together. She wanted to draw all of him into her. It urged him to an intensity like madness, which fascinated him, as drug-taking might. He was discussing Michelangelo. It felt to her as if she were fingering the very quivering tissue, the very protoplasm of life, as she heard him. It gave her her deepest satisfaction, and in the end it frightened her. There he lay in the white intensity of his search, and his voice gradually filled her with fear, so level it was, almost inhuman, as if in a trance. "Don't talk any more," she pleaded softly, laying her hand on his forehead. He lay quite still, almost unable to move. His body was somewhere discarded. "Why not? Are you tired?" "Yes, and it wears you out." He laughed shortly, realizing. "Yet you always make me like it," he said. "I don't wish to," she said, very low. "Not when you've gone too far, and you feel you can't bear it. But your unconscious self always asks it of me. And I suppose I want it." He went on in his dead fashion. "If only you could want me, and not want what I can reel off for you." "I!" she cried bitterly. "I! Why, when would you let me take you?" "Then it's my fault," he said, and gathering himself together, he got up and began to talk trivialities. He felt insubstantial. In a vague way he hated her for it. And he knew he was as much to blame himself. This, however, did not prevent his hating her. One evening about this time he had walked along the home road with her. They stood by the pasture leading down to the wood, unable to part. As the stars came out the clouds closed. They had glimpses of their own constellation, Orion, towards the west. His jewels glimmered for a moment. His dog ran low, struggling with difficulty through the spume of cloud. Orion was for them chief in significance among the constellations. They had gazed at him in their strange surcharged hours of feeling, until they seemed themselves to live in every one of his stars. This evening Paul had been moody and perverse. Orion had seemed just an ordinary constellation to him. He had fought against his glamour and fascination. Miriam was watching her lover's mood carefully, but he said nothing that gave him away, till the moment came to part, when he stood frowning gloomily at the gathered clouds, behind which the great constellation must be striding still. There was to be a little party at his house the next day, at which she was to attend. "I shan't come and meet you," he said. "Oh, very well. It's not very nice out," she replied, slowly. "It's not that, only they don't like me to. They say I care more for you than for them. And you understand, don't you? You know it's only friendship." Miriam was astonished and hurt for him. It had cost him an effort. She left him, wanting to spare him any further humiliation. A fine rain blew in her face as she walked along the road. She was hurt deep down, and she despised him for being blown about by any wind of authority. And in her heart of hearts, unconsciously, she felt that he was trying to get away from her. This she would never have acknowledged. She pitied him. At this time Paul became an important factor in Jordan's warehouse. Mr. Pappleworth left to set up a business of his own, and Paul remained with Mr. Jordan as spiral overseer. His wages were to be raised to 30 shillings at the year end, if things went well. Still on Friday night Miriam often came down for her French lesson. Paul did not go so frequently to Willey Farm, and she grieved at the thought of her education's coming to an end. Moreover, they both loved to be together, in spite of discords. So they read Balzac, and did compositions, and felt highly cultured. Friday night was reckoning night for the miners. Morell "reckoned," shared up the money at the stall, either in the New Inn at Bretty or in his own house, according as his fellow butties wished. Barker had turned a non-drinker, so now the men reckoned at Morell's house. Annie, who had been teaching away, was at home again. She was still a tomboy, and she was engaged to be married. Paul was studying design. Morell was always in good spirits on Friday evening, unless the week's earnings were small. He bustled immediately after his dinner, prepared to get washed. It was decorum for the women to absent themselves while the men reckoned. Women were not supposed to spy into such a masculine privacy as the butties' reckoning, nor were they to know the exact amount of the week's earnings. So, whilst her father was spluttering in the scullery, Annie went out to spend an hour with a neighbour. Mrs. Morell attended to her baking. "Shut that door!" bawled Morell furiously. Annie banged it behind her, and was gone. "If thou opens it again while I'm washing me, I'll make thy jaw rattle," he threatened from the midst of his soap suds. Paul and the mother frowned to hear him. Presently he came running out of the scullery, with the soapy water dripping from him, dithering with cold. "Oh, my sirs!" he said. "Where's my towel?" It was hung on a chair to warm before the fire, otherwise he would have bullied and blustered. He squatted on his heels before the hot baking fire to dry himself. "F-f-f-f-f," he went, pretending to shudder with cold. "Goodness, man, don't be such a kid," said Mrs. Morell. "It's not cold." "Thee strip thysen stark naked to wish the flesh i' that scullery," said the miner, as he rubbed his hair. "Not brace ass." "And I shouldn't make that fuss," replied his wife. "No, tha'd drop down stiff, as dead as a door knob, with thy nesh sides." "Why is a door knob deader than anything else?" asked Paul, curious. "I don't know. That's what they say," replied his father. "But there's that much draught i' yon scullery, as it blows through your ribs like through a 5-barred gate." "It would have some difficulty in blowing through yours," said Mrs. Morell. Morell looked down ruefully at his sides. "Me!" he exclaimed. "I'm nowt but a skinned rabbit. My bones fair juts out on me." "I should like to know where," retorted his wife. "Everywhere. I'm nobbut a sack of faggots." Mrs. Morel laughed. He had still a wonderfully young body, muscular, without any fat. His skin was smooth and clear. It might have been the body of a man of 28, except that there were, perhaps, too many blue scars, like tattoo marks, where the coal dust remained under the skin, and that his chest was too hairy. But he put his hands on his sides ruefully. It was his fixed belief that, because he did not get fat, he was as thin as a starved rat. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 8, Part 2. Of Sons and Lovers, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paul looked at his father's thick, brownish hands, all scarred, with broken nails, rubbing the fine smoothness of his sides, and the incongruity struck him. It seemed strange they were the same flesh. "I suppose," he said to his father, "you had a good figure once?" "Eh?" exclaimed the miner, glancing round, startled and timid, like a child. "He had," exclaimed Mrs. Morel, "if he didn't hurtle himself up as if he was trying to get in the smallest space he could." "Me?" exclaimed Morel. "Me a good figure? I were niver much more than a skeleton." "Man!" cried his wife, "don't be such a palamiter." "'Struth," he said, "thou's never knowed me but what I looked as if I were going off in a rapid decline." She sat and laughed. "You've had a constitution like iron," she said, "and never a man had a better start, if it was body that counted. You should have seen him as a young man," she cried suddenly to Paul, drawing herself up to imitate her husband's once handsome bearing. Morel watched her shyly. He saw again the passion she had had for him. It blazed upon her for a moment. He was shy, rather scared and humble. Yet again he felt his old glow, and then immediately he felt the ruin he had made during these years. He wanted to bustle about, to run away from it. "Give me back a bit of a wesh," he asked her. His wife brought a well-soaped flannel, and clapped it on his shoulders. He gave a jump. "Eh, that mucky little hussy!" he cried. "Cold as death!" "You ought to have been a salamander," she laughed, washing his back. It was very rarely she would do anything so personal for him. The children did those things. "The next world won't be half hot enough for you," she added. "No," he said. "Thou'lt see as it's draughty for me." But she had finished. She wiped him in a desultory fashion, and went upstairs, returning immediately with his shifting trousers. When he was dried he struggled into his shirt. Then, ruddy and shiny, with hair on end, and his flannelette shirt hanging over his pit trousers, he stood warming the garments he was going to put on. He turned them, he pulled them inside out, he scorched them. "Goodness, man!" cried Mrs. Morel. "Get dressed!" "Should thee like to clap thysen into breeches as cold as a tub of water?" he said. At last he took off his pit trousers and donned decent black. He did all this on the hearth-rug, as he would have done if Annie and her familiar friends had been present. Mrs. Morel turned the bread in the oven. Then from the red earthenware panchion of dough that stood in a corner she took another handful of paste, worked it to the proper shape, and dropped it into a tin. As she was doing so, Barker knocked and entered. He was a quiet, compact little man, who looked as if he would go through a stone wall. His black hair was cropped short, his head was bony. Like most miners, he was pale, but healthy and taut. "Evening, missus," he nodded to Mrs. Morel, and he seated himself with a sigh. "Good evening," she replied cordially. "Thou's made thy heels crack," said Morel. "I dunno as I have," said Barker. He sat, as the men always did in Mrs. Morel's kitchen, effacing himself rather. "How's missus?" she asked of him. He had told her, some time back, "We're expecting us third just now, you see." "Well," he answered, rubbing his head, "she keeps pretty middling, I think." "Let's see. When?" asked Mrs. Morel. "Well, I shouldn't be surprised any time now." "Ah! And she's kept fairly?" "Yes, tidy. That's a blessing, for she's none too strong. No. And I've done another silly trick." "What's that?" Mrs. Morel knew Barker wouldn't do anything very silly. "I'm come out market bag." "You can have mine. Nay, you'll be wanting that yourself." "I shan't. I take a string bag always." She saw the determined little collier buying in the week's groceries and meat on the Friday nights, and she admired him. "Barker's little, but he's 10 times the man you are," she said to her husband. Just then Wesson entered. He was thin, rather frail looking, with a boyish ingenuousness, and a slightly foolish smile, despite his 7 children. But his wife was a passionate woman. "I see you've kested me," he said, smiling rather vapidly. "Yes," replied Barker. The newcomer took off his cap and his big wooden muffler. His nose was pointed and red. "I'm afraid you're cold, Mr. Wesson," said Mrs. Morell. "It's a bit nippy," he replied. "Then come to the fire." "Nay, as'll do where I am." Both colliers sat away back. They could not be induced to come on to the hearth. The hearth is sacred to the family. "Go thy ways i' th' arm chair," cried Morell cheerily. "Nay, thank you. I'm very nicely here." "Yes, come, of course," insisted Mrs. Morell. He rose and went awkwardly. He sat in Morell's arm chair awkwardly. It was too great a familiarity. But the fire made him blissfully happy. "And how's that chest of yours?" demanded Mrs. Morell. He smiled again, with his blue eyes rather sunny. "Oh, it's very middling," he said. "We're rattling it like a kettle drum," said Barker shortly. "Tch, tch, tch," went Mrs. Morell rapidly with her tongue. "Did you have that flannel singlet made?" "Not yet," he smiled. "Then why didn't you?" she cried. "It'll come," he smiled. "Ay, and doomsday!" exclaimed Barker. Barker and Morell were both impatient of Wesson. But then, they were both hard as nails physically. When Morell was nearly ready he pushed the bag of money to Paul. "Count it, boy," he asked, humbly. Paul impatiently turned from his books and pencil, tipped the bag upside down on the table. There was a £5 bag of silver, sovereigns and loose money. He counted quickly, referred to the cheques, the written papers giving amount of coal, put the money in order. Then Barker glanced at the cheques. Mrs. Morell went upstairs, and the 3 men came to table. Morell, as master of the house, sat in his arm chair, with his back to the hot fire. The 2 butties had cooler seats. None of them counted the money. "What did we say Simpson's was?" asked Morell, and the butties cavilled for a minute over the Damon's earnings. Then the amount was put aside. "And Bill Naylor's?" This money was also taken from the pack. Then, because Wesson lived in one of the company's houses, and his rent had been deducted, Morell and Barker took 4 and 6 each. And because Morell's coals had come, and the leading was stopped, Barker and Wesson took 4 shillings each. Then it was plain sailing. Morell gave each of them a sovereign till there were no more sovereigns; each half a crown till there were no more half crowns; each a shilling till there were no more shillings. If there was anything at the end that wouldn't split, Morell took it and stood drinks. Then the 3 men rose and went. Morell scuttled out of the house before his wife came down. She heard the door close, and descended. She looked hastily at the bread in the oven. Then, glancing on the table, she saw her money lying. Paul had been working all the time, but now he felt his mother counting the week's money, and her wrath rising. "Tch, tch, tch, tch," went her tongue. He frowned. He could not work when she was cross. She counted again. "A measly 25 shillings!" she exclaimed. "How much was the cheque?" £10.11, said Paul irritably. He dreaded what was coming. "And he gives me a scrattling 25 and his club this week. But I know him. He thinks because you're earning he needn't keep the house any longer. No, all he has to do with his money is to guttle it. But I'll show him." "Oh, mother, don't!" cried Paul. "Don't what, I should like to know?" she exclaimed. "Don't carry on again. I can't work." She went very quiet. "Yes, it's all very well," she said. "But how do you think I'm going to manage?" "Well, it won't make it any better to whittle about it." "I should like to know what you'd do if you had it to put up with." "It won't be long. You can have my money. Tell him to go to hell." He went back to his work, and she tied her bonnet strings grimly. When she was fretted, he could not bear it. But now he began to insist on her recognizing him. "The 2 loaves at the top," she said, "will be done in 20 minutes. Don't forget them." "All right," he answered, and she went to market. He remained alone working, but his usual intense concentration became unsettled. He listened for the yard gate. At 7:15 came a low knock, and Miriam entered. All alone?" she said. "Yes." As if at home, she took off her tam o' shanter and her long coat, hanging them up. It gave him a thrill. This might be their own house, his and hers. Then she came back and peered over his work. "What is it?" she asked. "Still design, for decorating stuffs, and for embroidery." She bent short-sightedly over the drawings. It irritated him that she peered so into everything that was his, searching him out. He went into the parlour, and returned with a bundle of brownish linen. Carefully unfolding it, he spread it on the floor. It proved to be a curtain or portière, beautifully stencilled with a design on roses. "Ah, how beautiful!" she cried. The spread cloth, with its wonderful reddish roses and dark green stems, all so simple and somehow so wicked looking, lay at her feet. She went on her knees before it, her dark curls dropping. He saw her crouched voluptuously before his work, and his heart beat quickly. Suddenly she looked up at him. "Why does it seem cruel?" she asked. "What?" "There seems a feeling of cruelty about it," she said. "It's jolly good, whether or not," he replied, folding up his work with a lover's hands. She rose slowly, pondering. "And what will you do with it?" she asked. "Send it to Liberty's. I did it for my mother, but I think she'd rather have the money." "Yes," said Miriam. He had spoken with a touch of bitterness, and Miriam sympathized. Money would have been nothing to her. He took the cloth back into the parlour. When he returned, he threw to Miriam a smaller piece. It was a cushion cover with the same design. "I did that for you," he said. She fingered the work with trembling hands, and did not speak. He became embarrassed. "By Jove, the bread!" he cried. He took the top loaves out, tapped them vigorously. They were done. He put them on the hearth to cool. Then he went to the scullery, wetted his hands, scooped the last white dough out of the puncheon, and dropped it in a baking tin. Miriam was still bent over her painted cloth. He stood rubbing the bits of dough from his hands. "You do like it?" he asked. She looked up at him, with her dark eyes one flame of love. He laughed uncomfortably. Then he began to talk about the design. There was for him the most intense pleasure in talking about his work to Miriam. All his passion, all his wild blood, went into this intercourse with her, when he talked and conceived his work. She brought forth to him his imaginations. She did not understand, any more than a woman understands when she conceives a child in her womb. But this was life for her, and for him. While they were talking, a young woman of about 22, small and pale, hollow-eyed, yet with a relentless look about her, entered the room. She was a friend at the Morels'. "Take your things off," said Paul. "No, I'm not stopping." She sat down in the arm chair opposite Paul and Miriam, who were on the sofa. Miriam moved a little farther from him. The room was hot, with a scent of new bread. Brown, crisp loaves stood on the hearth. "I shouldn't have expected to see you here to night, Miriam Lavers," said Beatrice, wickedly. "Why not?" murmured Miriam huskily. "Why? Let's look at your shoes." Miriam remained uncomfortably still. "If thou doesna, thou dursna," laughed Beatrice. Miriam put her feet from under her dress. Her boots had that queer, irresolute, rather pathetic look about them, which showed how self-conscious and self-mistrustful she was. And they were covered with mud. "Glory, you're a positive muck-heap!" exclaimed Beatrice. "Who cleans your boots?" "I clean them myself." "Then you wanted a job," said Beatrice. "It would have taken a lot of men to have brought me down here to night. But love laughs at sludge, doesn't it? 'Postle, my duck." "Inter alia?" he said. "Oh Lord, are you going to spout foreign languages? What does it mean, Miriam?" There was a fine sarcasm in the last question, but Miriam did not see it. "Among other things, I believe," she said humbly. Beatrice put her tongue between her teeth, and laughed wickedly. "Among other things 'postle?" she repeated. "Do you mean love laughs at mothers and fathers and sisters and brothers, and men friends, and lady friends, and even at the beloved himself?" She affected a great innocence. "In fact, it's one big smile," he replied. "Up its sleeve? 'Postle, Morel, you believe me," she said, and she went off into another burst of wicked, silent laughter. Miriam sat silent, withdrawn into herself. Every one of Paul's friends delighted in taking sides against her, and he left her in the lurch. Seemed almost to have a sort of revenge upon her then. "Are you still at school?" asked Miriam of Beatrice. "Yes." "You've not had your notice, then?" "I expect it at Easter." "Isn't it an awful shame to turn you off merely because you didn't pass the exam?" "I don't know," said Beatrice, coldly. "Agatha says you're as good as any teacher anywhere. It seems to me ridiculous. I wonder why you didn't pass." "Short of brains, eh, 'Postle?" said Beatrice, briefly. "Only brains to bite with," replied Paul, laughing. "Nuisance!" she cried, and springing from her seat she rushed and boxed his ears. She had beautiful small hands. He held her wrists while she wrestled with him. At last she broke free, and seized 2 handfuls of his thick dark brown hair, which she shook. "Beat!" he said, as he pulled his hair straight with his fingers. "I hate you!" She laughed with glee. "Mind!" she said. "I want to sit next to you." "I'd as lief be neighbours with a vixen," he said, nevertheless making place for her between him and Miriam. "Did it ruffle his pretty hair, then?" she cried, and with her hair comb she combed him straight. "And his nice little moustache!" she exclaimed. She tilted his head back and combed his young moustache. "It's a wicked moustache, 'Postle," she said. "It's a red for danger. Have you got any of those cigarettes?" He pulled his cigarette case from his pocket. Beatrice looked inside it. "And fancy me having Connie's last cig!" said Beatrice, putting the thing between her teeth. He held a lit match to her, and she puffed daintily. "Thanks so much, darling," she said, mockingly. It gave her a wicked delight. "Don't you think he does it nicely, Miriam?" she asked. "Oh, very," said Miriam. He took a cigarette for himself. "Light, old boy," said Beatrice, tilting her cigarette at him. He bent forward to her to light his cigarette at hers. She was winking at him as he did so. Miriam saw his eyes trembling with mischief, and his full, almost sensual mouth quivering. He was not himself, and she could not bear it. As he was now, she had no connection with him. She might as well not have existed. She saw the cigarette dancing on his full red lips. She hated his thick hair for being tumbled loose on his forehead. "Sweet boy!" said Beatrice, tipping up his chin and giving him a little kiss on the cheek. "I'll kiss thee back, Beat," he said. "Thou wunna!" she giggled, jumping up and going away. "Isn't he shameless, Miriam?" "Quite," said Miriam. "By the way, aren't you forgetting the bread?" "By Jove!" he cried, flinging open the oven door. Out puffed the bluish smoke and a smell of burned bread. "Oh, golly!" cried Beatrice, coming to his side. He crouched before the oven. She peered over his shoulder. "This is what comes of the oblivion of love, my boy." Paul was ruefully removing the loaves. One was burnt black on the hot side, another was hard as a brick. "Poor mater!" said Paul. "You want to grate it," said Beatrice. "Fetch me the nutmeg grater." She arranged the bread in the oven. He brought the grater, and she grated the bread on to a newspaper on the table. He set the doors open to blow away the smell of burned bread. Beatrice grated away, puffing her cigarette, knocking the charcoal off the poor loaf. "My word, Miriam, you're in for it this time!" said Beatrice. "I?" exclaimed Miriam, in amazement. "You'd better be gone when his mother comes in. I know why King Alfred burned the cakes. Now I see it. Postle would fix up a tale about his work making him forget, if he thought it would wash. If that old woman had come in a bit sooner, she'd have boxed the brazen thing's ears who made the oblivion, instead of poor Alfred's." She giggled, as she scraped the loaf. Even Miriam laughed in spite of herself. Paul mended the fire ruefully. The garden gate was heard to bang. "Quick!" cried Beatrice, giving Paul the scraped loaf. "Wrap it up in a damp towel." Paul disappeared into the scullery. Beatrice hastily blew her scrapings into the fire, and sat down innocently. Annie came bursting in. She was an abrupt, quite smart young woman. She blinked in the strong light. "Smell of burning!" she exclaimed. "It's the cigarettes," replied Beatrice, demurely. "Where's Paul?" Leonard had followed Annie. He had a long comic face and blue eyes, very sad. "I suppose he's left you to settle it between you," he said. He nodded sympathetically to Miriam, and became gently sarcastic to Beatrice. "No," said Beatrice. "He's gone off with Number 9." "I just met Number 5 inquiring for him," said Leonard. "Yes, we're going to share him up like Solomon's baby," said Beatrice. Annie laughed. "Oh, ay," said Leonard. "And which bit should you have?" "I don't know," said Beatrice. "I'll let all the others pick first." "And you'd have the leavings, like?" said Leonard, twisting up a comic face. Annie was looking in the oven. Miriam sat ignored. Paul entered. "This bread's a fine sight, our Paul," said Annie. "Then you should stop and look after it," said Paul. "You mean you should do what you're reckoning to do," replied Annie. "He should, shouldn't he?" cried Beatrice. "I should think he'd got plenty on hand," said Leonard. "You had a nasty walk, didn't you, Miriam?" said Annie. "Yes, but I'd been in all week." "And you wanted a bit of a change, like?" insinuated Leonard kindly. "Well, you can't be stuck in the house for ever," Annie agreed. She was quite amiable. Beatrice pulled on her coat and went out with Leonard and Annie. She would meet her own boy. "Don't forget that bread, our Paul," cried Annie. "Good night, Miriam. I don't think it will rain." When they had all gone, Paul fetched the swathed loaf, unwrapped it, and surveyed it sadly. "It's a mess," he said. "But," answered Miriam impatiently, "what is it, after all? Twopence halfpenny?" "Yes, but it's the mater's precious baking, and she'll take it to heart. However, it's no good bothering." He took the loaf back into the scullery. There was a little distance between him and Miriam. He stood balanced opposite her for some moments, considering, thinking of his behaviour with Beatrice. He felt guilty inside himself, and yet glad. For some inscrutable reason it served Miriam right. He was not going to repent. She wondered what he was thinking of as he stood suspended. His thick hair was tumbled over his forehead. Why might she not push it back for him, and remove the marks of Beatrice's comb? Why might she not press his body with her two hands? It looked so firm, and every whit living. And he would let other girls. Why not her? Suddenly he started into life. It made her quiver almost with terror, as he quickly pushed the hair off his forehead, and came towards her. "8:30," he said. "We'd better buck up. Where's your French?" Miriam shyly and rather bitterly produced her exercise book. Every week she wrote for him a sort of diary of her inner life, in her own French. He had found this was the only way to get her to do composition. And her diary was mostly a love letter. He would read it now. She felt as if her soul's history were going to be desecrated by him, in his present mood. He sat beside her. She watched his hand, firm and warm, rigorously scoring her work. He was reading only the French, ignoring her soul that was there. But gradually his hand forgot its work. He read in silence, motionless. She quivered. "Ce matin les oiseaux m'ont éveillé," he read. "Il faisait encore un crépuscule. Mais la petite fenêtre de ma chambre était blême et puis jaune, et tous les oiseaux du bois éclateront dans une chanson vive et résonnante. Tout l'aube tressaillit. J'avais rêvé de vous. Est-ce que vous voyez assez l'aube? Les oiseaux m'éveillent presque tous les matins, et toujours il y a quelque chose de terreux dans les cris des grives. Il est si clair." Miriam sat tremulous, half ashamed. He remained quite still, trying to understand. He only knew she loved him. He was afraid of her love for him. It was too good for him, and he was inadequate. His own love was at fault, not hers. Ashamed, he corrected her work, humbly writing above her words. "Look," he said quietly, "the last participle conjugated with avoir agrees with the direct object when it precedes." She bent forward, trying to see and to understand. Her free, fine curls tickled his face. He started as if they had been red hot, shuddering. He saw her peering forward at the page, her red lips parted, piteously, the black hair springing in fine strands across her tawny, ruddy cheek. She was coloured like a pomegranate for richness. His breath came short as he watched her. Suddenly she looked up at him. Her dark eyes were naked with their love, afraid and yearning. His eyes too were dark, and they hurt her. They seemed to master her. She lost all her self-control, was exposed in fear. And he knew, before he could kiss her, he must drive something out of himself. And a touch of hate for her crept back again into his heart. He returned to her exercise. Suddenly he flung down the pencil, and was at the oven in a leap, turning the bread. For Miriam he was too quick. She started violently, and it hurt her with real pain. Even the way he crouched before the oven hurt her. There seemed to be something cruel in it, something cruel in the swift way he pitched the bread out of the tins, caught it up again. If only he had been gentle in his movements, she would have felt so rich and warm. As it was, she was hurt. He returned and finished the exercise. "You've done well this week," he said. She saw he was flattered by her diary. It did not repay her entirely. "You really do blossom out sometimes," he said. "You ought to write poetry." She lifted her head with joy. Then she shook it mistrustfully. "I don't trust myself," she said. "You should try." Again she shook her head. "Shall we read, or is it too late?" he asked. "It is late, but we can read just a little," she pleaded. She was really getting now the food for her life during the next week. He made her copy Baudelaire's Le Balcon. Then he read it for her. His voice was soft and caressing, but growing almost brutal. He had a way of lifting his lips and showing his teeth, passionately and bitterly, when he was much moved. This he did now. It made Miriam feel as if he were trampling on her. She dared not look at him, but sat with her head bowed. She could not understand why he got into such a tumult and fury. It made her wretched. She did not like Baudelaire, on the whole, nor Verlaine. "Behold her singing in the field, yon solitary Highland lass." That nourished her heart. So did "Fair Inez," and "It is a beauteous evening, calm and free. The holy time is quiet as a nun." These were like herself, and there was he, saying in his throat bitterly, "Tu te rappelleras la beauté des caresses." The poem was finished. He took the bread out of the oven, arranging the burnt loaves at the bottom of the panchion, the good ones at the top. The desiccated loaf remained swathed up in the scullery. "Mater needn't know till morning," he said. "It won't upset her so much then as at night." Miriam looked in the bookcase, saw what postcards and letters he had received, saw what books were there. She took one that had interested him. Then he turned down the gas, and they set off. He did not trouble to lock the door. He was not home again until 11:15. His mother was seated in the rocking chair. Annie, with a rope of hair hanging down her back, remained sitting on a low stool before the fire, her elbows on her knees, gloomily. On the table stood the offending loaf, unswathed. Paul entered rather breathless. No one spoke. His mother was reading the little local newspaper. He took off his coat, and went to sit down on the sofa. His mother moved curtly aside to let him pass. No one spoke. He was very uncomfortable. For some minutes he sat pretending to read a piece of paper he found on the table. Then, "I forgot that bread, mother," he said. There was no answer from either woman. "Well," he said, "it's only twopence halfpenny. I can pay you for that." Being angry, he put 3 pennies on the table and slid them towards his mother. She turned away her head. Her mouth was shut tightly. "Yes," said Annie, "you don't know how badly my mother is." The girl sat staring glumly into the fire. "Why is she badly?" asked Paul, in his overbearing way. "Well," said Annie, "she could scarcely get home." He looked closely at his mother. She looked ill. "Why could you scarcely get home?" he asked her, still sharply. She would not answer. "I found her as white as a sheet sitting here," said Annie, with a suggestion of tears in her voice. "Well, why?" insisted Paul. His brows were knitting, his eyes dilating passionately. "It was enough to upset anybody," said Mrs. Morel, "hugging those parcels, meat and greengroceries, and a pair of curtains." "Well, why did you hug them? You needn't have done." "Then who would?" "Let Annie fetch the meat." "Yes, and I would fetch the meat, but how was I to know? You were off with Miriam instead of being in when my mother came." "And what was the matter with you?" asked Paul of his mother. "I suppose it's my heart," she replied. Certainly she looked bluish round the mouth. "And have you felt it before?" "Yes, often enough." "Then why haven't you told me? And why haven't you seen a doctor?" Mrs. Morel shifted in her chair, angry with him for his hectoring. "You'd never notice anything," said Annie. "You're too eager to be off with Miriam." "Oh, am I? And any worse than you with Leonard?" "I was in at 10:15." There was a silence in the room for a time. "I should have thought," said Mrs. Morel bitterly, "that she wouldn't have occupied you so entirely as to burn a whole ovenful of bread." "Beatrice was here as well as she." "Very likely. But we know why the bread is spoilt." "Why?" he flashed. "Because you were engrossed with Miriam," replied Mrs. Morel, hotly. "Oh, very well. Then it was not," he replied, angrily. He was distressed and wretched. Seizing a paper, he began to read. Annie, her blouse unfastened, her long ropes of hair twisted into a plait, went up to bed, bidding him a very curt good night. Paul sat pretending to read. He knew his mother wanted to upbraid him. He also wanted to know what had made her ill, for he was troubled. So instead of running away to bed as he would have liked to do, he sat and waited. There was a tense silence. The clock ticked loudly. "You'd better go to bed before your father comes in," said the mother harshly. "And if you're going to have anything to eat, you'd better get it." "I don't want anything." It was his mother's custom to bring him some trifle for supper on Friday night, the night of luxury for the colliers. He was too angry to go and find it in the pantry this night. This insulted her. "If I wanted you to go to Selby on Friday night, I can imagine the scene," said Mrs. Morel. "But you're never too tired to go if she will come for you. Nay, you neither want to eat nor drink then. I can't let her go alone." "Can't you? And why does she come?" "Not because I ask her. She doesn't come without you want her." "Well, what if I do want her?" he replied. "Why, nothing, if it was sensible or reasonable. But to go traipsing up there miles and miles in the mud, coming home at midnight, and got to go to Nottingham in the morning. If I hadn't, you'd be just the same." "Yes, I should, because there's no sense in it. Is she so fascinating that you must follow her all that way?" Mrs. Morel was bitterly sarcastic. She sat still, with averted face, stroking with a rhythmic, jerked movement the black sateen of her apron. It was a movement that hurt Paul to see. "I do like her," he said, "but—" "Like her!" said Mrs. Morel, in the same biting tones. "It seems to me you like nothing and nobody else. There's neither Annie nor me, nor any one now for you." "What nonsense, mother! You know I don't love her. I tell you I don't love her. She doesn't even walk with my arm, because I don't want her to." "Then why do you fly to her so often?" "I do like to talk to her. I never said I didn't. But I don't love her." "Is there nobody else to talk to?" "Not about the things we talk of. There's lots of things that you're not interested in, that—" "What things?" Mrs. Morel was so intense that Paul began to pant. "Why, painting and books. You don't care about Herbert Spencer." "No," was the sad reply. "And you won't at my age." "Well, but I do now, and Miriam does. And how do you know," Mrs. Morel flashed defiantly, "that I shouldn't? Do you ever try me?" "But you don't, mother. You know you don't care whether a picture's decorative or not. You don't care what manner it is in." "How do you know I don't care? Do you ever try me? Do you ever talk to me about these things, to try?" "But it's not that matters to you, mother. You know it's not." "What is it, then? What is it, then, that matters to me?" she flashed. He knitted his brows with pain. "You're old, mother, and we're young." He only meant that the interests of her age were not the interests of his. But he realized the moment he had spoke that he had said the wrong thing. "Yes, I know it well. I am old. And therefore I may stand aside. I have nothing more to do with you. You only want me to wait on you. The rest is for Miriam." He could not bear it. Instinctively he realized that he was life to her. And, after all, she was the chief thing to him, the only supreme thing. "You know it isn't, mother. You know it isn't!" She was moved to pity by his cry. "It looks a great deal like it," she said, half putting aside her despair. "No, mother. I really don't love her. I talk to her, but I want to come home to you." He had taken off his collar and tie, and rose, bare throated, to go to bed. As he stooped to kiss his mother, she threw her arms round his neck, hid her face on his shoulder, and cried, in a whimpering voice so unlike her own that he writhed in agony. "I can't bear it. I could let another woman, but not her. She'd leave me no room, not a bit of room." And immediately he hated Miriam bitterly. "And I've never, you know, Paul, I've never had a husband. Not really." He stroked his mother's hair, and his mouth was on her throat. "She exults so in taking you from me. She's not like ordinary girls." "Well, I don't love her, mother," he murmured, bowing his head, and hiding his eyes on her shoulder in misery. His mother kissed him, a long, fervent kiss. "My boy!" she said, in a voice trembling with passionate love. Without knowing, he gently stroked her face. "There," said his mother. "Now go to bed. You'll be so tired in the morning." As she was speaking she heard her husband coming. "There's your father. Now go." Suddenly she looked at him almost as if in fear. "Perhaps I'm selfish. If you want her, take her, my boy." His mother looked so strange. Paul kissed her, trembling. "Ha! Mother!" he said softly. Morel came in, walking unevenly. His hat was over one corner of his eye. He balanced in the doorway. "At your mischief again?" he said venomously. Mrs. Morel's emotion turned into sudden hate of the drunkard who had come in thus upon her. "At any rate, it is sober," she said. "H'm. Hm. Hm. Hm." He sneered. He went into the passage, hung up his hat and coat. Then they heard him go down 3 steps to the pantry. He returned with a piece of pork pie in his fist. It was what Mrs. Morel had bought for her son. "Nor was that bought for you. If you can give me no more than 25 shillings, I'm sure I'm not going to buy you pork pie to stuff, after you've swilled a bellyful of beer." "What? What?" snarled Morel, toppling in his balance. "What? Not for me?" He looked at the piece of meat and crust, and suddenly, in a vicious spurt of temper, flung it into the fire. Paul started to his feet. "Waste your own stuff!" he cried. "What? What?" suddenly shouted Morel, jumping up and clenching his fist. "I'll show you, you young jockey!" "All right," said Paul, viciously, putting his head on one side. "Show me!" He would at that moment dearly have loved to have a smack at something. Morel was half crouching, fists up, ready to spring. The young man stood, smiling with his lips. "Usher!" hissed the father, swiping round with a great stroke just past his son's face. He dared not, even though so close, really touch the young man, but swerved an inch away. "Right!" said Paul, his eyes upon the side of his father's mouth, where in another instant his fist would have hit. He ached for that stroke. But he heard a faint moan from behind. His mother was deadly pale, dark at the mouth. Morel was dancing up to deliver another blow. "Father!" said Paul, so that the word rang. Morel started, and stood to attention. "Mother!" moaned the boy. "Mother!" She began to struggle with herself. Her open eyes watched him, although she could not move. Gradually she was coming to herself. He laid her down on the sofa, and ran upstairs for a little whisky, which at last she could sip. The tears were hopping down his face. As he kneeled in front of her he did not cry, but the tears ran down his face quickly. Morel, on the opposite side of the room, sat with his elbows on his knees, glaring across. "What's the matter with you?" he asked. "Faint!" replied Paul. "H'm." The elderly man began to unlace his boots. He stumbled off to bed. His last fight was fought in that home. Paul kneeled there, stroking his mother's hand. "Don't be poorly, mother. Don't be poorly," he said time after time. "It's nothing, my boy," she murmured. At last he rose, fetched in a large piece of coal, and raked the fire. Then he cleared the room, put everything straight, laid the things for breakfast, and brought his mother's candle. "Can you go to bed, mother?" "Yes, I'll come." "Sleep with Annie, mother, not with him." "No, I'll sleep in my own bed." "Don't sleep with him, mother." "I'll sleep in my own bed." She rose, and he turned out the gas, then followed her closely upstairs, carrying her candle. On the landing he kissed her close. "Good night, mother." "Good night," she said. He pressed his face upon the pillow, in a fury of misery. And yet, somewhere in his soul, he was at peace, because he still loved his mother best. It was the bitter peace of resignation. The efforts of his father to conciliate him next day were a great humiliation to him. Everybody tried to forget the scene. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 9, Part 1. of Sons and Lovers by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Defeat of Miriam. Paul was dissatisfied with himself and with everything. The deepest of his love belonged to his mother. When he felt he had hurt her, or wounded his love for her, he could not bear it. Now it was spring, and there was battle between him and Miriam. This year he had a good deal against her. She was vaguely aware of it. The old feeling that she was to be a sacrifice to this love, which she had had when she prayed, was mingled in all her emotions. She did not at the bottom believe she ever would have him. She did not believe in herself primarily, doubted whether she could ever be what he would demand of her. Certainly she never saw herself living happily through a lifetime with him. She saw tragedy, sorrow, and sacrifice ahead. And in sacrifice she was proud, in renunciation she was strong, for she did not trust herself to support everyday life. She was prepared for the big things and the deep things, like tragedy. It was the sufficiency of the small day life she could not trust. The Easter holidays began happily. Paul was his own frank self, yet she felt it would go wrong. On the Sunday afternoon she stood at her bedroom window, looking across at the oak trees of the wood, in whose branches a twilight was tangled below the bright sky of the afternoon. Grey-green rosettes of honeysuckle leaves hung before the window, some already, she fancied, showing bud. It was spring, which she loved and dreaded. Hearing the clack of the gate she stood in suspense. It was a bright grey day. Paul came into the yard with his bicycle, which glittered as he walked. Usually he rang his bell and laughed towards the house. Today he walked with shut lips and cold, cruel bearing, that had something of a slouch and a sneer in it. She knew him well by now, and could tell from that keen-looking, aloof young body of his what was happening inside him. There was a cold correctness in the way he put his bicycle in its place, that made her heart sink. She came downstairs nervously. She was wearing a new net blouse that she thought became her. It had a high collar with a tiny ruff, reminding her of Mary, Queen of Scots, and making her, she thought, look wonderfully a woman, and dignified. At 20 she was full-breasted and luxuriously formed. Her face was still like a soft rich mask, unchangeable, but her eyes, once lifted, were wonderful. She was afraid of him. He would notice her new blouse. He, being in a hard, ironical mood, was entertaining the family to a description of a service given in the Primitive Methodist Chapel, conducted by one of the well-known preachers of the sect. He sat at the head of the table, his mobile face, with the eyes that could be so beautiful, shining with tenderness or dancing with laughter, now taking on one expression, then another, in imitation of various people he was mocking. His mockery always hurt her. It was too near the reality. He was too clever and cruel. She felt that when his eyes were like this, hard with mocking hate, he would spare neither himself nor anybody else. But Mrs. Lavers was wiping her eyes with laughter, and Mr. Lavers, just awake from his Sunday nap, was rubbing his head in amusement. The three brothers sat with ruffled, sleepy appearances in their shirt sleeves, giving a guffaw from time to time. The whole family loved a "take-off" more than anything. He took no notice of Miriam. Later, she saw him remark her new blouse, saw that the artist approved, but it won from him not a spark of warmth. She was nervous, could hardly reach the teacups from the shelves. When the men went out to milk she ventured to address him personally. "You are late," she said. "Was I?" he answered. There was silence for a while. "Was it rough riding?" she asked. "I didn't notice it." She continued quickly to lay the table. When she had finished, "Tea won't be for a few minutes. Will you come and look at the daffodils?" she said. He rose without answering. They went out into the back garden, under the budding damson trees. The hills and the sky were clean and cold. Everything looked washed, rather hard. Miriam glanced at Paul. He was pale and impassive. It seemed cruel to her that his eyes and brows, which she loved, could look so hurting. "Has the wind made you tired?" she asked. She detected an underneath feeling of weariness about him. "No, I think not," he answered. It must be rough on the road, the wood moans so. You can see by the clouds it's a south-west wind. That helps me here." "You see, I don't cycle, so I don't understand," she murmured. "Is there need to cycle to know that?" he said. She thought his sarcasms were unnecessary. They went forward in silence. Round the wild, tussocky lawn at the back of the house was a thorn hedge, under which daffodils were craning forward from among their sheaves of grey-green blades. The cheeks of the flowers were greenish with cold, but still some had burst, and their gold ruffled and glowed. Miriam went on her knees before one cluster, took a wild-looking daffodil between her hands, turned up its face of gold to her, and bowed down, caressing it with her mouth and cheeks and brow. He stood aside, with his hands in his pockets, watching her. One after another she turned up to him the faces of the yellow bursten flowers appealingly, fondling them lavishly all the while. "Aren't they magnificent?" she murmured. "Magnificent? It's a bit thick. They're pretty." She bowed again to her flowers at his censure of her praise. He watched her crouching, sipping the flowers with fervid kisses. "Why must you always be fondling things?" he said irritably. "But I love to touch them," she replied, hurt. "Can you never like things without clutching them as if you wanted to pull the heart out of them? Why don't you have a bit more restraint, or reserve, or something?" She looked up at him, full of pain, then continued slowly to stroke her lips against a ruffled flower. Their scent, as she smelled it, was so much kinder than he. It almost made her cry. "You wheedle the soul out of things," he said. "I would never wheedle. At any rate, I'd go straight." He scarcely knew what he was saying. These things came from him mechanically. She looked at him. His body seemed one weapon, firm and hard, against her. "You're always begging things to love you," he said. "As if you were a beggar for love. Even the flowers, you have to fawn on them." Rhythmically Miriam was swaying and stroking the flower with her mouth, inhaling the scent, which ever after made her shudder as it came to her nostrils. "You don't want to love. Your eternal and abnormal craving is to be loved. You aren't positive, you're negative. You absorb. Absorb as if you must fill yourself up with love, because you've got a shortage somewhere." She was stunned by his cruelty, and did not hear. He had not the faintest notion of what he was saying. It was as if his fretted, tortured soul, run hot by thwarted passion, jetted off these sayings like sparks from electricity. She did not grasp anything he said. She only sat, crouched beneath his cruelty and his hatred of her. She never realized in a flash. Over everything she brooded and brooded. After tea he stayed with Edgar and the brothers, taking no notice of Miriam. She, extremely unhappy on this looked-for holiday, waited for him. And at last he yielded and came to her. She was determined to track this mood of his to its origin. She counted it not much more than a mood. "Shall we go through the wood a little way?" she asked him, knowing he never refused a direct request. They went down to the warren. On the middle path they passed a trap, a narrow horseshoe hedge of small fir boughs, baited with the guts of a rabbit. Paul glanced at it, frowning. She caught his eye. "Isn't it dreadful?" she asked. "I don't know. Is it worse than a weasel with its teeth in a rabbit's throat? One weasel or many rabbits? One or the other must go." He was taking the bitterness of life badly. She was rather sorry for him. "We will go back to the house," he said. "I don't want to walk out." They went past the lilac tree, whose bronze leaf buds were coming unfastened. Just a fragment remained of the haystack, a monument squared and brown, like a pillar of stone. There was a little bed of hay from the last cutting. "Let us sit here a minute," said Miriam. He sat down against his will, resting his back against the hard wall of hay. They faced the amphitheatre of round hills, that glowed with sunset, tiny white farms standing out, the meadows golden, the woods dark and yet luminous, tree tops folded over tree tops, distinct in the distance. The evening had cleared, and the east was tender with a magenta flush under which the land lay, still and rich. "Isn't it beautiful?" she pleaded. But he only scowled. He would rather have had it ugly just then. At that moment a big bull terrier came rushing up, open-mouthed, pranced his 2 paws on the youth's shoulders, licking his face. Paul drew back, laughing. Bill was a great relief to him. He pushed the dog aside, but it came leaping back. "Get out," said the lad, "or I'll dot thee one." But the dog was not to be pushed away, so Paul had a little battle with the creature, pitching poor Bill away from him, who, however, only floundered tumultuously back again, wild with joy. The 2 fought together, the man laughing grudgingly, the dog grinning all over. Miriam watched them. There was something pathetic about the man. He wanted so badly to love, to be tender. The rough way he bowled the dog over was really loving. Bill got up, panting with happiness, his brown eyes rolling in his white face, and lumbered back again. He adored Paul. The lad frowned. "Bill, I've had enough of thee," he said. But the dog only stood with 2 heavy paws, that quivered with love, upon his thigh, and flickered a red tongue at him. He drew back. "No," he said. "No, I've had enough." And in a minute the dog trotted off happily, to vary the fun. He remained staring miserably across at the hills, whose still beauty he begrudged. He wanted to go and cycle with Edgar, yet he had not the courage to leave Miriam. "Why are you so sad?" she asked humbly. "I'm not sad. Why should I be?" he answered. "I'm only normal." She wondered why he always claimed to be normal when he was disagreeable. "But what is the matter?" she pleaded, coaxing him soothingly. "Nothing." "Nay," she murmured. He picked up a stick and began to stab the earth with it. "You'd far better not talk," he said. "But I wish to know," she replied. He laughed resentfully. "You always do," he said. "It's not fair to me," she murmured. He thrust at the ground with the pointed stick, digging up little clods of earth, as if he were in a fever of irritation. She gently and firmly laid her hand on his wrist. "Don't," she said. "Put it away." He flung the stick into the currant bushes, and leaned back. Now he was bottled up. "What is it?" she pleaded softly. He lay perfectly still, only his eyes alive, and they full of torment. "You know," he said at length, rather wearily, "you know, we'd better break off." It was what she dreaded. Swiftly everything seemed to darken before her eyes. "Why?" she murmured. "What has happened?" "Nothing has happened. We only realise where we are. It's no good." She waited in silence, sadly, patiently. It was no good being impatient with him. At any rate, he would tell her now what ailed him. "We agreed on friendship," he went on in a dull, monotonous voice. "How often have we agreed for friendship? And yet, it neither stops there, nor gets anywhere else." He was silent again. She brooded. What did he mean? He was so wearying. There was something he would not yield. Yet she must be patient with him. "I can only give friendship. It's all I'm capable of. It's a flaw in my make-up. The thing overbalances to one side. I hate a toppling balance. Let us have done." There was warmth of fury in his last phrases. He meant she loved him more than he her. Perhaps he could not love her. Perhaps she had not in herself that which he wanted. It was the deepest motive of her soul, this self-mistrust. It was so deep she dared neither realise nor acknowledge it. Perhaps she was sufficient. Like an infinitely subtle shame, it kept her always back. If it were so, she would do without him. She would never let herself want him. She would merely see. "But what has happened?" she said. "Nothing. It's all in myself. It only comes out just now. We're always like this towards Easter time." He grovelled so helplessly she pitied him. At least she never floundered in such a pitiable way. After all, it was he who was chiefly humiliated. "What do you want?" she asked him. "Why, I mustn't come often, that's all. Why should I monopolise you when I'm not? You see, I'm deficient in something with regard to you." He was telling her he did not love her, and so ought to leave her a chance with another man. How foolish and blind and shamefully clumsy he was! What were other men to her? What were men to her at all? But he, she loved his soul. Was he deficient in something? Perhaps he was. "But I don't understand," she said, huskily. "Yesterday—" The night was turning jangled and hateful to him as the twilight faded, and she bowed under her suffering. "I know," he cried. "You never will. You'll never believe that I can't physically, any more than I could fly up like a skylark." "What?" she murmured. Now she dreaded. "Love you." He hated her bitterly at that moment because he had made her suffer. Love her! She knew he loved her. He really belonged to her. This about not loving her, physically, bodily, was a mere perversity on his part, because he knew she loved him. He was stupid like a child. He belonged to her. His soul wanted her. She guessed somebody had been influencing him. She felt upon him the hardness, the foreignness of another influence. "What have they been saying at home?" she asked. "It's not that," he answered. And then she knew it was. She despised them for their commonness, his people. They did not know what things were really worth. He and she talked very little more that night. After all, he left her to cycle with Edgar. He had come back to his mother. Hers was the strongest tie in his life. When he thought round, Miriam shrank away. There was a vague, unreal feel about her, and nobody else mattered. There was one place in the world that stood solid and did not melt into unreality, the place where his mother was. Everybody else could grow shadowy, almost non-existent to him, but she could not. It was as if the pivot and pole of his life, from which he could not escape, was his mother. And in the same way she waited for him. In him was established her life now. After all, the life beyond offered very little to Mrs. Morell. She saw that our chance for doing is here, and doing counted with her. Paul was going to prove that she had been right. He was going to make a man whom nothing should shift off his feet. He was going to alter the face of the earth in some way which mattered. Wherever he went she felt her soul went with him. Whatever he did she felt her soul stood by him, ready, as it were, to hand him his tools. She could not bear it when he was with Miriam. William was dead. She would fight to keep Paul. And he came back to her, and in his soul was a feeling of the satisfaction of self-sacrifice because he was faithful to her. She loved him first, he loved her first. And yet it was not enough. His new young life, so strong and imperious, was urged towards something else. It made him mad with restlessness. She saw this, and wished bitterly that Miriam had been a woman who could take this new life of his and leave her the roots. He fought against his mother almost as he fought against Miriam. It was a week before he went again to Willey Farm. Miriam had suffered a great deal, and was afraid to see him again. Was she now to endure the ignominy of his abandoning her? That would only be superficial and temporary. He would come back. She held the keys to his soul. But meanwhile, how he would torture her with his battle against her. She shrank from it. However, the Sunday after Easter he came to tea. Mrs. Lavers was glad to see him. She gathered something was fretting him, that he found things hard. He seemed to drift to her for comfort. And she was good to him. She did him that great kindness of treating him almost with reverence. He met her with the young children in the front garden. "I'm glad you've come," said the mother, looking at him with her great appealing brown eyes. "It is such a sunny day. I was just going down the fields for the first time this year." He felt she would like him to come. That soothed him. They went, talking simply, he gentle and humble. He could have wept with gratitude that she was deferential to him. He was feeling humiliated. At the bottom of the Mow Close they found a thrush's nest. "Shall I show you the eggs?" he said. "Do," replied Mrs. Lavers. "They seem such a sign of spring, and so hopeful." He put aside the thorns and took out the eggs, holding them in the palm of his hand. "They are quite hot. I think we frightened her off them," he said. "Ay, poor thing," said Mrs. Lavers. Miriam could not help touching the eggs, and his hand which, it seemed to her, cradled them so well. "Isn't it a strange warmth?" she murmured, to get near him. "Blood heat," he answered. She watched him putting them back, his body pressed against the hedge, his arm reaching slowly through the thorns, his hand folded carefully over the eggs. He was concentrated on the act. Seeing him so, she loved him. He seemed so simple and sufficient to himself, and she could not get to him. After tea she stood hesitating at the bookshelf. He took Tartarin de Tarascon. Again they sat on the bank of hay at the foot of the stack. He read a couple of pages, but without any heart for it. Again the dog came racing up to repeat the fun of the other day. He shoved his muzzle in the man's chest. Paul fingered his ear for a moment, then he pushed him away. "Go away, Bill," he said. "I don't want you." Bill slunk off, and Miriam wondered and dreaded what was coming. There was a silence about the youth that made her still with apprehension. It was not his furies, but his quiet resolutions that she feared. Turning his face a little to one side so that she could not see him, he began, speaking slowly and painfully. "Do you think, if I didn't come up so much, you might get to like somebody else? Another man?" So this was what he was still harping on. "But I don't know any other men. Why do you ask?" she replied, in a low tone that should have been a reproach to him. "Why," he blurted, "because they say I've no right to come up like this, without we mean to marry." Miriam was indignant at anybody's forcing the issues between them. She had been furious with her own father for suggesting to Paul, laughingly, that he knew why he came so much. "Who says?" she asked, wondering if her people had anything to do with it. They had not. "Mother, and the others. They say at this rate everybody will consider me engaged, and I ought to consider myself so, because it's not fair to you. And I've tried to find out, and I don't think I love you as a man ought to love his wife. What do you think about it?" Miriam bowed her head moodily. She was angry at having this struggle. People should leave him and her alone. "I don't know," she murmured. "Do you think we love each other enough to marry?" he asked definitely. It made her tremble. "No," she answered truthfully. "I don't think so. We're too young." "I thought perhaps," he went on miserably, "that you, with your intensity in things, might have given me more than I could ever make up to you. And even now, if you think it better, we'll be engaged." Now Miriam wanted to cry. And she was angry too. He was always such a child for people to do as they liked with. "No, I don't think so," she said firmly. He pondered a minute. "You see," he said, "with me, I don't think one person would ever monopolize me, be everything to me. I think never." This she did not consider. "No," she murmured. Then after a pause she looked at him, and her dark eyes flashed. "This is your mother," she said. "I know she never liked me." "No, no, it isn't," he said hastily. "It was for your sake she spoke this time. She only said if I was going on I ought to consider myself engaged." There was a silence. "And if I ask you to come down any time you won't stop away, will you?" She did not answer. By this time she was very angry. "Well, what shall we do?" she said shortly. "I suppose I'd better drop French. I was just beginning to get on with it. But I suppose I can go on alone." "I don't see that we need," he said. "I can give you a French lesson, surely." "Well, and there are Sunday nights. I shan't stop coming to chapel, because I enjoy it, and it's all the social life I get. But you've no need to come home with me. I can go alone." "All right," he answered, rather taken aback. "But if I ask Edgar, he'll always come with us, and then they can say nothing." There was silence. After all, then, she would not lose much. For all their talk down at his home, there would not be much difference. She wished they would mind their own business. "And you won't think about it, and let it trouble you, will you?" he asked. "Oh, no," replied Miriam, without looking at him. He was silent. She thought him unstable. He had no fixity of purpose, no anchor of righteousness that held him. "Because," he continued, "a man gets across his bicycle, and goes to work, and does all sorts of things, but a woman broods." "No, I shan't bother," said Miriam. And she meant it. It had gone rather chilly. They went indoors. "How white Paul looks!" Mrs. Lavers exclaimed. "Miriam, you shouldn't have let him sit out of doors. Do you think you've taken cold, Paul?" "Oh, no," he laughed. But he felt done up. It wore him out, the conflict in himself. Miriam pitied him now. But quite early, before 9 o'clock, He rose to go. "You're not going home, are you?" asked Mrs. Lavers, anxiously. "Yes," he replied. "I said I'd be early." He was very awkward. "But this is early," said Mr. Lavers. Miriam sat in the rocking chair, and did not speak. He hesitated, expecting her to rise and go with him to the barn as usual for his bicycle. She remained as she was. He was at a loss. "Well, good night, all," he faltered. She spoke a good night, along with all the others. But as he went past the window he looked in. She saw him, pale, his brows knit slightly in a way that had become constant with him, his eyes dark with pain. She rose and went to the doorway to wave good-bye to him as he passed through the gate. He rode slowly under the pine trees, feeling a cur and a miserable wretch. His bicycle went tilting down the hills at random. He thought it would be a relief to break one's neck. 2 days later he sent her up a book and a little note, urging her to read and be busy. At this time he gave all his friendship to Edgar. He loved the family so much, he loved the farm so much, it was the dearest place on earth to him. His home was not so lovable. It was his mother. But then he would have been just as happy with his mother anywhere. Whereas Willey Farm he loved passionately. He loved the little poky kitchen, where men's boots tramped, and the dogs slept with one eye open for fear of being trodden on, where the lamp hung over the table at night, and everything was so silent. He loved Miriam's long, low parlour, with its atmosphere of romance, its flowers, its books, its high rosewood piano. He loved the gardens and the buildings that stood with their scarlet roofs on the naked edges of the fields, crept towards the wood as if for cosiness, the wild country scooping down a valley and up the uncultured hills of the other side. Only to be there was an exhilaration and a joy to him. He loved Mrs. Lavers, with her unworldliness and her quaint cynicism. He loved Mr. Lavers, so warm and young and lovable. He loved Edgar, who lit up when he came, and the boys, and the children, and Bill, even the sow, Circe, and the Indian gamecock called Tippoo. All this besides Miriam. He could not give it up. So he went as often, but he was usually with Edgar. Only all the family, including the father, joined in charades and games at evening. And later Miriam drew them together, and they read Macbeth out of penny books, taking parts. It was great excitement. Miriam was glad, and Mrs. Lavers was glad, and Mr. Lavers enjoyed it. Then they all learned songs together from tonic sol fa, singing in a circle round the fire. But now Paul was very rarely alone with Miriam. She waited. When she and Edgar and he walked home together from chapel, or from the literary society in Bestwood, she knew his talk, so passionate and so unorthodox nowadays, was for her. She did envy Edgar, however, his cycling with Paul, his Friday nights, his days working in the fields. For her Friday nights and her French lessons were gone. She was nearly always alone, walking, pondering in the wood, reading, studying, dreaming, waiting. And he wrote to her frequently. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 9, Part 2, of Sons and Lovers, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. One Sunday evening they attained to their old rare harmony. Edgar had stayed to communion (he wondered what it was like) with Mrs. Morell. So Paul came on alone with Miriam to his home. He was more or less under her spell again. As usual, they were discussing the sermon. He was setting now full sail towards agnosticism, but such a religious agnosticism that Miriam did not suffer so badly. They were at the Renan Vieille de Jesus stage. Miriam was the threshing floor on which he threshed out all his beliefs. While he trampled his ideas upon her soul, the truth came out for him. She alone was his threshing floor. She alone helped him towards realization. Almost impassive, she submitted to his argument and expounding. And somehow, because of her, he gradually realized where he was wrong. And what he realized, she realized. She felt he could not do without her. They came to the silent house. He took the key out of the scullery window, and they entered. All the time he went on with his discussion. He lit the gas, mended the fire, and brought her some cakes from the pantry. She sat on the sofa quietly, with a plate on her knee. She wore a large white hat with some pinkish flowers. It was a cheap hat, but he liked it. Her face beneath was still and pensive, golden brown and ruddy. Always her ears were hid in her short curls. She watched him. She liked him on Sundays. Then he wore a dark suit that showed the lithe movement of his body. There was a clean, clear-cut look about him. He went on with his thinking to her. Suddenly he reached for a Bible. Miriam liked the way he reached up, so sharp, straight to the mark. He turned the pages quickly, and read her a chapter of St. John. As he sat in the armchair reading, intent, his voice only thinking, she felt as if he were using her, unconsciously, as a man uses his tools at some work he is bent on. She loved it, and the wistfulness of his voice was like a reaching to something, and it was as if she were what he reached with. She sat back on the sofa away from him, and yet feeling herself the very instrument his hand grasped. It gave her great pleasure. Then he began to falter, and to get self-conscious. And then he came to the verse, "A woman, when she is in travail, hath sorrow because her hour is come." He missed it out. Miriam had felt him growing uncomfortable. She shrank when the well-known words did not follow. He went on reading, but she did not hear. A grief and shame made her bend her head. 6 months ago he would have read it simply. Now there was a scotch in his running with her. Now she felt there was really something hostile between them, something of which they were ashamed. She ate her cake mechanically. He tried to go on with his argument, but could not get back the right note. Soon Edgar came in. Mrs. Morell had gone to her friends. The three set off to Willey Farm. Miriam brooded over his split with her. There was something else he wanted. He could not be satisfied. He could give her no peace. There was between them now always a ground for strife. She wanted to prove him. She believed that his chief need in life was herself. If she could prove it, both to herself and to him, the rest might go. She could simply trust to the future. So in May she asked him to come to Willey Farm and meet Mrs. Dawes. There was something he hankered after. She saw him, whenever they spoke of Clara Dawes, rouse and get slightly angry. He said he did not like her. Yet he was keen to know about her. Well, he should put himself to the test. She believed that there were in him desires for higher things, and desires for lower, and that the desires for the higher would conquer. At any rate, he should try. She forgot that her higher and lower were arbitrary. He was rather excited at the idea of meeting Clara at Willey Farm. Mrs. Dawes came for the day. Her heavy, dun-coloured hair was coiled on top of her head. She wore a white blouse and navy skirt, and somehow, wherever she was, seemed to make things look paltry and insignificant. When she was in the room, the kitchen seemed too small and mean altogether. Miriam's beautiful, twilighty parlour looked stiff and stupid. All the lavers were eclipsed like candles. They found her rather hard to put up with. Yet she was perfectly amiable, but indifferent, and rather hard. Paul did not come till afternoon. He was early. As he swung off his bicycle, Miriam saw him look round at the house eagerly. He would be disappointed if the visitor had not come. Miriam went out to meet him, bowing her head because of the sunshine. Nasturtiums were coming out crimson under the cool green shadow of their leaves. The girls stood, dark-haired, glad to see him. "Hasn't Clara come?" he asked. "Yes," replied Miriam in her musical tone. "She's reading." He wheeled his bicycle into the barn. He had put on a handsome tie, of which he was rather proud, and socks to match. "She came this morning?" he asked. "Yes," replied Miriam, as she walked at his side. "You said you'd bring me that letter from the man at Liberty's. Have you remembered?" "Oh, dash, no," he said. "But nag at me till you get it." "I don't like to nag at you." "Do it whether or not. And is she any more agreeable?" he continued. You know I always think she is quite agreeable." He was silent. Evidently his eagerness to be early to-day had been the newcomer. Miriam already began to suffer. They went together towards the house. He took the clips off his trousers, but was too lazy to brush the dust from his shoes, in spite of the socks and tie. Clara sat in the cool parlour, reading. He saw the nape of her white neck, and the fine hair lifted from it. She rose, looking at him indifferently. To shake hands she lifted her arms straight, in a manner that seemed at once to keep him at a distance and yet to fling something to him. He noticed how her breast swelled inside her blouse, and how her shoulder curved handsomely under the thin muslin at the top of her arm. "You've chosen a fine day," he said. "It happens so," she said. "Yes," he said, "I am glad." She sat down, not thanking him for his politeness. "What have you been doing all morning?" asked Paul of Miriam. "Well, you see," said Miriam, coughing huskily, "Clara only came with father, and so she's not been here very long." Clara sat leaning on the table, holding aloof. He noticed her hands were large, but well kept, and the skin on them seemed almost coarse, opaque, and white, with fine golden hairs. She did not mind if he observed her hands. She intended to scorn him. Her heavy arm lay negligently on the table. Her mouth was closed as if she were offended, and she kept her face slightly averted. "You were at Margaret Bonford's meeting the other evening," he said to her. Miriam did not know this courteous Paul. Clara glanced at him. "Yes," she said. "Why?" asked Miriam. "How do you know?" "I went in for a few minutes before the train came," he answered. Clara turned away again rather disdainfully. "I think she's a lovable little woman," said Paul. "Margaret Bonford!" exclaimed Clara. "She's a great deal cleverer than most men." "Well, I didn't say she wasn't," he said, deprecating. "She's lovable, for all that." "And of course, that is all that matters," said Clara, witheringly. He rubbed his head, rather perplexed, rather annoyed. "I suppose it matters more than her cleverness," he said, "which after all would never get her to heaven." "It's not heaven she wants to get, it's her fair share on earth," retorted Clara. She spoke as if he were responsible for some deprivation which Miss Bonford suffered. "Well," he said, "I thought she was warm, and awfully nice, only too frail. I wished she was sitting comfortably in peace." "Darning her husband's stockings," said Clara, scathingly. "I'm sure she wouldn't mind darning even my stockings," he said. "And I'm sure she'd do them well, just as I wouldn't mind blacking her boots if she wanted me to." But Clara refused to answer this sally of his. He talked to Miriam for a little while. The other woman held aloof. "Well," he said, "I think I'll go and see Edgar. Is he on the land?" "I believe," said Miriam, "he's gone for a load of coal. He should be back directly." "Then," he said, "I'll go and meet him." Miriam dared not propose anything for the three of them. He rose and left them. On the top road where the gorse was out he saw Edgar walking lazily beside the mare, who nodded her white starred forehead as she dragged the clanking load of coal. The young farmer's face lighted up as he saw his friend. Edgar was good looking, with dark warm eyes. His clothes were old and rather disreputable, and he walked with considerable pride. "Hello!" he said, seeing Paul bareheaded. "Where are you going?" "Came to meet you. Can't stand Nevermore." Edgar's teeth flashed in a laugh of amusement. "Who is Nevermore?" he asked. "The lady, Mrs. Dawes. It ought to be Mrs. the Raven that quathed Nevermore." Edgar laughed with glee. "Don't you like her?" he said. "Not a fat lot," said Paul. "Why, do you?" "No!" The answer came with a deep ring of conviction. "No!" Edgar pursed up his lips. "I can't say she's much in my line." He mused a little. Then, "But why do you call her Nevermore?" he asked. "Well," said Paul, "if she looks at a man, she says haughtily, 'Nevermore;' and if she looks at herself in the looking glass, she says disdainfully, 'Nevermore;' and if she thinks back, she says it in disgust; and if she looks forward, she says it cynically." Edgar considered this speech, failed to make much out of it, and said, laughing, "You think she's a man-hater?" "She thinks she is," replied Paul. "But you don't think so?" "No," replied Paul. "Wasn't she nice with you, then?" "Could you imagine her nice with any body?" asked the young man. Edgar laughed. Together they unloaded the coal in the yard. Paul was rather self-conscious, because he knew Clara could see if she looked out of the window. She didn't look. On Saturday afternoons the horses were brushed down and groomed. Paul and Edgar worked together, sneezing with the dust that came from the pelts of Jimmy and Flower. "Do you know a new song to teach me?" said Edgar. He continued to work all the time. The back of his neck was sun-red, when he bent down, and his fingers that held the brush were thick. Paul watched him sometimes. "Mary Morrison?" suggested the younger. Edgar agreed. He had a good tenor voice, and he loved to learn all the songs his friend could teach him, so that he could sing whilst he was carting. Paul had a very indifferent baritone voice, but a good ear. However, he sang softly, for fear of Clara. Edgar repeated the line in a clear tenor. At times they both broke off to sneeze, and first one, then the other, abused his horse. Miriam was impatient of men. It took so little to amuse them, even Paul. She thought it anomalous in him that he could be so thoroughly absorbed in a triviality. It was tea-time when they had finished. "What song was that?" asked Miriam. Edgar told her. The conversation turned to singing. "We have such jolly times," Miriam said to Clara. Mrs. Dawes ate her meal in a slow, dignified way. Whenever the men were present she grew distant. "Do you like singing?" Miriam asked her. "If it is good," she said. Paul, of course, coloured. "You mean if it is high class and trained?" he said. "I think a voice needs training before the singing is anything," she said. "You might as well insist on having people's voices trained before you allow them to talk," he replied. "Really, people sing for their own pleasure as a rule." "And it may be for other people's discomfort." "Then the other people should have flaps to their ears," he replied. The boys laughed. There was silence. He flushed deeply, and ate in silence. After tea, when all the men had gone but Paul, Mrs. Lavers said to Clara: "And you find life happier now?" "Infinitely." "And you're satisfied?" "So long as I can be free and independent." "And you don't miss anything in your life?" asked Mrs. Lavers gently. "I've put all that behind me." Paul had been feeling uncomfortable during this discourse. He got up. "You'll find you're always tumbling over the things you've put behind you," he said. Then he took his departure to the cowsheds. He felt he had been very witty, and his manly pride was high. He whistled as he went down the brick track. Miriam came for him a little later to know if he would go with Clara and her for a walk. They set off, down to Strelly Mill Farm. As they were going beside the brook, on the Willey waterside, looking through the break at the edge of the wood, where pink campions glowed under a few sunbeams, they saw, beyond the tree trunks and the thin hazel bushes, a man leading a great bay horse through the gullies. The big red beast seemed to dance romantically through that dimness of green hazel drift, away there where the air was shadowy, as if it were in the past, among the fading bluebells that might have bloomed for Deirdre of Iseult. The three stood charmed. "What a treat to be a knight," he said, "and to have a pavilion here." "And to have us shut up safely," replied Clara. "Yes," he answered, "singing with your maids at your broidery. I would carry your banner of white and green and heliotrope. I would have WSPU emblazoned on my shield, beneath a woman rampant." "I have no doubt," said Clara, "that you would much rather fight for a woman than let her fight for herself." "I would. When she fights for herself, she seems like a dog before a looking-glass, gone into a mad fury with its own shadow." "And you are the looking-glass?" she asked, with a curl of the lip. "Or the shadow," he replied. "I am afraid," she said, "that you are too clever." "Well, I leave it to you to be good," he retorted, laughing. "Be good, sweet maid, and just let me be clever." But Clara wearied of this flippancy. Suddenly, looking at her, he saw that the upward lifting of her face was misery and not scorn. His heart grew tender for everybody. He turned and was gentle with Miriam, whom he had neglected till then. At the wood's edge they met Lim, a thin, swarthy man of 40, tenant of Strelly Mill, which he ran as a cattle-raising farm. He held the halter of the powerful stallion indifferently, as if he were tired. The three stood to let him pass over the stepping stones of the first brook. Paul admired that so large an animal should walk on such springy toes, with an endless excess of vigour. Lim pulled up before them. "Tell your father, Miss Lavers," he said, in a peculiar piping voice, "that his young beeses has broke that bottom fence 3 days and running." "Which?" asked Miriam, tremulous. The great horse breathed heavily, shifting round its red flanks and looking suspiciously, with its wonderful big eyes, upwards from under its lowered head and falling mane. "Come along a bit," replied Lim, "and I'll show you." The man and the stallion went forward. It danced sideways, shaking its white fetlocks, and looking frightened, as if it felt itself in the brook. "No hanky-pankying," said the man, affectionately, to the beast. It went up the bank in little leaps, then splashed finely through the second brook. Clara, walking with a kind of sulky abandon, watched it, half fascinated, half contemptuous. Lim stopped and pointed to the fence under some willows. "There, you see where they got through," he said. "My man's druven back 3 times." "Yes," answered Miriam, colouring as if she were at fault. "Are you coming in?" asked the man. "No, thanks, but we should like to go by the pond." "Well, just as you've a mind," he said. The horse gave little whinnies of pleasure at being so near home. "He is glad to be back," said Clara, who was interested in the creature. "Yes, he's been a tidy step to day." They went through the gate, and saw approaching them from the big farmhouse a smallish, dark, excitable looking woman of about 35. Her hair was touched with grey. Her dark eyes looked wild. She walked with her hands behind her back. Her brother went forward. As it saw her, the big bay stallion whinnied again. She came up excitedly. "Are you home again, my boy?" she said tenderly to the horse, not to the man. The great beast shifted round to her, ducking his head. She smuggled into his mouth the wrinkled yellow apple she had been hiding behind her back, then she kissed him near the eyes. He gave a big sigh of pleasure. She held his head in her arms against her breast. "Isn't he splendid?" said Miriam to her. Miss Lim looked up. Her dark eyes glanced straight at Paul. "Oh, good evening, Miss Lavers," she said. "It's ages since you've been down." Miriam introduced her friends. "Your horse is a fine fellow," said Clara. "Isn't he?" Again she kissed him. "As loving as any man." "More loving than most men, I should think," replied Clara. "He's a nice boy!" cried the woman again, embracing the horse. Clara, fascinated by the big beast, went up to stroke his neck. "He's quite gentle," said Miss Lim. "Don't you think big fellows are?" "He's a beauty," replied Clara. She wanted to look in his eyes. She wanted him to look at her. "It's a pity he can't talk," she said. "Oh, but he can, all but," replied the other woman. Then her brother moved on with the horse. "Are you coming in? Do come in, Mr. I didn't catch it." "Morel," said Miriam. "No, we won't come in, but we should like to go by the mill pond." "Yes, yes, do. Do you fish, Mr. Morel?" "No," said Paul. "Because if you do, you might come and fish any time," said Miss Lim. "We scarcely see a soul from week's end to week's end. I should be thankful." "What fish are there in the pond?" he asked. They went through the front garden, over the sluice, and up the steep bank to the pond, which lay in shadow, with its 2 wooded islets. Paul walked with Miss Lim. "I shouldn't mind swimming here," he said. "Do," she replied. "Come when you like. My brother will be awfully pleased to talk with you. He's so quiet, because there's no one to talk to. Do come and swim." Clara came up. "It's a fine depth," she said. "And so clear." "Yes," said Miss Lim. "Do you swim?" said Paul. "Miss Lim was just saying we could come when we liked." "Of course there's the farm hands," said Miss Lim. They talked a few moments, then went up the wild hill, leaving the lonely, haggard‐eyed woman on the bank. The hillside was all ripe with sunshine. It was wild and tussocky, given over to rabbits. The three walked in silence. Then "She makes me feel uncomfortable," said Paul. "You mean Miss Lim?" asked Miriam. "Yes." "What's the matter with her? Is she going dotty with being too lonely?" "Yes," said Miriam. "It's not the right sort of life for her. I think it's cruel to bury her there. I really ought to go and see her more. But she upsets me. She makes me feel sorry for her. Yes, and she bothers me," he said. "I suppose," blurted Clara suddenly, "she wants a man." The other two were silent for a few moments. "But it's the loneliness sends her cracked," said Paul. Clara did not answer, but strode on uphill. She was walking with her head hanging, her legs swinging as she kicked through the dead thistles and the tussocky grass, her arms hanging loose. Rather than walking, her handsome body seemed to be blundering up the hill. A hot wave went over Paul. He was curious about her. Perhaps life had been cruel to her. He forgot Miriam, who was walking beside him talking to him. She glanced at him, finding he did not answer her. His eyes were fixed ahead on Clara. "Do you still think she is disagreeable?" she asked. He did not notice that the question was sudden. It ran with his thoughts. "Something's the matter with her," he said. "Yes," answered Miriam. They found at the top of the hill a hidden wild field, two sides of which were backed by the wood, the other sides by high loose hedges of hawthorn and elder bushes. Between these overgrown bushes were gaps that the cattle might have walked through, had there been any cattle now. There the turf was smooth as velveteen, padded and holed by the rabbits. The field itself was coarse, and crowded with tall, big cowslips that had never been cut. Clusters of strong flowers rose everywhere above the coarse tussocks of bent. It was like a roadstead crowded with tall, fairy shipping. "Ah!" cried Miriam, and she looked at Paul, her dark eyes dilating. He smiled. Together they enjoyed the field of flowers. Clara, a little way off, was looking at the cowslips disconsolately. Paul and Miriam stayed close together, talking in subdued tones. He kneeled on one knee, quickly gathering the best blossoms, moving from tuft to tuft, restlessly, talking softly all the time. Miriam plucked the flowers lovingly, lingering over them. He always seemed to her too quick and almost scientific. Yet his bunches had a natural beauty more than hers. He loved them, but as if they were his and he had a right to them. She had more reverence for them. They held something she had not. The flowers were very fresh and sweet. He wanted to drink them. As he gathered them, he ate the little yellow trumpets. Clara was still wandering about disconsolately. Going towards her, he said, "Why don't you get some? I don't believe in it. They look better growing. But you'd like some. They want to be left. I don't believe they do. I don't want the corpses of flowers about me," she said. "That's a stiff, artificial notion," he said. "They don't die any quicker in water than on their roots. And beside they look nice in a bowl. They look jolly. And you only call a thing a corpse because it looks corpse-like. Whether it is one or not," she argued. "It isn't one to me. A dead flower isn't a corpse of a flower." Clara now ignored him. "And even so, what right have you to pull them?" she asked. "Because I like them, and want them. And there's plenty of them." "And that is sufficient." "Yes, why not? I'm sure they'd smell nice in your room in Nottingham. And I should have the pleasure of watching them die. But then, it does not matter if they do die." Whereupon he left her, and went stooping over the clumps of tangled flowers which thickly sprinkled the field like pale, luminous foam clots. Miriam had come close. Clara was kneeling, breathing some scent from the cowslips. "I think," said Miriam, "if you treat them with reverence, you don't do them any harm. It is the spirit you pluck them in that matters." "Yes," he said. "But no, you get 'em because you want 'em, and that's all." He held out his bunch. Miriam was silent. He picked some more. "Look at these," he continued. "Sturdy and lusty, like little trees, and like boys with fat legs." End of Chapter 9, Part 2. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 9, Part 3. Of Sons and Lovers, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Clara's hat lay on the grass not far off. She was kneeling, bending forward still to smell the flowers. Her neck gave him a sharp pang. Such a beautiful thing, yet not proud of itself just now. Her breast swung slightly in her blouse. The arching curve of her back was beautiful and strong. She wore no stays. Suddenly, without knowing, he was scattering a handful of cowslips over her hair and neck, saying, "Ashes to ashes and dust to dust. If the Lord won't have you, the devil must." The chill flowers fell on her neck. She looked up at him with almost pitiful, scared grey eyes, wondering what he was doing. Flowers fell on her face, and she shut her eyes. Suddenly standing there above her, he felt awkward. "I thought you wanted a funeral," he said, ill at ease. Clara laughed strangely and rose, picking the cowslips from her hair. She took up her hat and pinned it on. One flower had remained tangled in her hair. He saw, but would not tell her. He gathered up the flowers he had sprinkled over her. At the edge of the wood the bluebells had flowed over into the field and stood there like flood water. But they were fading now. Clara strayed up to them. He wandered after her. The bluebells pleased him. "Look how they've come out of the wood," he said. Then she turned with a flash of warmth and of gratitude. "Yes," she smiled. His blood beat up. "It makes me think of the wild men of the woods, how terrified they would be when they got breast to breast with the open space." "Do you think they were?" she asked. "I wonder which was more frightened among old tribes, those bursting out of the darkness of woods upon all the space of light, or those from the open, tiptoeing into the forests?" "I should think the second," she answered. "Yes, you do feel like one of the open space sort, trying to force yourself into the dark, don't you?" "How should I know?" she answered queerly. The conversation ended there. The evening was deepening over the earth. Already the valley was full of shadow. One tiny square of light stood opposite at Crossley Bank Farm. Brightness was swimming on the tops of the hills. Miriam came up slowly, her face in her big loose bunch of flowers, walking ankle deep through the scattered froth of the cowslips. Beyond her the trees were coming into shape, all shadow. "Shall we go?" she asked. And the three turned away. They were all silent. Going down the path they could see the light of home right across, and on the ridge of the hill a thin dark outline with little lights, where the colliery village touched the sky. "It has been nice, hasn't it?" he asked. Miriam murmured assent. Clara was silent. "Don't you think so?" he persisted. But she walked with her head up, and still did not answer. He could tell by the way she moved, as if she didn't care, that she suffered. At this time Paul took his mother to Lincoln. She was bright and enthusiastic as ever, but as he sat opposite her in the railway carriage, she seemed to look frail. He had a momentary sensation as if she were slipping away from him. Then he wanted to get hold of her, to fasten her, almost to chain her. He felt he must keep hold of her with his hand. They drew near to the city. Both were at the window looking for the cathedral. "There she is, mother!" he cried. They saw the great cathedral lying couchant above the plain. "Ah!" she exclaimed, "so she is!" He looked at his mother. Her blue eyes were watching the cathedral quietly. She seemed again to be beyond him. Something in the eternal repose of the uplifted cathedral, blue and noble against the sky, was reflected in her, something of the fatality. What was, was. With all his young will he could not alter it. He saw her face, the skin still fresh and pink and downy, but crow's feet near her eyes, her eyelids steady, sinking a little, her mouth always closed with disillusion. And there was on her the same eternal look, as if she knew fate at last. He beat against it with all the strength of his soul. "Look, mother, how big she is above the town! Think, there are streets and streets below her. She looks bigger than the city altogether." "So she does!" exclaimed his mother, breaking bright into life again. But he had seen her sitting, looking steady out of the window at the cathedral, her face and eyes fixed, reflecting the relentlessness of life. And the crow's feet near her eyes, and her mouth shut so hard, made him feel he would go mad. They ate a meal that she considered wildly extravagant. "Don't imagine I like it," she said, as she ate her cutlet. "I don't like it. I really don't. Just think of your money wasted." "You never mind my money," he said. "You forget I'm a fellow taking his girl for an outing." And he bought her some blue violets. "Stop it at once, sir," she commanded. "How can I do it? You've got nothing to do. Stand still." And in the middle of High Street he stuck the flowers in her coat. "An old thing like me," she said, sniffing. "You see," he said, "I want people to think we're awful swells. So look ikey." "I'll jowl your head," she laughed. "Strut," he commanded. "Be a fantail pigeon." It took him an hour to get her through the street. She stood above Glory Hole. She stood before Stone Bow. She stood everywhere, and exclaimed. A man came up, took off his hat, and bowed to her. "Can I show you the town, madam?" "No, thank you," she answered. "I've got my son." Then Paul was cross with her for not answering with more dignity. "You go away with you!" she exclaimed. "Ha! That's the Jew's house. Now, do you remember that lecture, Paul?" But she could scarcely climb the cathedral hill. He did not notice. Then suddenly he found her unable to speak. He took her into a little public house, where she rested. "It's nothing," she said. "My heart is only a bit old. One must expect it." He did not answer, but looked at her. Again his heart was crushed in a hot grip. He wanted to cry. He wanted to smash things in fury. They set off again, pace by pace, so slowly. And every step seemed like a weight on his chest. He felt as if his heart would burst. At last they came to the top. She stood enchanted, looking at the castle gate, looking at the cathedral front. She had quite forgotten herself. "Now this is better than I thought it could be," she cried. But he hated it. Everywhere he followed her, brooding. They sat together in the cathedral. They attended a little service in the choir. She was timid. "I suppose it is open to anybody?" she asked him. "Yes," he replied. "Do you think they'd have the damned cheek to send us away?" "Well, I'm sure," she exclaimed, "they would, if they heard your language." Her face seemed to shine again with joy and peace during the service. And all the time he was wanting to rage and smash things and cry. Afterwards, when they were leaning over the wall, looking at the town below, he blurted suddenly, "Why can't a man have a young mother? What is she old for?" "Well," his mother laughed, "she can scarcely help it." "And why wasn't I the oldest son? Look, they say the young ones have the advantage, but look, they had the young mother. You should have had me for your eldest son." "I didn't arrange it," she remonstrated. "Come to consider, you're as much to blame as me." He turned on her, white, his eyes furious. "What are you old for?" he said, mad with his impotence. "Why can't you walk? Why can't you come with me to places?" "At one time," she replied, "I could have run up that hill a good deal better than you." "What's the good of that to me?" he cried, hitting his fist on the wall. Then he became plaintive. "It's too bad of you to be ill. Little, it is." "Ill!" she cried. "I'm a bit old, and you'll have to put up with it, that's all." They were quiet, but it was as much as they could bear. They got jolly again over tea. As they sat by Brayford, watching the boats, he told her about Clara. His mother asked him innumerable questions. "Then who does she live with?" "With her mother, on Bluebell Hill." "And have they enough to keep them?" "I don't think so. I think they do lace work." "And wherein lies her charm, my boy?" "I don't know that she's charming, mother. But she's nice. And she seems straight, you know. Not a bit deep. Not a bit. But she's a good deal older than you." "She's 30. I'm going of 23. "You haven't told me what you like her for." "Because I don't know. A sort of defiant way she's got. A sort of angry way." Mrs. Morell considered. She would have been glad now for her son to fall in love with some woman who would, she did not know what. But he fretted so, got so furious suddenly, and again was melancholic. She wished he knew some nice woman. She did not know what she wished, but left it vague. At any rate, she was not hostile to the idea of Clara. Annie, too, was getting married. Leonard had gone away to work in Birmingham. One week end, when he was home, she had said to him, "You don't look very well, my lad." "I dunno," he said. "I feel anyhow or nohow, ma." He called her ma already in his boyish fashion. "Are you sure they're good lodgings?" she asked. Yes, yes. Only it's a window when you have to pour your own tea out, and nobody to grouse if you team it in your saucer and sup it up. It somehow takes all the taste out of it." Mrs. Morel laughed. "And so it knocks you up," she said. "I dunno. I want to get married," he blurted, twisting his fingers and looking down at his boots. There was a silence. "But," she exclaimed, "I thought you said you'd wait another year." "Yes, I did say so," he replied stubbornly. Again she considered. "And you know," she said, "Annie's a bit of a spendthrift. She's saved no more than £11. And I know, lad, you haven't had much chance." He coloured up to the ears. "I've got 33 quid," he said. "It doesn't go far," she answered. He said nothing, but twisted his fingers. "And you know," she said, "I've nothing." "I didn't want, ma," he cried, very red, suffering and remonstrating. "No, my lad, I know. I was only wishing I had. And take away £5 for the wedding and things, it leaves £29. You won't do much on that." He twisted still, impotent, stubborn, not looking up. "But do you really want to get married?" she asked. "Do you feel as if you ought?" He gave her one straight look from his blue eyes. "Yes," he said. "Then," she replied, "we must all do the best we can for it, lad." The next time he looked up there were tears in his eyes. "I don't want Annie to feel handicapped," he said, struggling. "My lad," she said, "you're steady. You've got a decent place. If a man had needed me, I'd have married him on his last week's wages. She may find it a bit hard to start humbly. Young girls are like that. They look forward to the fine home they think they'll have. But I had expensive furniture. It's not everything." So the wedding took place almost immediately. Arthur came home, and was splendid in uniform. Annie looked nice in a dove grey dress that she could take for Sundays. Morel called her a fool for getting married, and was cool with his son-in-law. Mrs. Morel had white tips in her bonnet, and some white on her blouse, and was teased by both her sons for fancying herself so grand. Leonard was jolly and cordial, and felt a fearful fool. Paul could not quite see what Annie wanted to get married for. He was fond of her, and she of him. Still, he hoped rather lugubriously that it would turn out all right. Arthur was astonishingly handsome in his scarlet and yellow, and he knew it well, but was secretly ashamed of the uniform. Annie cried her eyes up in the kitchen, on leaving her mother. Mrs. Morel cried a little, then patted her on the back, and said, "But don't cry, child. He'll be good to you." Morel stamped and said she was a fool to go and tie herself up. Leonard looked white and overwrought. Mrs. Morel said to him, "I shall trust her to you, my lad, and hold you responsible for her." "You can," he said, nearly dead with the ordeal, and it was all over. When Morel and Arthur were in bed, Paul sat talking, as he often did, with his mother. "You're not sorry she's married, mother, are you?" he asked. "I'm not sorry she's married. But it seems strange that she should go from me. It even seems to me hard that she can prefer to go with her Leonard. That's how mothers are. I know it's silly." "And shall you be miserable about her?" "When I think of my own wedding day," his mother answered, "I can only hope her life will be different." "But you can trust him to be good to her?" "Yes, yes. They say he's not good enough for her. But I say if a man is genuine, as he is, and a girl is fond of him, then it should be all right. He's as good as she. So you don't mind? I would never have let a daughter of mine marry a man I didn't feel to be genuine through and through. And yet, there's the gap now she's gone." They were both miserable, and wanted her back again. It seemed to Paul his mother looked lonely, in her new black silk blouse with its bit of white trimming. "At any rate, mother, I shall never marry," he said. "Ay, they all say that, my lad. You've not met the one yet. Only wait a year or two." "But I shan't marry, mother. I shall live with you, and we'll have a servant." "Ay, my lad, it's easy to talk. We'll see when the time comes." "What time? I'm nearly 23." "Yes, you're not one that would marry young. But in 3 years' time, I shall be with you just the same. We'll see, my boy, we'll see." "But you don't want me to marry?" "I shouldn't like to think of you going through your life without anybody to care for and do. No." "And you think I ought to marry?" "Sooner or later every man ought." "But you'd rather it were later?" It would be hard, and very hard. It's as they say, a son's my son till he takes him a wife, but my daughter's my daughter the whole of her life. And you think I'd let a wife take me from you? Well, you wouldn't ask her to marry your mother as well as you." Mrs. Morell smiled. "She could do what she liked. She wouldn't have to interfere." "She wouldn't, till she'd got you. And then you'd see." "I never will see. I'll never marry while I've got you. I won't." "But I shouldn't like to leave you with nobody, my boy," she cried. "You're not going to leave me. What are you, 53? I'll give you till 75. There you are. I'm fat and 44. Then I'll marry a staid body. See?" His mother sat and laughed. "Go to bed," she said. "Go to bed. And we'll have a pretty house, you and me, and a servant, and it'll be just all right. I s'll perhaps be rich with my painting." "Will you go to bed?" "And then you s'll have a pony carriage. See yourself, a little Queen Victoria trotting around." "I tell you to go to bed," she laughed. He kissed her and went. His plans for the future were always the same. Mrs. Morell sat brooding, about her daughter, about Paul, about Arthur. She fretted at losing Annie. The family was very closely bound, and she felt she must live now to be with her children. Life was so rich for her. Paul wanted her, and so did Arthur. Arthur never knew how deeply he loved her. He was a creature of the moment. Never yet had he been forced to realise himself. The army had disciplined his body, but not his soul. He was in perfect health and very handsome. His dark, vigorous hair sat close to his smallish head. There was something childish about his nose, something almost girlish about his dark blue eyes. But he had the full red mouth of a man under his brown moustache, and his jaw was strong. It was his father's mouth. It was the nose and eyes of her own mother's people. Good-looking, weak-principled folk. Mrs. Morell was anxious about him. Once he had really run the rig, he was safe. But how far would he go? The army had really not done him any good. He resented bitterly the authority of the petty officers. He hated having to obey as if he were an animal. But he had too much sense to kick. So he turned his attention to getting the best out of it. He could sing. He was a boon companion. Often he got into scrapes, but they were the manly scrapes that are easily condoned. So he made a good time out of it, whilst his self-respect was in suppression. He trusted to his good looks and handsome figure, his refinement, his decent education to get him most of what he wanted. And he was not disappointed. Yet he was restless. Something seemed to gnaw him inside. He was never still, he was never alone. With his mother he was rather humble. Paul he admired and loved and despised slightly. And Paul admired and loved and despised him slightly. Mrs. Morell had had a few pounds left to her by her father, and she decided to buy her son out of the army. He was wild with joy. Now he was like a lad taking a holiday. He had always been fond of Beatrice Wilde, and during his furlough he picked up with her again. She was stronger and better in health. The two often went long walks together, Arthur taking her arm in soldier's fashion, rather stiffly. And she came to play the piano whilst he sang. Then Arthur would unhook his tunic collar. He grew flushed, his eyes were bright. He sang in a manly tenor. Afterwards they sat together on the sofa. He seemed to flaunt his body. She was aware of him so, the strong chest, the sides, the thighs in their close-fitting trousers. He liked to lapse into the dialect when he talked to her. She would sometimes smoke with him. Occasionally she would only take a few whiffs of his cigarette. "Nay," he said to her one evening when she reached for his cigarette. "Nay, that doesna. I'll gie thee a smoke kiss if 'tis a mind." "I wanted a whiff, no kiss at all," she answered. "Well, and thou'lt hae a whiff," he said, "along wi' kiss." "I want to draw at thy fag," she cried, snatching for the cigarette between his lips. He was sitting with his shoulder touching her. She was small and quick as lightning. He just escaped. "I'll gie thee a smoke kiss," he said. "That a knivey nuisance, Artie Morell," she said, sitting back. "I a smoke kiss." The soldier leaned forward to her, smiling. His face was near hers. "Shonna," she replied, turning away her head. He took a draw at his cigarette and pursed up his mouth, and put his lips close to her. His dark brown cropped moustache stood out like a brush. She looked at the puckered crimson lips, then suddenly snatched the cigarette from his fingers and darted away. He, leaping after her, seized the comb from her back hair. She turned, threw the cigarette at him. He picked it up, put it in his mouth, and sat down. "Nuisance!" she cried. "Give me my comb!" She was afraid that her hair, specially done for him, would come down. She stood with her hands to her head. He hid the comb between his knees. "I've none got it," he said. The cigarette trembled between his lips with laughter as he spoke. "Liar!" she said. "'S true as I'm here," he laughed, showing his hands. "You brazen imp!" she exclaimed, rushing and scuffling for the comb, which he had under his knees. As she wrestled with him, pulling at his smooth, tight-covered knees, he laughed till he lay back on the sofa, shaking with laughter. The cigarette fell from his mouth, almost singeing his throat. Under his delicate tan the blood flushed up, and he laughed till his blue eyes were blinded, his throat swollen almost to choking. Then he sat up. Beatrice was putting in her comb. "That tickled me, Pete," he said thickly. Like a flash her small white hand went out and smacked his face. He started up, glaring at her. They stared at each other. Slowly the flush mounted her cheek. She dropped her eyes, then her head. He sat down sulkily. She went into the scullery to adjust her hair. In private there she shed a few tears. She did not know what for. When she returned she was pursed up close, but it was only a film over her fire. He, with ruffled hair, was sulking upon the sofa. She sat down opposite in the arm-chair, and neither spoke. The clock ticked in the silence like blows. "You are a little cat, Pete," he said at length, half apologetically. "Well, you shouldn't be brazen," she replied. There was again a long silence. He whistled to himself, like a man much agitated but defiant. Suddenly she went across to him and kissed him. "Did it? Poor thing!" she mocked. He lifted her face, smiling curiously. "Kiss?" he invited her. "Daren't I?" she asked. "Go on," he challenged, his mouth lifted to her. Deliberately, and with a peculiar quivering smile that seemed to overspread her whole body, she put her mouth on his. Immediately his arms folded round her. As soon as the long kiss was finished, she drew back her head from him, put her delicate fingers on his neck through the open collar. Then she closed her eyes, giving herself up again in a kiss. She acted of her own free will. What she would do she did, and made nobody responsible. Paul felt life changing around him. The conditions of youth were gone. Now it was a home of grown-up people. Annie was a married woman. Arthur was following his own pleasure in a way unknown to his folk. For so long they had all lived at home, and gone out to pass their time. But now, for Annie and Arthur, life lay outside their mother's house. They came home for holiday and for rest. So there was that strange, half-empty feeling about the house, as if the birds had flown. Paul became more and more unsettled. Annie and Arthur had gone. He was restless to follow. Yet home was for him beside his mother. And still there was something else, something outside, something he wanted. He grew more and more restless. Miriam did not satisfy him. His old mad desire to be with her grew weaker. Sometimes he met Clara in Nottingham. Sometimes he went to meetings with her. Sometimes he saw her at Willey Farm. But on these last occasions the situation became strained. There was a triangle of antagonism between Paul and Clara and Miriam. With Clara he took on a smart, worldly, mocking tone, very antagonistic to Miriam. It did not matter what went before. She might be intimate and sad with him. Then as soon as Clara appeared, it all vanished, and he played to the newcomer. Miriam had one beautiful evening with him in the hay. He had been on the horse-rake, and, having finished, came to help her to put the hay in cocks. Then he talked to her of his hopes and despairs, and his whole soul seemed to lie bare before her. She felt as if she watched the very quivering stuff of life in him. The moon came out. They walked home together. He seemed to have come to her because he needed her so badly, and she listened to him, gave him all her love and her faith. It seemed to her he brought her the best of himself to keep, and that she would guard it all her life. Nay, the sky did not cherish the stars more surely and eternally than she would guard the good in the soul of Paul Morell. She went on home alone, feeling exalted, glad in her faith. And then, the next day, Clara came. They were to have tea in the hayfield. Miriam watched the evening drawing to golden shadow. And all the time Paul was sporting with Clara. He made higher and higher heaps of hay that they were jumping over. Miriam did not care for the game, and stood aside. Edgar and Geoffrey and Maurice and Clara and Paul jumped. Paul won because he was light. Clara's blood was roused. She could run like an Amazon. Paul loved the determined way she rushed at the haycock and leaped, landing on the other side, her breasts shaken, her thick hair coming undone. "You touched!" he cried. "You touched!" "No," she flashed, turning to Edgar. "I didn't touch, did I? Wasn't I clear?" "I couldn't say," laughed Edgar. None of them could say. "But you touched," said Paul. "You're beaten." "I did not touch!" she cried. "As plain as anything," said Paul. "Box his ears for me," she cried to Edgar. "Nay," Edgar laughed. "I daren't. You must do it yourself." "And nothing can alter the fact that you touched," laughed Paul. She was furious with him. Her little triumph before these lads and men was gone. She had forgotten herself in the game. Now he was to humble her. "I think you are despicable," she said. And again he laughed, in a way that tortured Miriam. "And I knew you couldn't jump that heap," he teased. She turned her back on him. Yet everybody could see that the only person she listened to, or was conscious of, was he, and he of her. It pleased the men to see this battle between them. But Miriam was tortured. Paul could choose the lesser in place of the higher, she saw. He could be unfaithful to himself, unfaithful to the real, deep Paul Morell. There was a danger of his becoming frivolous, of his running after his satisfactions like any Arthur, or like his father. It made Miriam bitter to think that he should throw away his soul for this flippant traffic of triviality with Clara. She walked in bitterness and silence, while the other two rallied each other, and Paul sported. And afterwards, he would not own it, but he was rather ashamed of himself, and protested himself before Miriam. Then again he rebelled. "It's not religious to be religious," he said. "I reckon a crow is religious when it sails across the sky. But it only does it because it feels itself carried to where it's going, not because it thinks it is being eternal." But Miriam knew that one should be religious in everything, have God, whatever God might be, present in everything. "I don't believe God knows such a lot about himself," he cried. "God doesn't know things, he is things. And I'm sure he's not soulful." And then it seemed to her that Paul was arguing God onto his own side because he wanted his own way and his own pleasure. There was a long battle between him and her. He was utterly unfaithful to her, even in her own presence. Then he was ashamed, then repentant, then he hated her, and went off again. Those were the ever-recurring conditions. She fretted him to the bottom of his soul. There she remained, sad, pensive, a worshipper. And he caused her sorrow. Half the time he grieved for her, half the time he hated her. She was his conscience, and he felt, somehow, he had got a conscience that was too much for him. He could not leave her, because in one way she did hold the best of him. He could not stay with her because she did not take the rest of him, which was 3/4. So he chafed himself into rawness over her. When she was 21 he wrote her a letter which could only have been written to her. "May I speak of our old worn love this last time? It too is changing, is it not? Say, has not the body of that love died and left you its invulnerable soul? You see, I can give you a spirit love. I have given it you this long, long time, but not embodied passion. See, you are a nun. I have given you what I would give a holy nun, as a mystic monk to a mystic nun. Surely you esteem it best. Yet you regret, no, have regretted the other. In all our relations no body enters. I do not talk to you through the senses, rather through the spirit. That is why we cannot love in the common sense. Ours is not an everyday affection. As yet we are mortal, and to live side by side with one another would be dreadful, for somehow with you I cannot long be trivial. And, you know, to be always beyond this mortal state would be to lose it. If people marry, they must live together as affectionate humans, who may be commonplace with each other, without feeling awkward, not as two souls. So I feel it. Ought I to send this letter? I doubt it. But there, it is best to understand. Au revoir. Miriam read this letter twice, after which she sealed it up. A year later she broke the seal to show her mother the letter. "You are a nun, you are a nun." The words went into her heart, again and again. Nothing he ever had said had gone into her so deeply, fixedly, like a mortal wound. She answered 2 days after the party. "Our intimacy would have been all beautiful but for one little mistake," she quoted. "Was the mistake mine?" Almost immediately he replied to her from Nottingham, sending her at the same time a little Omar Khayyam. "I am glad you answered. You are so calm and natural you put me to shame. What a ranter I am! We are often out of sympathy, but in fundamentals we may always be together, I think. I must thank you for your sympathy with my painting and drawing. Many a sketch is dedicated to you. I do look forward to your criticisms, which, to my shame and glory, are always grand appreciations. It is a lovely joke, that. Au revoir." This was the end of the first phase of Paul's love affair. He was now about 23 years old, and though still virgin, the sex instinct that Miriam had over-refined for so long now grew particularly strong. Often, as he talked to Clara Dawes, came that thickening and quickening of his blood, that peculiar concentration in the breast, as if something were alive there, a new self, or a new centre of consciousness, warning him that sooner or later he would have to ask one woman or another. But he belonged to Miriam. Of that she was so fixedly sure that he allowed her right. End of Chapter 9, Part 3. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 10, Part 1. Of Sons and Lovers, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Clara. When he was 23 years old, Paul sent in a landscape to the winter exhibition at Nottingham Castle. Miss Jordan had taken a good deal of interest in him, had invited him to her house, where he met other artists. He was beginning to grow ambitious. One morning the postman came just as he was washing in the scullery. Suddenly he heard a wild noise from his mother. Rushing into the kitchen, he found her standing on the hearthrug, wildly waving a letter and crying "Hurrah!" as if she had gone mad. He was shocked and frightened. "Why, mother!" he exclaimed. She flew to him, flung her arms round him for a moment, then waved the letter, crying, "Hurrah, my boy! I knew we should do it." He was afraid of her, the small, severe woman with greying hair, suddenly bursting out in such frenzy. The postman came running back, afraid something had happened. They saw his tipped cap over the short curtain. Mrs. Morell rushed to the door. "His picture's got first prize, Fred," she cried, "and it's sold for 20 guineas." "My word, that's something like," said the young postman, whom they had known all his life. "And Major Morton has bought it," she cried. "It looks like meaning something, that does, Mrs. Morell," said the postman, his blue eyes bright. He was glad to have brought such a lucky letter. Mrs. Morell went indoors and sat down trembling. Paul was afraid lest she might have misread the letter, and might be disappointed after all. He scrutinized it once, twice. Yes, he became convinced it was true. Then he sat down, his heart beating with joy. "Mother!" he exclaimed. "Didn't I say we should do it?" she said, pretending she was not crying. He took the kettle off the fire and mashed the tea. "You didn't think, mother," he began tentatively. "No, my son. "Not so much. But I expected a good deal." "But not so much," he said. "No, no. But I knew we should do it." And then she recovered her composure, apparently at least. He sat with his shirt turned back, showing his young throat almost like a girl's, and the towel in his hand, his hair sticking up wet. "20 guineas, mother! That's just what you wanted to buy Arthur out. Now you needn't borrow any. It'll just do." "Indeed I shan't take it all," she said. "But why?" "Because I shan't." "Well, you have £12, I'll have 9." They cavilled about sharing the 20 guineas. She wanted to take only the £5 she needed. He would not hear of it. So they got over the stress of emotion by quarrelling. Morel came home at night from the pit, saying, "They tell me Paul's got first prize for his picture, and sold it to Lord Henry Bentley for £50." "Oh, what stories people do tell!" she cried. "Ha!" he answered. "I said I was sure it were a lie. But they said they'd told Fred Hodgkisson." "As if I would tell him such stuff!" "Ha!" assented the miner. But he was disappointed nevertheless. "It's true he has got the first prize," said Mrs. Morel. The miner sat heavily in his chair. "Has he, beguy!" he exclaimed. He stared across the room fixedly. "But as for £50, such nonsense!" She was silent a while. "Major Morton bought it for 20 guineas. That's true." "20 guineas! Thou never says!" exclaimed Morel. "Yes, and it was worth it." "Ay," he said, "I don't misdoubt it. But 20 guineas for a bit of a painting as he knocked off in an hour or two!" He was silent with conceit of his son. Mrs. Morel sniffed, as if it were nothing. "And when does he handle th' money?" asked the collier. "That I couldn't tell you. When the picture is sent home, I suppose." There was silence. Morel stared at the sugar basin instead of eating his dinner. His black arm, with the hand all gnarled with work, lay on the table. His wife pretended not to see him rub the back of his hand across his eyes, nor the smear in the coal dust on his black face. "Yes, and that other lad 'ud ha' done as much if they hadna ha' killed him," he said quietly. The thought of William went through Mrs. Morel like a cold blade. It left her feeling she was tired, and wanted rest. Paul was invited to dinner at Mr. Jordan's. Afterwards he said, "Mother, I want an evening suit." "Yes, I was afraid you would," she said. She was glad. There was a moment or two of silence. "There's that one of William's," she continued, "that I know cost £4.10, and which he'd only worn 3 times." "Should you like me to wear it, mother?" he asked. "Yes, I think it would fit you, at least the coat. The trousers would want shortening." He went upstairs and put on the coat and vest. Coming down, he looked strange in a flannel collar and a flannel shirt front, with an evening coat and vest. It was rather large. "The tailor can make it right," she said, smoothing her hand over his shoulder. "It's beautiful stuff. I never could find it in my heart to let your father wear the trousers, and very glad I am now." And as she smoothed her hand over the silk collar, she thought of her eldest son. But this son was living enough inside the clothes. She passed her hand down his back to feel him. He was alive and hers. The other was dead. He went out to dinner several times in his evening suit that had been William's. Each time his mother's heart was firm with pride and joy. He was started now. The studs she and the children had bought for William were in his shirt front. He wore one of William's dress shirts. But he had an elegant figure. His face was rough, but warm-looking and rather pleasing. He did not look particularly a gentleman, but she thought he looked quite a man. He told her everything that took place, everything that was said. It was as if she had been there. And he was dying to introduce her to these new friends, who had dinner at 7:30 in the evening. "Go along with you," she said. "What do they want to know me for?" "They do!" he cried indignantly. "If they want to know me, and they say they do, then they want to know you, because you are quite as clever as I am." "Go along with you, child," she laughed. But she began to spare her hands. They too were work gnarled now. The skin was shiny with so much hot water, the knuckles rather swollen. But she began to be careful to keep them out of soda. She regretted what they had been, so small and exquisite. And when Annie insisted on her having more stylish blouses to suit her age, she submitted. She even went so far as to allow a black velvet bow to be placed on her hair. Then she sniffed in her sarcastic manner, and was sure she looked a sight. but she looked a lady, Paul declared, as much as Mrs. Major Morton, and far, far nicer. The family was coming on. Only Morell remained unchanged, or rather lapsed slowly. Paul and his mother now had long discussions about life. Religion was fading into the background. He had shovelled away all the beliefs that would hamper him, had cleared the ground, and come more or less to the bedrock of belief that one should feel inside one's self for right and wrong, and should have the patience to gradually realise one's God. Now life interested him more. "You know," he said to his mother, "I don't want to belong to the well-to-do middle class. I like my common people best. I belong to the common people." "But if anyone else said so, my son, wouldn't you be in a tear? You know you consider yourself equal to any gentleman." "In myself," he answered. "Not in my class, or my education, or my manners. But in myself I am." "Very well, then. Then why talk about the common people?" "Because the difference between people isn't in their class, but in themselves. Only from the middle classes one gets ideas. And from the common people, life itself, warmth. You feel their hates and loves." "It's all very well, my boy. But then why don't you go and talk to your father's pals?" "But they're rather different." "Not at all. They're the common people. After all, whom do you mix with now, among the common people? Those that exchange ideas, like the middle classes. The rest don't interest you." "But there's the life." "I don't believe there's a jot more life from Miriam than you could get from any educated girl. Say Miss Morton. It is you who are snobbish about class." She frankly wanted him to climb into the middle classes, a thing not very difficult, she knew. And she wanted him in the end to marry a lady. Now she began to combat him in his restless fretting. He still kept up his connection with Miriam, could neither break free nor go the whole length of engagement. And this indecision seemed to bleed him of his energy. Moreover, his mother suspected him of an unrecognised leaning towards Clara, and since the latter was a married woman, she wished he would fall in love with one of the girls in a better station of life. But he was stupid, and would refuse to love or even to admire a girl much, just because she was his social superior. "My boy," said his mother to him, "all your cleverness, your breaking away from old things, and taking life in your own hands, doesn't seem to bring you much happiness." "What is happiness?" he cried. "It's nothing to me. How am I to be happy?" The plump question disturbed her. "That's for you to judge, my lad. But if you could meet some good woman who would make you happy, and you began to think of settling your life, when you have the means, so that you could work without all this fretting, it would be much better for you." He frowned. His mother caught him on the raw of his wound of Miriam. He pushed the tumbled hair off his forehead, his eyes full of pain and fire. "You mean easy, mother," he cried. "That's a woman's whole doctrine for life. Ease of soul and physical comfort, and I do despise it." "Oh, do you?" replied his mother. "And do you call yours a divine discontent?" "Yes. I don't care about its divinity. But damn your happiness! So long as life's full, it doesn't matter whether it's happy or not. I'm afraid your happiness would bore me." "You never give it a chance," she said. Then suddenly all her passion of grief over him broke out. "But it does matter," she cried. "And you ought to be happy. You ought to try to be happy, to live to be happy. How could I bear to think your life wouldn't be a happy one?" "Your own's been bad enough, mater, but it hasn't left you so much worse off than the folk who've been happier. I reckon you've done well. And I am the same. Aren't I well enough off?" "You're not, my son. Battle, battle, and suffer. It's about all you do, as far as I can see." "But why not, my dear? I tell you it's the best." "It isn't. And one ought to be happy. One ought." By this time Mrs. Morell was trembling violently. Struggles of this kind often took place between her and her son, when she seemed to fight for his very life against his own will to die. He took her in his arms. She was ill and pitiful. "Never mind, little," he murmured. "So long as you don't feel life's paltry and a miserable business, the rest doesn't matter, happiness or unhappiness." She pressed him to her. "But I want you to be happy," she said pathetically. My dear, say rather you want me to live." Mrs. Morell felt as if her heart would break for him. At this rate she knew he would not live. He had that poignant carelessness about himself, his own suffering, his own life, which is a form of slow suicide. It almost broke her heart. With all the passion of her strong nature, she hated Miriam for having in this subtle way undermined his joy. It did not matter to her that Miriam could not help it. Miriam did it, and she hated her. She wished so much he would fall in love with a girl equal to be his mate, educated and strong. But he would not look at anybody above him in station. He seemed to like Mrs. Dawes. At any rate that feeling was wholesome. His mother prayed and prayed for him, that he might not be wasted. That was all her prayer, not for his soul, or his righteousness, but that he might not be wasted. And while he slept, for hours and hours, she thought and prayed for him. He drifted away from Miriam imperceptibly, without knowing he was going. Arthur only left the army to be married. The baby was born 6 months after his wedding. Mrs. Morell got him a job under the firm again, at 21 shillings a week. She furnished for him, with the help of Beatrice's mother, a little cottage of 2 rooms. He was caught now. It did not matter how he kicked and struggled, he was fast. For a time he chafed, was irritable with his young wife, who loved him. He went almost distracted when the baby, which was delicate, cried or gave trouble. He grumbled for hours to his mother. She only said, "Well, my lad, you did it yourself, now you must make the best of it." And then the grit came out in him. He buckled to work, undertook his responsibilities, acknowledged that he belonged to his wife and child, and did make a good best of it. He had never been very closely inbound into the family. Now he was gone altogether. The months went slowly along. Paul had more or less got into connection with the Socialist, Suffragette, Unitarian people in Nottingham, owing to his acquaintance with Clara. One day a friend of his and of Clara's, in Bestwood, asked him to take a message to Mrs. Dawes. He went in the evening across Sneinton Market to Bluebell Hill. He found the house in a mean little street, paved with granite cobbles, and having causeways of dark blue, grooved bricks. The front door went up a step from off this rough pavement, where the feet of the passers-by rasped and clattered. The brown paint on the door was so old that the naked wood showed between the rents. He stood on the street below and knocked. There came a heavy footstep. A large, stout woman of about 60 towered above him. He looked up at her from the pavement. She had a rather severe face. She admitted him into the parlour, which opened on to the street. It was a small, stuffy, defunct room, of mahogany, and deftly enlargements of photographs of departed people, done in carbon. Mrs. Radford left him. She was stately, almost martial. In a moment Clara appeared. She flushed deeply, and he was covered with confusion. It seemed as if she did not like being discovered in her home circumstances. "I thought it couldn't be your voice," she said. But she might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. She invited him out of the mausoleum of a parlour into the kitchen. That was a little darkish room too, but it was smothered in white lace. The mother had seated herself again by the cupboard, and was drawing thread from a vast web of lace. A clump of fluff and ravelled cotton was at her right hand. A heap of 3/4-inch lace lay on her left, whilst in front of her was the mountain of the lace web, piling the hearth-rug. Threads of curly cotton, pulled out from between the lengths of lace, strewed over the fender and the fireplace. Paul dared not go forward, for fear of treading on piles of white stuff. On the table was a jenny for carding the lace. There were a pack of brown cardboard squares, a pack of cards of lace, a little box of pins, and on the sofa lay a heap of drawn lace. The room was all lace, and it was so dark and warm that the white snowy stuff seemed the more distinct. "If you're coming in you won't have to mind the work," said Mrs. Radford. "I know we're about blocked up, but sit you down." Clara, much embarrassed, gave him a chair against the wall, opposite the white heaps. Then she herself took her place on the sofa, shamedly. "Will you drink a bottle of stout?" Mrs. Radford asked. "Clara, get him a bottle of stout." He protested, but Mrs. Radford insisted. "You look as if you could do with it," she said. "Haven't you never any more colour than that?" "It's only a thick skin I've got that doesn't show the blood through," he answered. Clara, ashamed and chagrined, brought him a bottle of stout and a glass. He poured out some of the black stuff. "Well," he said, lifting the glass, "here's health." "And thank you," said Mrs. Radford. He took a drink of stout. "And light yourself a cigarette, as long as you don't set the house on fire," said Mrs. Radford. "Thank you," he replied. "Nay, you needn't thank me," she answered. "I shall be glad to smell a bit of smoke in th' house again. A house of women is as dead as a house with no fire, to my thinking. I'm not a spider as likes a corner to myself. I like a man about, if he's only something to snap at." Clara began to work. Her jenny spun with a subdued buzz. The white lace hopped from between her fingers on to the card. It was filled. She snipped off the length, and pinned the end down to the banded place. Then she put a new card in her jenny. Paul watched her. She sat square and magnificent. Her throat and arms were bare. The blood still mantled below her ears. She bent her head in shame of her humility. Her face was set on her work. Her arms were creamy and full of life beside the white lace. Her large, well-kept hands worked with a balanced movement, as if nothing would hurry them. He, not knowing, watched her all the time. He saw the arch of her neck from the shoulder, as she bent her head. He saw the coil of dun hair. He watched her moving, gleaming arms. "I've heard a bit about you from Clara," continued the mother. "You're in Jordan's, aren't you?" She drew her lace unceasing. "Yes." "Ay, well, and I can remember when Thomas Jordan used to ask me for one of my toffees." "Did he?" laughed Paul. "And did he get it?" "Sometimes he did, sometimes he didn't, which was latterly. For he's the sort that takes all and gives nought. He is, or used to be." "I think he's very decent," said Paul. "Yes. Well, I'm glad to hear it." Mrs. Radford looked across at him steadily. There was something determined about her that he liked. Her face was falling loose, but her eyes were calm, and there was something strong in her that made it seem she was not old. Merely her wrinkles and loose cheeks were an anachronism. She had the strength and sang-froid of a woman in the prime of life. She continued drawing the lace with slow, dignified movements. The big web came up inevitably over her apron. The length of lace fell away at her side. Her arms were finely shapen, but glossy and yellow as old ivory. They had not the peculiar dull gleam that made Clara's so fascinating to him. "And you've been going with Miriam Lavers?" the mother asked him. "Well," he answered. "Yes, she's a nice girl," she continued. "She's very nice, but she's a bit too much above this world to suit my fancy." "She is a bit like that," he agreed. "She'll never be satisfied till she's got wings and can fly over everybody's head, she won't," she said. Clara broke in, and told her his message. She spoke humbly to him. He had surprised her in her drudgery. To have her humble made him feel as if he were lifting his head in expectation. "Do you like jennying?" he asked. "What can a woman do?" she replied bitterly. "Is it sweated?" "More or less. It isn't all woman's work. That's another trick the men have played, since we force ourselves into the labour market." "Now then, you shut up about the men," said her mother. "If the women wasn't fools, the men wouldn't be bad uns. That's what I say. No man was ever that bad wi' me, but what he got it back again. Not but what they're a lousy lot, there's no denying it." "But they're all right really, aren't they?" he asked. "Well, they're a bit different from women," she answered. "Would you care to be back at Jordan's?" he asked Clara. "I don't think so," she replied. "Yes, she would," cried her mother. "Thank her stars if she could get back. Don't you listen to her. She's for ever on that high horse of hers, and it's back that's thin and starved it'll cut her i' two one of these days." Clara suffered badly from her mother. Paul felt as if his eyes were coming very wide open. Wasn't he to take Clara's fulminations so seriously after all? She spun steadily at her work. He experienced a thrill of joy, thinking she might need his help. She seemed denied and deprived of so much. And her arm moved mechanically, that should never have been subdued to a mechanism. And her head was bowed to the lace, that never should have been bowed. She seemed to be stranded there among the refuse that life has thrown away, doing her jennying. It was a bitter thing to her to be put aside by life, as if it had no use for her. No wonder she protested. She came with him to the door. He stood below in the mean street, looking up at her. So fine she was in her stature and her bearing, she reminded him of Juno dethroned. As she stood in the doorway, she winced from the street, from her surroundings. "And you will go with Mrs. Hodgkinson to Hucknall?" He was talking quite meaninglessly, only watching her. Her grey eyes at last met his. They looked dumb with humiliation, pleading with a kind of captive misery. He was shaken and at a loss. He had thought her high and mighty. When he left her he wanted to run. He went to the station in a sort of dream, and was at home without realizing he had moved out of her street. He had an idea that Susan, the overseer of the Spiral girls, was about to be married. He asked her the next day. "I say, Susan, I heard a whisper of your getting married. What about it?" Susan flushed red. "Who's been talking to you?" she replied. "Nobody. I merely heard a whisper that you were thinking." "Well, I am, though you needn't tell anybody. What's more, I wish I wasn't." "Nay, Susan, you won't make me believe that." "Shan't I? You can believe it, though. I'd rather stop here 1,000 times." Paul was perturbed. "Why, Susan?" The girl's colour was high, and her eyes flashed. "That's why." "And must you?" For answer she looked at him. There was about him a candour and gentleness which made the women trust him. He understood. "Ah, I'm sorry," he said. Tears came to her eyes. "But you'll see it'll turn out all right. You'll make the best of it," he continued, rather wistfully. "There's nothing else for it." "Yea, there's making the worst of it. Try and make it all right." He soon made occasion to call again on Clara. "Would you," he said, "care to come back to Jordan's?" She put down her work, laid her beautiful arms on the table, and looked at him for some moments, without answering. Gradually the flush mounted her cheek. "Why?" she asked. Paul felt rather awkward. "Well, because Susan is thinking of leaving," he said. Clara went on with her jennying. The white lace leaped in little jumps and bounds on to the card. He waited for her. Without raising her head, she said at last, in a peculiar low voice, "Have you said anything about it?" "Except to you, not a word." There was again a long silence. "I will apply when the advertisement is out," she said. "You will apply before that. I'll let you know exactly when." She went on spinning her little machine, and did not contradict him. Clara came to Jordan's. Some of the older hands, Fanny among them, remembered her earlier rule, and cordially disliked the memory. Clara had always been iky, reserved and superior. She had never mixed with the girls as one of themselves. If she had occasion to find fault, she did it coolly and with perfect politeness, which the defaulter felt to be a bigger insult than crossness. Towards Fanny, the poor overstrung hunchback, Clara was unfailingly compassionate and gentle, as a result of which Fanny shed more bitter tears than ever the rough tongues of the other overseers had caused her. There was something in Clara that Paul disliked, and much that piqued him. If she were about, he always watched her strong throat, or her neck, upon which the blonde hair grew low and fluffy. There was a fine down, almost invisible, upon the skin of her face and arms, and when once he had perceived it, he saw it always. When he was at his work, painting in the afternoon, she would come and stand near to him, perfectly motionless. Then he felt her, though she neither spoke nor touched him. Although she stood a yard away, he felt as if he were in contact with her. Then he could paint no more. He flung down the brushes, and turned to talk to her. Sometimes she praised his work, sometimes she was critical and cold. "You are affected in that piece," she would say. And as there was an element of truth in her condemnations, his blood boiled with anger. Again, "What of this?" he would ask enthusiastically. She made a small, doubtful sound. "It doesn't interest me much." "Because you don't understand it," he retorted. "Then why ask me about it?" "Because I thought you would understand." She would shrug her shoulders in scorn of his work. She maddened him. He was furious. Then he abused her, and went into passionate exposition of his stuff. This amused and stimulated her, but she never owned that she had been wrong. Chapter 10, Part 1. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 10, Part 2, of Sons and Lovers, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. During the 10 years that she had belonged to the women's movement, she had acquired a fair amount of education, and, having had some of Miriam's passion to be instructed, had taught herself French, and could read in that language with a struggle. She considered herself as a woman apart, and particularly apart from her class. The girls in the spiral department were all of good homes. It was a small, special industry, and had a certain distinction. There was an air of refinement in both rooms. But Clara was aloof also from her fellow workers. None of these things, however, did she reveal to Paul. She was not the one to give herself away. There was a sense of mystery about her. She was so reserved. He felt she had much to reserve. Her history was open on the surface, but its inner meaning was hidden from everybody. It was exciting. And then sometimes he caught her looking at him from under her brows, with an almost furtive, sullen scrutiny, which made him move quickly. Often she met his eyes, but then her own were, as it were, covered over, revealing nothing. She gave him a little, lenient smile. She was to him extraordinarily provocative, because of the knowledge she seemed to possess, and gathered fruit of experience he could not attain. One day he picked up a copy of Lettres de mon Moulin from her workbench. "You read French, do you?" he cried. Clara glanced round negligently. She was making an elastic stocking of heliotrope silk, turning the spiral machine with slow, balanced regularity, occasionally bending down to see her work or to adjust the needles. Then her magnificent neck, with its down and fine pencils of hair, shone white against the lavender, lustrous silk. She turned a few more rounds, and stopped. "What did you say?" she asked, smiling sweetly. Paul's eyes glittered at her insolent indifference to him. "I did not know you read French," he said, very polite. "Did you not?" she replied, with a faint, sarcastic smile. "Rotten swank," he said, but scarcely loud enough to be heard. He shut his mouth angrily as he watched her. She seemed to scorn the work she mechanically produced, yet the hose she made were as nearly perfect as possible. "You don't like spiral work?" he said. "Oh, well, all work is work," she answered, as if she knew all about it. He marvelled at her coldness. He had to do everything hotly. She must be something special. "What would you prefer to do?" he asked. She laughed at him indulgently, as she said, "There is so little likelihood of my ever being given a choice, that I haven't wasted time considering." "Pah!" he said, contemptuous on his side now. "You only say that because you're too proud to own up what you want, and can't get." "You know me very well," she replied coldly. "I know you think you're terrific great shakes, and that you live under the eternal insult of working in a factory." He was very angry and very rude. She merely turned away from him in disdain. He walked whistling down the room, flirted and laughed with Hilda. Later on he said to himself, "What was I so impudent to Clara for?" He was rather annoyed with himself, at the same time glad. "Serve her right, she stinks with silent pride," he said to himself angrily. In the afternoon he came down. There was a certain weight on his heart which he wanted to remove. He thought to do it by offering her chocolates. "Have one?" he said. "I bought a handful to sweeten me up." To his great relief she accepted. He sat on the workbench beside her machine, twisting a piece of silk round his finger. She loved him for his quick, unexpected movements, like a young animal. His feet swung as he pondered. The sweets lay strewn on the bench. She bent over her machine, grinding rhythmically, then stooping to see the stocking that hung beneath, pulled down by the weight. He watched the handsome crouching of her back, and the apron strings curling on the floor. "There is always about you," he said, "a sort of waiting. Whatever I see you doing, you're not really there. You are waiting, like Penelope when she did her weaving." He could not help a spurt of wickedness. "I'll call you Penelope," he said. "Would it make any difference?" she said, carefully removing one of her needles. "That doesn't matter, so long as it pleases me. Here, I say, you seem to forget I'm your boss. It just occurs to me." "And what does that mean?" she asked coolly. "It means I've got a right to boss you." "Is there anything you want to complain about?" "Oh, I say, you needn't be nasty," he said angrily. "I don't know what you want," she said, continuing her task. "I want you to treat me nicely and respectfully." "Call you sir, perhaps?" she asked quietly. "Yes, call me sir. I should love it." "Then I wish you would go upstairs, sir." His mouth closed, and a frown came on his face. He jumped suddenly down. "You're too blessed superior for anything," he said. And he went away to the other girls. He felt he was being angrier than he had any need to be. In fact, he doubted slightly that he was showing off. But if he were, then he would. Clara heard him laughing, in a way she hated, with the girls down the next room. When at evening he went through the department after the girls had gone, he saw his chocolates lying untouched in front of Clara's machine. He left them. In the morning they were still there, and Clara was at work. Later on, Minnie, a little brunette they called Pussy, called to him. "Hey, haven't you got a chocolate for anybody?" "Sorry, Pussy," he replied. "I meant to have offered them, then I went and forgot 'em." "I think you did," she answered. "I'll bring you some this afternoon. You don't want them after they've been lying about, do you?" "Oh, I'm not particular," smiled Pussy. "Oh no," he said. "They'll be dusty." He went up to Clara's bench. "Sorry I left these things littering about," he said. She flushed scarlet. He gathered them together in his fist. "They'll be dirty now," he said. "You should have taken them. I wonder why you didn't. I meant to have told you I wanted you to." He flung them out of the window, into the yard below. He just glanced at her. She winced from his eyes. In the afternoon he brought another packet. "Will you take some?" he said, offering them first to Clara. "These are fresh." She accepted one, and put it on to the bench. "Oh, take several, for luck," he said. She took a couple more, and put them on the bench also. Then she turned in confusion to her work. He went on up the room. "Here you are, Pussy," he said. "Don't be greedy." "Are they all for her?" cried the others, rushing up. "Of course they're not," he said. The girls clamoured around. Pussy drew back from her mates. "Come out," she cried. "I can have first pick, can't I, Paul?" "Be nice with them," he said, and went away. "You are a dear," the girls cried. "Tenpence," he answered. He went past Clara without speaking. She felt the 3 chocolate creams would burn her if she touched them. It needed all her courage to slip them into the pocket of her apron. The girls loved him, and were afraid of him. He was so nice while he was nice, but if he were offended, so distant, treating them as if they scarcely existed, or not more than the bobbins of thread. And then, if they were impudent, he said quietly, "Do you mind going on with your work?" and stood and watched. When he celebrated his 23rd birthday, the house was in trouble. Arthur was just going to be married. His mother was not well. His father, getting an old man and lame from his accidents, was given a paltry, poor job. Miriam was an eternal reproach. He felt he owed himself to her, yet could not give himself. The house, moreover, needed his support. He was pulled in all directions. He was not glad it was his birthday. It made him bitter. He got to work at 8 o'clock. Most of the clerks had not turned up. The girls were not due until 8:30. As he was changing his coat, he heard a voice behind him say, "Paul! Paul! I want you," she said. It was Fanny, the hunchback, standing at the top of her stairs, her face radiant with a secret. Paul looked at her in astonishment. "I want you," she said. He stood, at a loss. "Come on," she coaxed. "Come before you begin of the letters." He went down the half-dozen steps into her dry, narrow, finishing-off room. Fanny walked before him. Her black bodice was short, the waist was under her armpits, and her green-black cashmere skirt seemed very long, as she strode with big strides before the young man, himself so graceful. She went to her seat at the narrow end of the room, where the window opened on to chimney-pots. Paul watched her thin hands, and her flat red wrists as she excitedly twitched her white apron, which was spread on the bench in front of her. She hesitated. "You didn't think we'd forgot you?" she asked, reproachful. "Why?" he asked. He had forgotten his birthday himself. "Why?" he says. "Why? Why, look here." She pointed to the calendar, and he saw, surrounding the big black number 21, hundreds of little crosses in black lead. "Oh, kisses for my birthday!" he laughed. "How did you know?" "Yes, you want to know, don't you?" Fanny mocked, hugely delighted. "There's one from everybody, except Lady Clara. And 2 from some, but I shan't tell you how many I put." "Oh, I know, you're spoony," he said. "There you are mistaken!" she cried, indignant. I could never be so soft." Her voice was strong and contralto. "You always pretend to be such a hard-hearted hussy," he laughed. "And you know you're as sentimental. I'd rather be called sentimental than frozen meat," Fanny blurted. Paul knew she referred to Clara, and he smiled. "Do you say such nasty things about me?" he laughed. "No, my duck," the hunchbacked woman answered, lavishly tender. She was 39. "No, my duck, because you don't think yourself a fine figure in marble, and us nothing but dirt. I'm as good as you, aren't I, Paul?" And the question delighted her. "Why, we're not better than one another, are we?" he replied. "But I'm as good as you, aren't I, Paul?" she persisted, daringly. "Of course you are. If it comes to goodness, you're better." She was rather afraid of the situation. She might get hysterical. "I thought I'd get here before the others. Won't they say I'm deep? Now shut your eyes," she said. "And open your mouth, and see what God sends you," he continued, suiting action to words, and expecting a piece of chocolate. He heard the rustle of the apron, and a faint clink of metal. "I'm going to look," he said. He opened his eyes. Fanny, her long cheeks flushed, her blue eyes shining, was gazing at him. There was a little bundle of paint tubes on the bench before him. He turned pale. "No, Fanny," he said, quickly. "From us all," she answered, hastily. "No, but are they the right sort?" she asked, rocking herself with delight. "Jove! They're the best in the catalogue." "But they're the right sorts?" she cried. "They're off the little list I'd made to get when my ship came in." He bit his lip. Fanny was overcome with emotion. She must turn the conversation. "They was all on thorns to do it. They all paid the shares all except the Queen of Sheba." The Queen of Sheba was Clara. "And wouldn't she join?" Paul asked. "She didn't get the chance. We never told her. We wasn't going to have her bossing this show. We didn't want her to join." Paul laughed at the woman. He was much moved. At last he must go. She was very close to him. Suddenly she flung her arms round his neck, and kissed him vehemently. "I can give you a kiss to day," she said, apologetically. "You've looked so white. It's made my heart ache." Paul kissed her, and left her. Her arms were so pitifully thin that his heart ached also. That day he met Clara as he ran downstairs to wash his hands at dinner time. "You have stayed to dinner!" he exclaimed. It was unusual for her. "Yes, and I seem to have dined on old surgical appliance stock. I must go out now, or I shall feel stale india rubber right through." She lingered. He instantly caught at her wish. "You are going anywhere?" he asked. They went together up to the castle. Outdoors she dressed very plainly, down to ugliness. Indoors she always looked nice. She walked with hesitating steps alongside Paul, bowing and turning away from him. Dowdy in dress, and drooping, she showed to great disadvantage. He could scarcely recognize her strong form, that seemed to slumber with power. She appeared almost insignificant, drowning her stature in her stoop, as she shrank from the public gaze. The castle grounds were very green and fresh. Climbing the precipitous ascent, he laughed and chattered, but she was silent, seeming to brood over something. There was scarcely time to go inside the squat, square building that crowns the bluff of rock. They leaned upon the wall, where the cliff runs sheer down to the park. Below them, in their holes in the sandstone, pigeons preened themselves and cooed softly. Away down upon the boulevard at the foot of the rock, tiny trees stood in their own pools of shadow, and tiny people went scurrying about in almost ludicrous importance. "You feel as if you could scoop up the folk like tadpoles, and have a handful of them," he said. She laughed, answering, "Yes, it is not necessary to get far off in order to see us proportionately. The trees are much more significant." "Bulk only," he said. She laughed cynically. Away beyond the boulevard the thin stripes of the metals showed upon the railway track, whose margin was crowded with little stacks of timber, beside which smoking toy engines fussed. Then the silver string of the canal lay at random among the black heaps. Beyond, the dwellings, very dense on the river flat, looked like black poisonous herbage, in thick rows and crowded beds, stretching right away, broken now and then by taller plants, right to where the river glistened in a hieroglyph across the country. The steep scarp cliffs across the river looked puny. Great stretches of country, darkened with trees and faintly brightened with cornland, spread towards the haze, where the hills rose blue beyond grey. "It is comforting," said Mrs. Dawes, "to think the town goes no farther. It is only a little sore upon the country yet." "A little scab," Paul said. She shivered. She loathed the town. Looking drearily across at the country which was forbidden her, her impassive face pale and hostile, she reminded Paul of one of the bitter, remorseful angels. "But the town's all right," he said. "It's only temporary. This is the crude, clumsy makeshift we've practised on till we find out what the idea is. The town will come all right." The pigeons in the pockets of rock, among the perched bushes, cooed comfortably. To the left the large church of St. Mary rose into space, to keep close company with the castle, above the heaped rubble of the town. Mrs. Dawes smiled brightly as she looked across the country. "I feel better," she said. "Thank you," he replied. "Great compliment." "Oh, my brother!" she laughed. "That's snatching back with the left hand what you gave with the right, and no mistake," he said. She laughed in amusement at him. "But what was the matter with you?" he asked. "I know you were brooding something special. I can see the stamp of it on your face yet." "I think I will not tell you," she said. "All right, hug it," he answered. She flushed and bit her lip. "No," she said. "It was the girls." "What about 'em?" Paul asked. "They have been plotting something for a week now, and to day they seem particularly full of it. All alike, they insult me with their secrecy." "Do they?" he asked in concern. "I should not mind," she went on, in the metallic, angry tone, "if they did not thrust it into my face, the fact that they have a secret." "Just like women," said he. "It is hateful, their mean gloating," she said, intensely. Paul was silent. He knew what the girls gloated over. He was sorry to be the cause of this new dissension. "They can have all the secrets in the world," she went on, brooding bitterly, "but they might refrain from glorying in them, and making me feel more out of it than ever. It is almost unbearable." Paul thought for a few minutes. He was much perturbed. "I will tell you what it's all about," he said, pale and nervous. "It's my birthday, and they've bought me a fine lot of paints, all the girls. They're jealous of you." He felt her stiffen coldly at the word jealous. "Merely because I sometimes bring you a book," he added slowly. "But, you see, it's only a trifle. Don't bother about it, will you? Because—" He laughed quickly. "Well, what would they say if they saw us here now, in spite of their victory?" She was angry with him for his clumsy reference to their present intimacy. It was almost insolent of him. Yet he was so quiet, she forgave him, although it cost her an effort. Their two hands lay on the rough stone parapet of the castle wall. He had inherited from his mother a fineness of mould, so that his hands were small and vigorous. Hers were large, to match her large limbs, but white and powerful looking. As Paul looked at them he knew her. "She is wanting somebody to take her hands, for all she is so contemptuous of us," he said to himself. And she saw nothing but his two hands, so warm and alive, which seemed to live for her. He was brooding now, staring out over the country from under sullen brows. The little interesting diversity of shapes had vanished from the scene. All that remained was a vast, dark matrix of sorrow and tragedy, the same in all the houses, and the river flats, and the people, and the birds. They were only shapen differently. And now that the forms seemed to have melted away, there remained the mass from which all the landscape was composed, a dark mass of struggle and pain. The factory, the girls, his mother, the large uplifted church, the thicket of the town, merged into one atmosphere. Dark, brooding, and sorrowful, every bit. "Is that 2 o'clock striking?" Mrs. Dawes said, in surprise. Paul started, and everything sprang into form, regained its individuality, its forgetfulness, and its cheerfulness. They hurried back to work. When he was in the rush of preparing for the night's post, examining the work up from Fanny's room, which smelt of ironing, the evening postman came in. "Mr. Paul Morell," he said, smiling, handing Paul a package. "A lady's handwriting. Don't let the girls see it." The postman himself was a favourite, was pleased to make fun of the girls' affection for Paul. It was a volume of verse, with a brief note. "You will allow me to send you this, and so spare me my isolation. I also sympathise and wish you well. C. D." Paul flushed hot. "Good Lord, Mrs. Dawes! She can't afford it. Good Lord, whoever'd have thought it?" He was suddenly intensely moved. He was filled with the warmth of her. In the glow he could almost feel her as if she were present, her arms, her shoulders, her bosom, see them, feel them, almost contain them. This move on the part of Clara brought them into closer intimacy. The other girls noticed that when Paul met Mrs. Dawes his eyes lifted and gave that peculiar bright greeting which they could interpret. Knowing he was unaware, Clara made no sign, save that occasionally she turned aside her face from him when he came upon her. They walked out together very often at dinner time. It was quite open, quite frank. Everybody seemed to feel that he was quite unaware of the state of his own feeling, and that nothing was wrong. He talked to her now with some of the old fervour with which he had talked to Miriam, but he cared less about the talk. He did not bother about his conclusions. One day in October they went out to Lamley for tea. Suddenly they came to a halt on top of the hill. He climbed and sat on a gate, she sat on the stile. The afternoon was perfectly still, with a dim haze, and yellow sheaves glowing through. They were quiet. "How old were you when you were married?" he asked quietly. 22. Her voice was subdued, almost submissive. She would tell him now. "It is 8 years ago?" "Yes." "And when did you leave him?" 3 years ago." 5 years! Did you love him when you married him?" She was silent for some time. Then she said slowly: "I thought I did, more or less. I didn't think much about it. And he wanted me. I was very prudish then." "And you sort of walked into it without thinking?" "Yes. I seem to have been asleep nearly all my life." "Somnambule. But when did you wake up?" "I don't know that I ever did, or ever have. Since I was a child." "You went to sleep as you grew to be a woman. How queer! And he didn't wake you?" "No, he never got there," she replied, in a monotone. The brown birds dashed over the hedges where the rose hips stood, naked and scarlet. "Got where?" he asked. "At me. He never really mattered to me." The afternoon was so gently warm and dim. Red roofs of the cottages burned among the blue haze. He loved the day. He could feel, but he could not understand, what Clara was saying. "But why did you leave him? Was he horrid to you?" She shuddered lightly. He sort of degraded me. He wanted to bully me because he hadn't got me, and then I felt as if I wanted to run, as if I was fastened and bound up. And he seemed dirty." "I see." He did not at all see. "And was he always dirty?" he asked. "A bit," she replied slowly. "And then he seemed as if he couldn't get at me, really. And then he got brutal. He was brutal." "And why did you leave him, finally?" Because he was unfaithful to me." They were both silent for some time. Her hand lay on the gate post as she balanced. He put his own over it. His heart beat thickly. "But did you ever give him a chance?" "Chance? How?" "To come near to you?" "I married him. And I was willing." They both strove to keep their voices steady. "I believe he loves you," he said. "It looks like it," she replied. He wanted to take his hand away, and could not. She saved him by removing her own. After a silence, he began again. "Did you leave him out of count all along?" "He left me," she said. "And I suppose he couldn't make himself mean everything to you?" "He tried to bully me into it." But the conversation had got them both out of their depth. Suddenly Paul jumped down. "Come on," he said. "Let's go and get some tea." They found a cottage where they sat in the cold parlour. She poured out his tea. She was very quiet. He felt she had withdrawn again from him. After tea she stared broodingly into her teacup, twisting her wedding ring all the time. In her abstraction she took the ring off her finger, stood it up, and spun it upon the table. The gold became a diaphanous, glittering globe. It fell, and the ring was quivering upon the table. She spun it again and again. Paul watched, fascinated. But she was a married woman, and he believed in simple friendship. And he considered that he was perfectly honourable with regard to her. It was only a friendship between man and woman, such as any civilized persons might have. He was like so many young men of his own age. Sex had become so complicated in him that he would have denied that he ever could want Clara or Miriam, or any woman whom he knew. Sex desire was a sort of detached thing, that did not belong to a woman. He loved Miriam with his soul. He grew warm at the thought of Clara. He battled with her. He knew the curves of her breast and shoulders as if they had been moulded inside him. And yet he did not positively desire her. He would have denied it for ever. He believed himself really bound to Miriam. If ever he should marry, some time in the far future, it would be his duty to marry Miriam. That he gave Clara to understand, and she said nothing, but left him to his courses. He came to her, Mrs. Dawes, whenever he could. Then he wrote frequently to Miriam, and visited the girl occasionally. So he went on through the winter. But he seemed not so fretted. His mother was easier about him. She thought he was getting away from Miriam. Miriam knew now how strong was the attraction of Clara for him, but still she was certain that the best in him would triumph. His feeling for Mrs. Dawes, who moreover was a married woman, was shallow and temporal compared with his love for herself. He would come back to her, she was sure, with some of his young freshness gone perhaps, but cured of his desire for the lesser things which other women than herself could give him. She could bear all if he were inwardly true to her, and must come back. He saw none of the anomaly of his position. Miriam was his old friend, lover, and she belonged to Bestwood and home and his youth. Clara was a newer friend, and she belonged to Nottingham, to life, to the world. It seemed to him quite plain. Mrs. Dawes and he had many periods of coolness, when they saw little of each other, but they always came together again. "Were you horrid with Baxter Dawes?" he asked her. It was a thing that seemed to trouble him. "In what way?" "Oh, I don't know. But weren't you horrid with him? Didn't you do something that knocked him to pieces?" "What, pray?" "Making him feel as if he were nothing." "I know," Paul declared. "You are so clever, my friend," she said coolly. The conversation broke off there. But it made her cool with him for some time. She very rarely saw Miriam now. The friendship between the two women was not broken off, but considerably weakened. "Will you come in to the concert on Sunday afternoon?" Clara asked him, just after Christmas. "I promised to go up to Willey Farm," he replied. "Oh, very well." "You don't mind, do you?" he asked. "Why should I?" she answered, which almost annoyed him. "You know," he said, "Miriam and I have been a lot to each other, ever since I was 16. That's 7 years now." "It's a long time," Clara replied. "Yes, but somehow it doesn't go right." "How?" asked Clara. "She seems to draw me and she wouldn't leave a single hair of me free to fall out and blow away. She'd keep it." "But you like to be kept." "No," he said, "I don't. I wish it could be normal, give and take, like me and you. I want a woman to keep me, but not in her pocket." "But if you love her, it couldn't be normal, like me and you." "Yes, I should love her better then. She sort of wants me so much that I can't give myself." "Wants you how?" "Wants the soul out of my body. I can't help shrinking back from her." "And yet you love her." "No, I don't love her. I never even kiss her." "Why not?" Clara asked. "I don't know." "I suppose you're afraid," she said. "I'm not. Something in me shrinks from her like hell. She's so good, when I'm not good." "How do you know what she is?" "I do. She wants a sort of soul union." "But how do you know what she wants?" "I've been with her for 7 years." "And you haven't found out the very first thing about her." "What's that?" "That she doesn't want any of your soul communion. That's your own imagination. She wants you." He pondered over this. Perhaps he was wrong. "But she seems—" he began. "You've never tried," she answered. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 11, Part 1. Of Sons and Lovers, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The test on Miriam. With the spring came again the old madness and battle. Now he knew he would have to go to Miriam. But what was his reluctance? He told himself it was only a sort of over-strong virginity in her and him, which neither could break through. He might have married her, but his circumstances at home made it difficult, and, moreover, he did not want to marry. Marriage was for life, and because they had become close companions, he and she, he did not see that it should inevitably follow they should be man and wife. He did not feel that he wanted marriage with Miriam. He wished he did. He would have given his head to have felt a joyous desire to marry her, and to have her. Then why couldn't he bring it off? There was some obstacle. And what was the obstacle? It lay in the physical bondage. He shrank from the physical contact. But why? With her he felt bound up inside himself. He could not go out to her. Something struggled in him, but he could not get to her. Why? She loved him. Clara said she even wanted him. Then why couldn't he go to her, make love to her, kiss her? Why, when she put her arm in his timidly as they walked, did he feel he would burst forth in brutality and recoil? He owed himself to her. He wanted to belong to her. Perhaps the recoil and the shrinking from her was love in its first fierce modesty. He had no aversion for her. No, it was the opposite. It was a strong desire battling with a still stronger shyness and virginity. It seemed as if virginity were a positive force, which fought and won in both of them. And with her he felt it so hard to overcome, yet he was nearest to her, and with her alone could he deliberately break through. And he owed himself to her. Then, if they could get things right, they could marry. But he would not marry unless he could feel strong in the joy of it. Never. He could not have faced his mother. It seemed to him that to sacrifice himself in a marriage he did not want would be degrading, and would undo all his life, make it a nullity. He would try what he could do. And he had a great tenderness for Miriam. Always she was sad, dreaming her religion, and he was nearly a religion to her. He could not bear to fail her. It would all come right if they tried. He looked round. A good many of the nicest men he knew were like himself, bound in by their own virginity, which they could not break out of. They were so sensitive to their women that they would go without them forever rather than do them a hurt, an injustice. Being the sons of mothers whose husbands had blundered rather brutally through their feminine sanctities, they were themselves too diffident and shy. They could easier deny themselves than incur any reproach from a woman. For a woman was like their mother, and they were full of the sense of their mother. They preferred themselves to suffer the misery of celibacy, rather than risk the other person. He went back to her. Something in her, when he looked at her, brought the tears almost to his eyes. One day he stood behind her as she sang. Annie was playing a song on the piano. As Miriam sang, her mouth seemed hopeless. She sang like a nun singing to heaven. It reminded him so much of the mouth and eyes of one who sings beside a Botticelli Madonna, so spiritual. Again, hot as steel, came up the pain in him. Why must he ask her for the other thing? Why was there his blood battling with her? If only he could have been always gentle, tender with her, breathing with her the atmosphere of reverie and religious dreams, he would give his right hand. It was not fair to hurt her. There seemed an eternal maidenhood about her, and when he thought of her mother, he saw the great brown eyes of a maiden who was nearly scared and shocked out of her virgin maidenhood, but not quite, in spite of her 7 children. They had been born almost leaving her out of count, not of her, but upon her, so she could never let them go, because she never had possessed them. Mrs. Morell saw him going again frequently to Miriam, and was astonished. He said nothing to his mother. He did not explain nor excuse himself. If he came home late and she reproached him, he frowned and turned on her in an overbearing way. "I shall come home when I like," he said. "I am old enough." "Must she keep you till this time?" "It is I who stay," he answered. "And she lets you?" "But very well," she said. And she went to bed, leaving the door unlocked for him. But she lay listening until he came, often long after. It was a great bitterness to her that he had gone back to Miriam. She recognised, however, the uselessness of any further interference. He went to Willey Farm as a man now, not as a youth. She had no right over him. There was a coldness between him and her. He hardly told her anything. Discarded, she waited on him, cooked for him still, and loved to slave for him. But her face closed again like a mask. There was nothing for her to do now but the housework. For all the rest he had gone to Miriam. She could not forgive him. Miriam killed the joy and the warmth in him. He had been such a jolly lad, and full of the warmest affection. Now he grew colder, more and more irritable and gloomy. It reminded her of William, but Paul was worse. He did things with more intensity, and more realization of what he was about. His mother knew how he was suffering for want of a woman, and she saw him going to Miriam. If he had made up his mind, nothing on earth would alter him. Mrs. Morell was tired. She began to give up at last. She had finished. She was in the way. He went on determinedly. He realized more or less what his mother felt. It only hardened his soul. He made himself callous towards her, but it was like being callous to his own health. It undermined him quickly, yet he persisted. He lay back in the rocking chair at Willey Farm one evening. He had been talking to Miriam for some weeks, but had not come to the point. Now he said suddenly, "I am 24, almost." She had been brooding. She looked up at him suddenly in surprise. "Yes. What makes you say it?" There was something in the charged atmosphere that she dreaded. "Sir Thomas More says one can marry at 24. She laughed quaintly, saying, "Does it need Sir Thomas More's sanction?" "No, but one ought to marry about then." "Ay," she answered broodingly, and she waited. "I can't marry you," he continued slowly. "Not now, because we've no money, and they depend on me at home." She sat, half guessing what was coming. "But I want to marry now." "You want to marry?" she repeated. "A woman. You know what I mean." She was silent. "Now, at last, I must," he said. "Ay," she answered. "And you love me?" She laughed bitterly. "Why are you ashamed of it?" he answered. "You wouldn't be ashamed before your God. Why are you before people?" "Nay," she answered deeply, "I am not ashamed." "You are," he replied bitterly, "and it's my fault. But you know, I can't help being as I am. Don't you?" "I know you can't help it," she replied. "I love you an awful lot. Then there is something short." "Where?" she answered, looking at him. "Oh, in me. It is I who ought to be ashamed, like a spiritual cripple. And I am ashamed. It is misery. Why is it?" "I don't know," replied Miriam. "And I don't know," he repeated. "Don't you think we've been too fierce in our what they call purity? Don't you think that to be so much afraid and averse is a sort of dirtiness?" She looked at him with startled, dark eyes. "You recoiled away from anything of the sort, and I took the motion from you, and recoiled also. Perhaps worse." There was silence in the room for some time. "Yes," she said, "it is so." "There is between us," he said, "all these years of intimacy. I feel naked enough before you. Do you understand?" "I think so," she answered. "And you love me?" She laughed. "Don't be bitter," he pleaded. She looked at him and was sorry for him. His eyes were dark with torture. She was sorry for him. It was worse for him to have this deflected love than for herself, who could never be properly mated. He was restless, for ever urging forward and trying to find a way out. He might do as he liked, and have what he liked of her. "Nay," she said softly, "I am not bitter." She felt she could bear anything for him. She would suffer for him. She put her hand on his knee as he leaned forward in his chair. He took it and kissed it, but it hurt to do so. He felt he was putting himself aside. He sat there, sacrificed to her purity, which felt more like nullity. How could he kiss her hand passionately, when it would drive her away and leave nothing but pain? Yet slowly he drew her to him and kissed her. They knew each other too well to pretend anything. As she kissed him, she watched his eyes. They were staring across the room, with a peculiar dark blaze in them that fascinated her. He was perfectly still. She could feel his heart throbbing heavily in his breast. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. The blaze in his eyes shuddered, became uncertain. "I was thinking all the while, I love you. I have been obstinate." She sank her head on his breast. "Yes," she answered. "That's all," he said, and his voice seemed sure, and his mouth was kissing her throat. Then she raised her head and looked into his eyes with her full gaze of love. The blaze struggled, seemed to try to get away from her, and then was quenched. He turned his head quickly aside. It was a moment of anguish. "Kiss me," she whispered. He shut his eyes and kissed her, and his arms folded her closer and closer. When she walked home with him over the fields, he said: "I am glad I came back to you. I feel so simple with you, as if there was nothing to hide. We will be happy?" "Yes," she murmured, and the tears came to her eyes. "Some sort of perversity in our souls," he said, "makes us not get away from, the very thing we want. We have to fight against that." "Yes," she said, and she felt stunned. As she stood under the drooping thorn tree, in the darkness by the roadside, he kissed her, and his fingers wandered over her face. In the darkness, where he could not see her but only feel her, his passion flooded him. He clasped her very close. "Sometime you will have me?" he murmured, hiding his face on her shoulder. It was so difficult. "Not now," she said. His hopes and his heart sunk. A dreariness came over him. "No," he said. His clasp of her slackened. "I love to feel your arm there," she said, pressing his arm against her back, where it went round her waist. "It rests me so." He tightened the pressure of his arm upon the small of her back to rest her. "We belong to each other," he said. "Yes. Then why shouldn't we belong to each other altogether?" "But," she faltered. "I know it's a lot to ask," he said, "but there's not much risk for you, really. Not in the Gretchen way. You can trust me there?" "Oh, I can trust you." The answer came quick and strong. "It's not that. It's not that at all. But—" "What?" She hid her face in his neck with a little cry of misery. "I don't know," she cried. She seemed slightly hysterical, but with a sort of horror. His heart died in him. "You don't think it ugly?" he asked. "No, not now. You have taught me it isn't." "You are afraid?" She calmed herself hastily. "Yes, I'm only afraid," she said. He kissed her tenderly. "Never mind," he said. "You shall please yourself." Suddenly she gripped her arms round him, and clenched her body stiff. "You shall have me," she said, through her shut teeth. His heart beat up again like fire. He folded her close, and his mouth was on her throat. She could not bear it. She drew away. He disengaged her. "Won't you be late?" she asked, gently. He sighed, scarcely hearing what she said. She waited, wishing he would go. At last he kissed her quickly and climbed the fence. Looking round he saw the pale blotch of her face down in the darkness under the hanging tree. There was no more of her but this pale blotch. "Good-bye," she called softly. She had no body, only a voice and a dim face. He turned away and ran down the road, his fists clenched. And when he came to the wall over the lake he leaned there, almost stunned, looking up the black water. Miriam plunged home over the meadows. She was not afraid of people, what they might say, but she dreaded the issue with him. Yes, she would let him have her if he insisted, and then, when she thought of it afterwards, her heart went down. He would be disappointed, he would find no satisfaction, and then he would go away. Yet he was so insistent, and over this, which did not seem so all-important to her, was their love to break down. After all, he was only like other men, seeking his satisfaction. Oh, but there was something more in him, something deeper. She could trust to it, in spite of all desires. He said that possession was a great moment in life. All strong emotions concentrated there. Perhaps it was so. There was something divine in it. Then she would submit, religiously, to the sacrifice. He should have her. And at the thought her whole body clenched itself involuntarily, hard, as if against something. But life forced her through this gate of suffering, too, and she would submit. At any rate, it would give him what he wanted, which was her deepest wish. She brooded and brooded and brooded herself towards accepting him. He courted her now like a lover. Often, when he grew hot, she put his face from her, held it between her hands, and looked in his eyes. He could not meet her gaze. Her dark eyes, full of love, earnest and searching, made him turn away. Not for an instant would she let him forget. Back again he had to torture himself into a sense of his responsibility and hers. Never any relaxing, never any leaving himself to the great hunger and impersonality of passion. He must be brought back to a deliberate, reflective creature. As if from a swoon of passion she called him back to the littleness, the personal relationship. He could not bear it. "Leave me alone! Leave me alone!" he wanted to cry, but she wanted him to look at her with eyes full of love. His eyes, full of the dark, impersonal fire of desire, did not belong to her. There was a great crop of cherries at the farm. The trees at the back of the house, very large and tall, hung thick with scarlet and crimson drops under the dark leaves. Paul and Edgar were gathering in the fruit one evening. It had been a hot day, and now the clouds were rolling in the sky, dark and warm. Paul climbed high in the tree, above the scarlet roofs of the buildings. The wind, moaning steadily, made the whole tree rock with a subtle, thrilling motion that stirred the blood. The young man, perched insecurely in the slender branches, rocked till he felt slightly drunk, reached down the boughs, where the scarlet, beady cherries hung thick underneath, and tore off handful after handful of the sleek, cool-fleshed fruit. Cherries touched his ears and his neck as he stretched forward, their chill finger-tips sending a flash down his blood. All shades of red, from a golden vermilion to a rich crimson, glowed and met his eyes under a darkness of leaves. The sun, going down, suddenly caught the broken clouds. Immense piles of gold flared out in the south-east, heaped in soft, glowing yellow, right up the sky. The world, till now dusk and grey, reflected the gold glow, astonished. Everywhere the trees and the grass and the far-off water seemed roused from the twilight and shining. Miriam came out wondering. "Oh," Paul heard a mellow voice call, "isn't it wonderful?" He looked down. There was a faint gold glimmer on her face that looked very soft, turned up to him. "How high you are!" she said. Beside her, on the rhubarb leaves, were 4 dead birds, feaths that had been shot. Paul saw some cherry stones hanging quite bleached, like skeletons picked clear of flesh. He looked down again to Miriam. Clouds are on fire," he said. "Beautiful!" she cried. She seemed so small, so soft, so tender down there. He threw a handful of cherries at her. She was startled and frightened. He laughed with a low chuckling sound and pelted her. She ran for shelter, picking up some cherries. 2 fine red pears she hung over her ears. Then she looked up again. "Haven't you got enough?" she asked. "Nearly. It's like being on a ship up here." "And how long will you stay?" "While the sunset lasts." She went to the fence and sat there watching the gold clouds fall to pieces, and go in immense rose-coloured ruin towards the darkness. Gold flamed to scarlet, like pain in its intense brightness. Then the scarlet sank to rose, and rose to crimson, and quickly the passion went out of the sky. All the world was dark grey. Paul scrambled quickly down with his basket, tearing his shirt-sleeve as he did so. "They are lovely," said Miriam, fingering the cherries. "I've torn my sleeve," he answered. She took the 3-cornered rip, saying, "I shall have to mend it." It was near the shoulder. She put her fingers through the tear. "How warm!" she said. He laughed. There was a new, strange note in his voice, one that made her pant. "Shall we stay out?" he said. "Won't it rain?" she asked. "No. Let us walk a little way." They went down the fields and into the thick plantation of fir trees and pines. "Shall we go in among the trees?" he asked. "Do you want to?" "Yes." It was very dark among the firs, and the sharp spines pricked her face. She was afraid. Paul was silent and strange. "I like the darkness," he said. "I wish it were thicker, good thick darkness." He seemed to be almost unaware of her as a person. She was only to him then a woman. She was afraid. He stood against a pine trunk and took her in his arms. She relinquished herself to him, but it was a sacrifice in which she felt something of horror. This thick-voiced, oblivious man was a stranger to her. Later it began to rain. The pine trees smelled very strong. Paul lay with his head on the ground, on the dead pine needles, listening to the sharp hiss of the rain, a steady, keen noise. His heart was down, very heavy. Now he realized that she had not been with him all the time, that her soul had stood apart, in a sort of horror. He was physically at rest, but no more. Very dreary at heart, very sad and very tender, his fingers wandered over her face pitifully. Now again she loved him deeply. He was tender and beautiful. "The rain!" he said. "Yes. Is it coming on you?" She put her hands over him, on his hair, on his shoulders, to feel if the raindrops fell on him. She loved him dearly. He, as he lay with his face on the dead pine leaves, felt extraordinarily quiet. He did not mind if the raindrops came on him. He would have lain and got wet through. He felt as if nothing mattered, as if his living was smeared away into the beyond, near and quite lovable. This strange, gentle reaching out to death was new to him. "We must go," said Miriam. "Yes," he answered, but did not move. To him now life seemed a shadow, day a white shadow, night and death and stillness and inaction. This seemed like being. To be alive, to be urgent and insistent, that was not to be. The highest of all was to melt out into the darkness and sway there, identified with the great being. "The rain is coming in on us," said Miriam. He rose and assisted her. "It is a pity," he said. "What?" "To have to go. I feel so still." "Still?" she repeated. "Stiller than I have ever been in my life." He was walking with his hand in hers. She pressed his fingers, feeling a slight fear. Now he seemed beyond her. She had a fear lest she should lose him. "The fir trees are like presences on the darkness, each one only a presence." She was afraid and said nothing. "A sort of hush, the whole night wondering and asleep. I suppose that's what we do in death, sleep in wonder." She had been afraid before of the brute in him, now of the mystic. She trod beside him in silence. The rain fell with a heavy hush on the trees. At last they gained the cart shed. "Let us stay here a while," he said. There was the sound of rain everywhere, smothering everything. "I feel so strange and still," he said, "along with everything." "Ay," she answered patiently. He seemed unaware of her, though he held her hand close. To be rid of our individuality, which is our will, which is our effort, to live effortless, a kind of conscious sleep, that is very beautiful, I think. That is our afterlife, our immortality. Yes? Yes, and very beautiful to have. You don't usually say that. No. In a while they went indoors. Everybody looked at them curiously. He still kept the quiet, heavy look in his eyes, the stillness in his voice. Instinctively they all left him alone. About this time Miriam's grandmother, who lived in a tiny cottage in Woodlinton, fell ill, and the girl was sent to keep house. It was a beautiful little place. The cottage had a big garden in front, with red brick walls, against which the plum trees were nailed. At the back another garden was separated from the fields by a tall old hedge. It was very pretty. Miriam had not much to do, so she found time for her beloved reading, and for writing little introspective pieces which interested her. At the holiday time her grandmother, being better, was driven to Derby, to stay with her daughter for a day or two. She was a crotchety old lady, and might return the second day or the third. So Miriam stayed alone in the cottage, which also pleased her. Paul used often to cycle over, and they had as a rule peaceful and happy times. He did not embarrass her much, but then on the Monday of the holiday he was to spend a whole day with her. It was perfect weather. He left his mother, telling her where he was going. She would be all alone all the day. It cast a shadow over him, but he had 3 days that were all his own, when he was going to do as he liked. It was sweet to rush through the morning lanes on his bicycle. He got to the cottage at about 11 o'clock. Miriam was busy preparing dinner. She looked so perfectly in keeping with the little kitchen, ruddy and busy. He kissed her and sat down to watch. The room was small and cosy. The sofa was covered all over with a sort of linen in squares of red and pale blue, old, much washed, but pretty. There was a stuffed owl in a case over a corner cupboard. The sunlight came through the leaves of the scented geraniums in the window. She was cooking a chicken in his honour. It was their cottage for the day, and they were man and wife. He beat the eggs for her and peeled the potatoes. He thought she gave a feeling of home almost like his mother, and no one could look more beautiful, with her tumbled curls when she was flushed from the fire. The dinner was a great success. Like a young husband he carved. They talked all the time with unflagging zest. Then he wiped the dishes she had washed, and they went out down the fields. There was a bright little brook that ran into a bog at the foot of a very steep bank. Here they wandered, picking still a few marsh marigolds and many big blue forget-me-nots. Then she sat on the bank with her hands full of flowers, mostly golden water blobs. As she put her face down into the marigolds, it was all overcast with a yellow shine. "Your face is bright," he said, "like a transfiguration." She looked at him, questioning. He laughed pleadingly to her, laying his hand on hers. Then he kissed her fingers, then her face. The world was all steeped in sunshine and quite still, yet not asleep, but quivering with a kind of expectancy. "I have never seen anything more beautiful than this," he said. He held her hand fast all the time. "And the water singing to itself as it runs. Do you love it?" She looked at him full of love. His eyes were very dark, very bright. "Don't you think it's a great day?" he asked. She murmured her assent. She was happy, and he saw it. "And our day, just between us," he said. They lingered a little while. Then they stood up upon the sweet thyme, and he looked down at her simply. "Will you come?" he asked. They went back to the house, hand in hand, in silence. The chickens came scampering down the path to her. He locked the door, and they had the little house to themselves. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 11, Part 2, of Sons and Lovers, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He never forgot seeing her as she lay on the bed, when he was unfastening his collar. First he saw only her beauty, and was blind with it. She had the most beautiful body he had ever imagined. He stood, unable to move or speak, looking at her, his face half smiling with wonder. And then he wanted her. But as he went forward to her, her hands lifted in a little pleading movement, and he looked at her face and stopped. Her big brown eyes were watching him, still and resigned, and loving. She lay as if she had given herself up to sacrifice. There was her body for him, but the look at the back of her eyes, like a creature awaiting immolation, arrested him, and all his blood fell back. "You are sure you want me?" he asked, as if a cold shadow had come over him. "Yes, quite sure." She was very quiet, very calm. She only realised that she was doing something for him. He could hardly bear it. She lay to be sacrificed for him because she loved him so much. And he had to sacrifice her. For a second he wished he were sexless or dead. Then she shut his eyes again to her, and his blood beat back again. And afterwards he loved her to the last fibre of his being. He loved her. But he wanted, somehow, to cry. There was something he could not bear for her sake. He stayed with her till quite late at night. As he rode home he felt that he was finally initiated. He was a youth no longer. But why had he the dull pain in his soul? Why did the thought of death, the afterlife, seem so sweet and consoling? He spent the week with Miriam, and wore her out with his passion before it was gone. He had always, almost wilfully, to put her out of count, and act from the brute strength of his own feelings. And he could not do it often, and there remained afterwards always the sense of failure and of death. If he were really with her, he had to put aside himself and his desire. If he would have her, he had to put her aside. "When I come to you," he asked, his eyes dark with pain and shame, "you don't really want me, do you?" "Ah, yes," she replied, quickly. He looked at her. "Nay," he said. She began to tremble. "You see," she said, taking his face and shutting it out against her shoulder, "you see, as we are, how can I get used to you? It would come all right if we were married." He lifted her head and looked at her. "You mean, now it is always too much shock?" "Yes, and you are always clenched against me." She was trembling with agitation. "You see," she said, "I'm not used to the thought." "You are lately," he said. "But all my life. Mother said to me, there is one thing in marriage that is always dreadful, but you have to bear it. And I believed it." "And still believe," he said. "No," she cried hastily. "I believe, as you do, that loving, even in that way, is the high water mark of living." "That doesn't alter the fact that you never want it." "No," she said, taking his head in her arms and rocking in despair. "Don't say so. You don't understand." She rocked with pain. "Don't I want your children?" "But not me." "How can you say so? But we must be married to have children." "Shall we be married then? I want you to have my children." He kissed her hand reverently. She pondered sadly, watching him. "We are too young," she said at length. 24 and 23. "Not yet," she pleaded, as she rocked herself in distress. "When you will," he said. She bowed her head gravely. The tone of hopelessness in which he said these things grieved her deeply. It had always been a failure between them. Tacitly she acquiesced in what he felt. And after a week of love he said to his mother suddenly one Sunday night, just as they were going to bed, "I shan't go so much to Miriam's, mother." She was surprised, but would not ask him anything. "You please yourself," she said. So he went to bed. But there was a new quietness about him which she had wondered at. She almost guessed. She would leave him alone, however. Precipitation might spoil things. She watched him in his loneliness, wondering where he would end. He was sick, and much too quiet for him. There was a perpetual little knitting of his brows, such as she had seen when he was a small baby, and which had been gone for many years. Now it was the same again. And she could do nothing for him. He had to go on alone, make his own way. He continued faithful to Miriam. For one day he had loved her utterly, but it never came again. The sense of failure grew stronger. At first it was only a sadness. Then he began to feel he could not go on. He wanted to run, go abroad, anything. Gradually he ceased to ask her to have him. Instead of drawing them together, it put them apart. And then he realised, consciously, that it was no good. It was useless trying. It would never be a success between them. For some months he had seen very little of Clara. They had occasionally walked out for half an hour at dinner time, but he always reserved himself for Miriam. With Clara, however, his brow cleared, and he was gay again. She treated him indulgently, as if he were a child. He thought he did not mind, but deep below the surface it piqued him. Sometimes Miriam said, "What about Clara? I hear nothing of her lately." "I walked with her about 20 minutes yesterday," he replied. "And what did she talk about?" "I don't know. I suppose I did all the jawing. I usually do. I think I was telling her about the strike, and how the women took it." "Yes." So he gave the account of himself. But insidiously, without his knowing it, the warmth he felt for Clara drew him away from Miriam, for whom he felt responsible, and to whom he felt he belonged. He thought he was being quite faithful to her. It is not easy to estimate exactly the strength and warmth of one's feelings for a woman till they have run away with one. He began to give more time to his men friends. There was Jessup at the art school, Swain who was chemistry demonstrator at the university, Newton who was a teacher, besides Edgar and Miriam's younger brothers. Pleading work, he sketched and studied with Jessup. He called in the university for Swain, and the two went down-town together. Having come home in the train with Newton, he called and had a game of billiards with him in the Moon and Stars. If he gave to Miriam the excuse of his men friends, he felt quite justified. His mother began to be relieved. He always told her where he had been. During the summer Clara wore sometimes a dress of soft cotton stuff with loose sleeves. When she lifted her hands her sleeves fell back, and her beautiful strong arms shone out. "Half a minute," he cried. "Hold your arms still." He made sketches of her hand and arm, and the drawings contained some of the fascination the real thing had for him. Miriam, who always went scrupulously through his books and papers, saw the drawings. "I think Clara has such beautiful arms," he said. "Yes. When did you draw them?" "On Tuesday, in the workroom. You know I've got a corner where I can work. Often I can do every single thing they need in the department before dinner. Then I work for myself in the afternoon, and just see to things at night." "Yes," she said, turning the leaves of his sketch book. Frequently he hated Miriam. He hated her as she bent forward and pored over his things. He hated her way of patiently casting him up, as if he were an endless psychological account. When he was with her, he hated her for having got him, and yet not got him, and he tortured her. She took all and gave nothing, he said. At least, she gave no living warmth. She was never alive, and giving off life. Looking for her was like looking for something which did not exist. She was only his conscience, not his mate. He hated her violently, and was more cruel to her. They dragged on till the next summer. He saw more and more of Clara. At last he spoke. He had been sitting working at home one evening. There was between him and his mother a peculiar condition of people frankly finding fault with each other. Mrs. Morell was strong on her feet again. He was not going to stick to Miriam. Very well, then she would stand aloof till he said something. It had been coming a long time, this bursting of the storm in him, when he would come back to her. This evening there was between them a peculiar condition of suspense. He worked feverishly and mechanically, so that he could escape from himself. It grew late. Through the open door, stealthily, came the scent of Madonna lilies, almost as if it were prowling abroad. Suddenly he got up and went out of doors. The beauty of the night made him want to shout. A half-moon, dusky gold, was sinking behind the black sycamore at the end of the garden, making the sky dull purple with its glow. Nearer, a dim white fence of lilies went across the garden, and the air all round seemed to stir with scent, as if it were alive. He went across the bed of pinks, whose keen perfume came sharply across the rocking, heavy scent of the lilies, and stood aside the white barrier of flowers. They flagged all loose, as if they were panting. The scent made him drunk. He went down to the field to watch the moon sink under. A corncrake in the hay-close called insistently. The moon slid quite quickly downwards, growing more flushed. Behind him the great flowers leaned as if they were calling. And then, like a shock, he caught another perfume, something raw and coarse. Hunting round, he found the purple iris, touched their fleshy throats and their dark, grasping hands. At any rate he had found something. They stood stiff in the darkness. Their scent was brutal. The moon was melting down upon the crest of the hill. It was gone. All was dark. The corncrake called still. Breaking off a pink, he suddenly went indoors. "Come, my boy," said his mother. "I'm sure it's time you went to bed." He stood with the pink against his lips. "I shall break off with Miriam, mother," he answered calmly. She looked up at him over her spectacles. He was staring back at her, unswerving. She met his eyes for a moment, then took off her glasses. He was white. The male was up in him, dominant. She did not want to see him too clearly. "But I thought—" she began. "Well," he answered, "I don't love her. I don't want to marry her. So I shall have done." "But," exclaimed his mother, amazed, "I thought lately you had made up your mind to have her, and so I said nothing." "I had. I wanted to. But now I don't want. It's no good. I shall break off on Sunday. I ought to, oughtn't I?" "You know best. You know I said so long ago." "I can't help that now. I shall break off on Sunday." "Well," said his mother, "I think it will be best. But lately I decided you had made up your mind to have her, so I said nothing, and should have said nothing. But I say, as I have always said, I don't think she is suited to you." "On Sunday I break off," he said, smelling the pink. He put the flower in his mouth. Unthinking, he bared his teeth, closed them on the blossom slowly, and had a mouthful of petals. These he spat into the fire, kissed his mother, and went to bed. On Sunday he went up to the farm in the early afternoon. He had written Miriam that they would walk over the fields to Hucknall. His mother was very tender with him. He said nothing, but she saw the effort it was costing. The peculiar set look on his face stilled her. "Never mind, my son," she said. "You'll be so much better when it is all over." Paul glanced swiftly at his mother in surprise and resentment. He did not want sympathy. Miriam met him at the lane end. She was wearing a new dress of figured muslin that had short sleeves. Those short sleeves, and Miriam's brown-skinned arms beneath them, such pitiful, resigned arms, gave him so much pain that they helped to make him cruel. She had made herself look so beautiful and fresh for him. She seemed to blossom for him alone. Every time he looked at her, a mature young woman now, and beautiful in her new dress, it hurt so much that his heart seemed almost to be bursting with the restraint he put on it. But he had decided, and it was irrevocable. On the hills they sat down, and he lay with his head in her lap, whilst she fingered his hair. She knew that he was not there, as she put it. Often when she had him with her, she looked for him and could not find him. But this afternoon she was not prepared. It was nearly 5 o'clock when he told her. They were sitting on the bank of a stream, where the lip of turf hung over the hollow bank of yellow earth, and he was hacking away with a stick, as he did when he was perturbed and cruel. "I have been thinking," he said, We ought to break off." "Why?" she cried in surprise. "Because it's no good going on." "Why is it no good?" "It isn't. I don't want to marry. I don't ever want to marry. And if we're not going to marry, it's no good going on." "But why do you say this now?" "Because I've made up my mind." "And what about these last months, and the things you told me then?" "I can't help it. I don't want to go on." "You don't want any more of me?" "I want us to break off. You be free of me, I free of you." "And what about these last months?" "I don't know. I've not told you anything but what I thought was true." "Then why are you different now?" "I'm not. I'm the same. Only I know it's no good going on." "You haven't told me why it's no good." "Because I don't want to go on. And I don't want to marry." "How many times have you offered to marry me, and I wouldn't?" "I know. But I want us to break off." There was silence for a moment or two, while he dug viciously at the earth. She bent her head, pondering. He was an unreasonable child. He was like an infant which, when it has drunk its fill, throws away and smashes the cup. She looked at him, feeling she could get hold of him and wring some consistency out of him. But she was helpless. Then she cried: "I've said you were only 14. You're only 4." He still dug at the earth viciously. He heard. "You are a child of 4," she repeated in her anger. He did not answer, but said, in his heart: "All right, if I'm a child of 4, what do you want me for? I don't want another mother." But he said nothing to her, and there was silence. "And have you told your people?" she asked. "I have told my mother." There was another long interval of silence. "Then what do you want?" she asked. "Why, I want us to separate. We have lived on each other all these years, now let us stop. I will go my own way without you, and you will go your way without me. You will have an independent life of your own then." There was in it some truth that, in spite of her bitterness, she could not help registering. She knew she felt in a sort of bondage to him, which she hated because she could not control it. She had hated her love for him the moment it grew too strong for her. And, deep down, she had hated him because she loved him and he dominated her. She had resisted his domination. She had fought to keep herself free of him in the last issue. And she was free of him, even more than he of her. "And," he continued, "we shall always be more or less each other's work. You have done a lot for me, I for you. Now let us start and live by ourselves." "What do you want to do?" she asked. "Nothing. Only be free," he answered. She, however, knew in her heart that Clara's influence was over him to liberate him. But she said nothing. "And what have I to tell my mother?" she asked. "I told my mother," he answered, "that I was breaking off, clean and altogether." "I shall not tell them at home," she said. Frowning, "You please yourself," he said. He knew he had landed her in a nasty hole, and was leaving her in the lurch. It angered him. "Tell them you wouldn't and won't marry me, and have broken off," he said. "It's true enough." She bit her finger moodily. She thought over their whole affair. She had known it would come to this. She had seen it all along. It chimed with her bitter expectation. "Always it has been so," she cried. "It has been one long battle between us, you fighting away from me." It came from her unawares, like a flash of lightning. The man's heart stood still. Was this how she saw it? "But we've had some perfect hours, some perfect times, when we were together," he pleaded. "Never!" she cried. "Never! It has always been you fighting me off." "Not always. Not at first," he pleaded. "Always. From the very beginning. Always the same." She had finished, but she had done enough. He sat aghast. He had wanted to say, "It has been good, but it is at an end." And she whose love he had believed in when he had despised himself, denied that their love had ever been love. He had always fought away from her. Then it had been monstrous. There had never been anything really between them. All the time he had been imagining something where there was nothing. And she had known. She had known so much, and had told him so little. She had known all the time. All the time this was at the bottom of her. He sat silent in bitterness. At last the whole affair appeared in a cynical aspect to him. She had really played with him, not he with her. She had hidden all her condemnation from him, had flattered him, and despised him. She despised him now. He grew intellectual and cruel. "You ought to marry a man who worships you," he said. "Then you could do as you liked with him. Plenty of men will worship you, if you get on the private side of their natures. You ought to marry one such. They would never fight you off." "Thank you," she said, "but don't advise me to marry someone else any more. You've done it before." "Very well," he said. "I will say no more." He sat still, feeling as if he had had a blow instead of giving one. Their 8 years of friendship and love, the 8 years of his life, were nullified. "When did you think of this?" she asked. "I thought definitely on Thursday night." "I knew it was coming," she said. That pleased him bitterly. "Oh, very well. If she knew, then it doesn't come as a surprise to her," he thought. "And have you said anything to Clara?" she asked. "No, but I shall tell her now." There was a silence. "Do you remember the things you said this time last year, in my grandmother's house? Nay, last month even?" "Yes," he said, "I do, and I meant them. I can't help that it's failed." "It has failed because you want something else." "It would have failed whether or not. You never believed in me." She laughed strangely. He sat in silence. He was full of a feeling that she had deceived him. She had despised him when he thought she worshipped him. She had let him say wrong things, and had not contradicted him. She had let him fight alone. But it stuck in his throat that she had despised him whilst he thought she worshipped him. She should have told him when she found fault with him. She had not played fair. He hated her. All these years she had treated him as if he were a hero, and thought of him secretly as an infant, a foolish child. Then why had she left the foolish child to his folly? His heart was hard against her. She sat full of bitterness. She had known. Oh, well she had known. All the time he was away from her she had summed him up, seen his littleness, his meanness, and his folly. Even she had guarded her soul against him. She was not overthrown, nor prostrated, not even much hurt. She had known. Only why, as he sat there, had he still this strange dominance over her? His very movements fascinated her, as if she were hypnotized by him. Yet he was despicable, false, inconsistent, and mean. Why this bondage for her? Why was it the movement of his arms stirred her as nothing else in the world could? Why she was fastened to him? Why, even now, if he looked at her and commanded her, would she have to obey? She would obey him in his trifling commands. But once he was obeyed, then she had him in her power, she knew, to lead him where she would. She was sure of herself. Only this new influence. Ah, he was not a man. He was a baby that cries for the newest toy, and all the attachment of his soul would not keep him. Very well, he would have to go, but he would come back when he had tired of his new sensation. He hacked at the earth till she was fretted to death. She rose. He sat flinging lumps of earth in the stream. "We will go and have tea here?" he asked. "Yes," she answered. They chattered over irrelevant subjects during tea. He held forth on the love of ornament. The cottage parlour moved him thereto, and its connection with aesthetics. She was cold and quiet. As they walked home, she asked, "And we shall not see each other?" "No, or rarely," he answered. "Nor write?" she asked, almost sarcastically. "As you will," he answered. "We're not strangers, never should be. Whatever happened. I will write to you now and again. You please yourself." "I see," she answered cuttingly. But he was at that stage at which nothing else hurts. He had made a great cleavage in his life. He had had a great shock when she told him their love had always been a conflict. Nothing more mattered. If it never had been much, there was no need to make a fuss that it was ended. He left her at the lane end. As she went home, solitary, in her new frock, having her people to face at the other end, he stood still with shame and pain in the high road, thinking of the suffering he caused her. In a reaction towards restoring his self-esteem, he went into the willow tree for a drink. There were 4 girls who had been out for the day, drinking a modest glass of port. They had some chocolates on the table. Paul sat near with his whisky. He noticed the girls whispering and nudging. Presently one, a bonny dark hussy, leaned to him and said, "Have a chocolate." The others laughed loudly at her impudence. "All right," said Paul. "Give me a hard one, nut. I don't like creams." "Here you are then," said the girl. "Here's an almond for you." She held the sweet between her fingers. He opened his mouth. She popped it in and blushed. "You are nice," he said. "Well," she answered, "we thought you looked overcast, and they dared me offer you a chocolate." "I don't mind if I have another. Another sort," he said. And presently they were all laughing together. It was 9 o'clock when he got home, falling dark. He entered the house in silence. His mother, who had been waiting, rose anxiously. "I told her," he said. "I'm glad," replied the mother, with great relief. He hung up his cap wearily. "I said we'd have done altogether," he said. "That's right, my son," said the mother. "It's hard for her now, but best in the long run. I know. You weren't suited for her." He laughed shakily as he sat down. "I've had such a lark with some girls in a pub," he said. His mother looked at him. He had forgotten Miriam now. He told her about the girls in the willow tree. Mrs. Morell looked at him. It seemed unreal, his gaiety. At the back of it was too much horror and misery. "Now have some supper," she said, very gently. Afterwards he said wistfully, "She never thought she'd have me, mother, not from the first, and so she's not disappointed." "I'm afraid," said his mother, "she doesn't give up hopes of you yet." "No," he said, "perhaps not." "You'll find it's better to have done," she said. "I don't know," he said desperately. "Well, leave her alone," replied his mother. So he left her, and she was alone. Very few people cared for her, and she for very few people. She remained alone with herself, waiting. End of Chapter 11, Part 2. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 12, Part 1, of Sons and Lovers, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Passion. He was gradually making it possible to earn a livelihood by his art. Liberties had taken several of his painted designs on various stuffs, and he could sell designs for embroideries, for altar cloths, and similar things, in 1 or 2 places. It was not very much he made at present, but he might extend it. He also had made friends with the designer for a pottery firm, and was gaining some knowledge of his new acquaintance's art. The applied arts interested him very much. At the same time he laboured slowly at his pictures. He loved to paint large figures, full of light, but not merely made up of lights and cast shadows, like the Impressionists, rather definite figures that had a certain luminous quality, like some of Michelangelo's people. And these he fitted into a landscape in what he thought true proportion. He worked a great deal from memory, using everybody he knew. He believed firmly in his work, that it was good and valuable. In spite of fits of depression, shrinking, everything, he believed in his work. He was 24 when he said his first confident thing to his mother. "Mother," he said, "I shall make a painter that they'll attend to." She sniffed in her quaint fashion. It was like a half-pleased shrug of the shoulders. "Very well, my boy, we'll see," she said. "You shall, my pigeon. You see if you're not swanky one of these days." "I'm quite content, my boy," she smiled. "But you'll have to alter. Look at you with Minnie." Minnie was the small servant, a girl of 14. "And what about Minnie?" asked Mrs. Morell with dignity. "I heard her this morning. 'Mrs. Morell, I was going to do that, when you went out in the rain for some coal,' he said. 'That looks a lot like your being able to manage servants.'" "Well, it was only the child's niceness," said Mrs. Morell. "And you apologising to her. You can't do 2 things at once, can you?" "She was busy washing up," replied Mrs. Morell. "And what did she say? It could easy have waited a bit. Now look how your feet paddle." "Yes, brazen young baggage," said Mrs. Morell, smiling. He looked at his mother, laughing. She was quite warm and rosy again with love of him. It seemed as if all the sunshine were on her for a moment. He continued his work gladly. She seemed so well when she was happy that he forgot her grey hair. And that year she went with him to the Isle of Wight for a holiday. It was too exciting for them both, and too beautiful. Mrs. Morell was full of joy and wonder. But he would have her walk with him more than she was able. She had a bad fainting bout. So grey her face was, so blue her mouth. It was agony to him. He felt as if some one were pushing a knife in his chest. Then she was better again, and he forgot. But the anxiety remained inside him, like a wound that did not close. After leaving Miriam, he went almost straight to Clara. On the Monday morning following the day of the rupture, he went down to the workroom. She looked up at him and smiled. They had grown very intimate unawares. She saw a new brightness about him. "Well, Queen of Sheba," he said, laughing. "But why?" she asked. "I think it suits you. You've got a new frock on." She flushed, asking, "And what of it?" "Suits you, awfully." "I could design you a dress." "How would it be?" He stood in front of her, his eyes glittering as he expounded. He kept her eyes fixed with his. Then suddenly he took hold of her. She half started back. He drew the stuff of her blouse tighter, smoothed it over her breast. "More so," he explained. But they were both of them flaming with blushes, and immediately he ran away. He had touched her. His whole body was quivering with the sensation. There was already a sort of secret understanding between them. The next evening he went into the cinematograph with her for a few minutes before train time. As they sat, he saw her hand lying near him. For some moments he dared not touch it. The pictures danced and dithered. Then he took her hand in his. It was large and firm. It filled his grasp. He held it fast. She neither moved nor made any sign. When they came out, his train was due. He hesitated. "Good night," he said. He darted away across the road. The next day he came again, talking to her. She was rather superior with him. "Shall we go for a walk on Monday?" he asked. She turned her face aside. "Shall you tell Miriam?" she replied sarcastically. "I have broken off with her," he said. "When?" "Last Sunday." "You quarrelled?" "No. I had made up my mind. I told her quite definitely I should consider myself free." Clara did not answer, and he returned to his work. She was so quiet and so superb. On the Saturday evening he asked her to come and drink coffee with him in a restaurant, meeting him after work was over. She came, looking very reserved and very distant. He had 3/4 of an hour to train time. "We will walk a little while," he said. She agreed, and they went past the castle into the park. He was afraid of her. She walked moodily at his side, with a kind of resentful, reluctant, angry walk. He was afraid to take her hand. "Which way shall we go?" he asked, as they walked in darkness. "I don't mind." "Then we'll go up the steps." He suddenly turned round. They had passed the park steps. She stood still in resentment at his suddenly abandoning her. He looked for her. She stood aloof. He caught her suddenly in his arms, held her strained for a moment, kissed her. Then he let her go. "Come along," he said, penitent. She followed him. He took her hand and kissed her finger-tips. They went in silence. When they came to the light, he let go her hand. Neither spoke till they reached the station. Then they looked each other in the eyes. "Good night," she said. And he went for his train. His body acted mechanically. People talked to him. He heard faint echoes answering them. He was in a delirium. He felt he would go mad if Monday did not come at once. On Monday he would see her again. All himself was pitched there, ahead. Sunday intervened. He could not bear it. He could not see her till Monday. And Sunday intervened, hour after hour of tension. He wanted to beat his head against the door of the carriage, but he sat still. He drank some whisky on the way home, but it only made it worse. His mother must not be upset, that was all. He dissembled and got quickly to bed. There he sat, dressed, with his chin on his knees, staring out of the window at the far hill, with its few lights. He neither thought nor slept, but sat perfectly still, staring. And when at last he was so cold that he came to himself, he found his watch had stopped at 2:30. It was after 3 o'clock. He was exhausted, But still there was the torment of knowing it was only Sunday morning. He went to bed and slept. Then he cycled all day long, till he was fagged out. And he scarcely knew where he had been. But the day after was Monday. He slept till 4 o'clock. Then he lay and thought. He was coming nearer to himself. He could see himself, real, somewhere in front. She would go for a walk with him in the afternoon. Afternoon! It seemed years ahead. Slowly the hours crawled. His father got up. He heard him pottering about. Then the miner set off to the pit, his heavy boots scraping the yard. Cocks were still crowing. A cart went down the road. His mother got up. She knocked the fire. Presently she called him softly. He answered as if he were asleep. This shell of himself did well. He was walking to the station. Another mile! The train was near Nottingham. Would it stop before the tunnels? But it did not matter. It would get there before dinner time. He was at Jordan's. She would come in half an hour. At any rate she would be near. He had done the letters. She would be there. Perhaps she had not come. He ran downstairs. He saw her through the glass door. Her shoulders stooping a little to her work made him feel he could not go forward. He could not stand. He went in. He was pale, nervous, awkward, and quite cold. Would she misunderstand him? He could not write his real self with this shell. "And this afternoon," he struggled to say, "you will come?" "I think so," she replied, murmuring. He stood before her, unable to say a word. She hid her face from him. Again came over him the feeling that he would lose consciousness. He set his teeth and went upstairs. He had done everything correctly yet, and he would do so. All the morning things seemed a long way off, as they do to a man under chloroform. He himself seemed under a tight band of constraint. Then there was his other self, in the distance, doing things, entering stuff in a ledger, and he watched that far off him carefully to see he made no mistake. But the ache and strain of it could not go on much longer. He worked incessantly. Still it was only 12 o'clock. As if he had nailed his clothing against the desk, he stood there and worked, forcing every stroke out of himself. It was 1:45. He could clear away. Then he ran downstairs. "You will meet me at the fountain at 2 o'clock," he said. "I can't be there till 1:30. "Yes," he said. She saw his dark, mad eyes. "I will try at 1:15." And he had to be content. He went and got some dinner. All the time he was still under chloroform, and every minute was stretched out indefinitely. He walked miles of street. Then he thought he would be late at the meeting place. He was at the fountain at 2:05. The torture of the next quarter of an hour was refined beyond expression. It was the anguish of combining the living self with the shell. Then he saw her. She came. And he was there. "You are late," he said. "Only 5 minutes," she answered. "I'd never have done it to you," he laughed. She was in a dark blue costume. He looked at her beautiful figure. "You want some flowers?" he said, going to the nearest florist's. She followed him in silence. He bought her a bunch of scarlet, brick-red carnations. She put them in her coat, flushing. "That's a fine colour," he said. "I'd rather have had something softer," she said. He laughed. "Do you feel like a blot of vermilion walking down the street?" he said. She hung her head, afraid of the people they met. He looked sideways at her as they walked. There was a wonderful close down on her face, near the ear that he wanted to touch. And a certain heaviness. The heaviness of a very full ear of corn that dips slightly in the wind, that there was about her, made his brain spin. He seemed to be spinning down the street, everything going round. As they sat in the tram-car, she leaned her heavy shoulder against him, and he took her hand. He felt himself coming round from the anaesthetic, beginning to breathe. Her ear, half hidden among her blonde hair, was near to him. The temptation to kiss it was almost too great. But there were other people on top of the car. It still remained to him to kiss it. After all, he was not himself. He was some attribute of hers, like the sunshine that fell on her. He looked quickly away. It had been raining. The big bluff of the Castle Rock was streaked with rain, as it reared above the flat of the town. They crossed the wide black space of the Midland Railway, and passed the cattle enclosure that stood out white. Then they ran down sordid Wilford Road. She rocked slightly to the tram's motion, and as she leaned against him, rocked upon him. He was a vigorous, slender man, with exhaustless energy. His face was rough, with rough-hewn features, like the common people's, but his eyes under the deep brows were so full of life that they fascinated her. They seemed to dance, and yet they were still, trembling on the finest balance of laughter. His mouth the same was just going to spring into a laugh of triumph, yet did not. There was a sharp suspense about him. She bit her lip moodily. His hand was hard clenched over hers. They paid their 2 halfpennies at the turnstile and crossed the bridge. The Trent was very full. It swept, silent and insidious, under the bridge, travelling in a soft body. There had been a great deal of rain. On the river levels were flat gleams of flood water. The sky was grey, with glisten of silver here and there. In Wilford churchyard, the dahlias were sodden with rain, wet black crimson balls. No one was on the path that went along the green river meadow, along the elm tree colonnade. There was the faintest haze over the silvery dark water, and the green meadow banks, and the elm trees that were spangled with gold. The river slid by in a body, utterly silent and swift, intertwining among itself like some subtle, complex creature. Clara walked moodily beside him. "Why," she asked at length, in rather a jarring tone, "did you leave Miriam?" He frowned. "Because I wanted to leave her," he said. "Why?" "Because I didn't want to go on with her, and I didn't want to marry." She was silent for a moment. They picked their way down the muddy path. Drops of water fell from the elm trees. "You didn't want to marry Miriam, or you didn't want to marry at all?" she asked. "Both," he answered. "Both." They had to manoeuvre to get to the stile, because of the pools of water. "And what did she say?" Clara asked. "Miriam? She said I was a baby of 4, and that I always had battled her off." Clara pondered over this for a time. "But you have really been going with her for some time?" she asked. "Yes. And now you don't want any more of her?" "No. I know it's no good." She pondered again. "Don't you think you've treated her rather badly?" she asked. "Yes. I ought to have dropped it years back. But it would have been no good going on. 2 wrongs don't make a right." "How old are you?" Clara asked. 25. "And I am 30, she said. "I know you are." "I shall be 31. Or am I 31? I neither know nor care. What does it matter?" They were at the entrance to the grove. The wet, red track, already sticky with fallen leaves, went up the steep bank between the grass. On either side stood the elm trees, like pillars along a great aisle, arching over and making high up a roof from which the dead leaves fell. All was empty and silent and wet. She stood on top of the stile, and he held both her hands. Laughing, she looked down into his eyes. Then she leaped. Her breast came against his. He held her, and covered her face with kisses. They went on up the slippery, steep, red path. Presently she released his hand and put it round her waist. "You pressed the vein in my arm, holding it so tightly," she said. They walked along. His finger-tips felt the rocking of her breast. All was silent and deserted. On the left the red wet ploughland showed through the doorways, between the elm boles and their branches. On the right, looking down, they could see the tree-tops of elms growing far beneath them, hear occasionally the gurgle of the river. Sometimes there below they caught glimpses of the full, soft sliding Trent, and of water meadows dotted with small cattle. "It has scarcely altered since little Kirk White used to come," he said. But he was watching her throat below the ear, where the flush was fusing into the honey white, and her mouth that pouted disconsolate. She stirred against him as she walked, and his body was like a taut string. Half-way up the big colonnade of elms, where the grove rose highest above the river, their forward movement faltered to an end. He led her across to the grass, under the trees at the edge of the path. The cliff of red earth sloped swiftly down, through trees and bushes, to the river that glimmered and was dark between the foliage. The far below water meadows were very green. He and she stood leaning against one another, silent, afraid, their bodies touching all along. There came a quick gurgle from the river below. "Why," he asked at length, "did you hate Baxter Dawes?" She turned to him with a splendid movement. Her mouth was offered him, and her throat. Her eyes were half shut. Her breast was tilted as if it asked for him. He flashed with a small laugh, shut his eyes, and met her in a long, whole kiss. Her mouth fused with his. Their bodies were sealed and annealed. It was some minutes before they withdrew. They were standing beside the public path. "Will you go down to the river?" he asked. She looked at him, leaving herself in his hands. He went over the brim of the declivity, and began to climb down. "It is slippery," he said. "Never mind," she replied. The red clay went down, almost sheer. He slid, went from one tuft of grass to the next, hanging on to the bushes, making for a little platform at the foot of a tree. There he waited for her, laughing with excitement. Her shoes were clogged with red earth. It was hard for her. He frowned. At last he caught her hand, and she stood beside him. The cliff rose above them and fell away below. Her colour was up, her eyes flashed. He looked at the big drop below them. "It's risky," he said, "or messy at any rate. Shall we go back?" "Not for my sake," she said quickly. "All right. You see, I can't help you. I should only hinder. Give me that little parcel and your gloves. Your poor shoes." They stood perched on the face of the declivity, under the trees. "Well, I'll go again," he said. Again he went, slipping, staggering, sliding to the next tree, into which he fell with a slam that nearly shook the breath out of him. She came after cautiously, hanging on to the twigs and grasses. So they descended, stage by stage, to the river's brink. There, to his disgust, the flood had eaten away the path, and the red decline ran straight into the water. He dug in his heels, and brought himself up violently. The string of the parcel broke with a snap. The brown parcel bounded down, leaped into the water, and sailed smoothly away. He hung on to his tree. "Well, I'll be damned!" he cried crossly. Then he laughed. She was coming perilously down. "Mind," he warned her. He stood with his back to the tree, waiting. "Come now," he called, opening his arms. She let herself run. He caught her, and together they stood watching the dark water scoop at the raw edge of the bank. The parcel had sailed out of sight. "It doesn't matter," she said. He held her close and kissed her. There was only room for their 4 feet. "It's a swindle," he said, "but there's a rut where a man has been, so if we go on, I guess we shall find the path again." The river slid and twined its great volume. On the other bank cattle were feeding on the desolate flats. The cliff rose high above Paul and Clara on their right hand. They stood against the tree in the watery silence. "Let us try going forward," he said, and they struggled in the red clay, along the groove a man's nailed boots had made. They were hot and flushed. Their barkled shoes hung heavy on their steps. At last they found the broken path. It was littered with rubble from the water, but at any rate it was easier. They cleaned their boots with twigs. His heart was beating thick and fast. Suddenly, coming on to the little level, he saw 2 figures of men standing silent at the water's edge. His heart leaped. They were fishing. He turned and put his hand up warningly to Clara. She hesitated, buttoned her coat. The 2 went on together. The fishermen turned curiously to watch the 2 intruders on their privacy and solitude. They had had a fire, but it was nearly out. All kept perfectly still. The men turned again to their fishing, stood over the grey glinting river like statues. Clara went with bowed head, flushing. He was laughing to himself. Directly they passed out of sight behind the willows. "Now they ought to be drowned," said Paul softly. Clara did not answer. They toiled forward along a tiny path on the river's lip. Suddenly it vanished. The bank was sheer red solid clay in front of them, sloping straight into the river. He stood and cursed beneath his breath, setting his teeth. "It is impossible," said Clara. He stood erect, looking round. Just ahead were 2 islets in the stream, covered with osiers, but they were unattainable. The cliff came down like a sloping wall from far above their heads. Behind, not far back, were the fishermen. Across the river the distant cattle fed silently in the desolate afternoon. He cursed again deeply under his breath. He gazed up the great steep bank. Was there no hope but to scale back to the public path? "Stop a minute," he said, and digging his heels sideways into the steep bank of red clay, he began nimbly to mount. He looked across at every tree foot. At last he found what he wanted. 2 beech trees side by side on the hill held a little level on the upper face between their roots. It was littered with damp leaves, but it would do. The fishermen were perhaps sufficiently out of sight. He threw down his rainproof and waved to her to come. She toiled to his side. Arriving there, she looked at him heavily, dumbly, and laid her head on his shoulder. He held her fast as he looked round. They were safe enough from all but the small, lonely cows over the river. He sunk his mouth on her throat, where he felt her heavy pulse beat under his lips. Everything was perfectly still. There was nothing in the afternoon but themselves. When she arose, he, looking on the ground all the time, saw suddenly sprinkled on the black wet beech roots many scarlet carnation petals, like splashed drops of blood, and red small splashes fell from her bosom, streaming down her dress to her feet. "Your flowers are smashed," he said. She looked at him heavily as she put back her hair. Suddenly he put his fingertips on her cheek. "Why dost look so heavy?" he reproached her. She smiled sadly, as if she felt alone in herself. He caressed her cheek with his fingers, and kissed her. "Nay," he said, "never thee bother." She gripped his fingers tight and laughed shakily. Then she dropped her hand. He put the hair back from her brows, stroking her temples, kissing them lightly. "But I shouldna worry it," he said softly, pleading. "No, I don't worry," she laughed, tenderly and resigned. "Yea, thou does. Dunna thee worry it," he implored, caressing. "No," she consoled him, kissing him. They had a stiff climb to get to the top again. It took them a quarter of an hour. When he got on to the level grass, he threw off his cap, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and sighed. "Now we're back at ordinary level," he said. She sat down, panting, on the tussocky grass. Her cheeks were flushed pink. He kissed her, and she gave way to joy. "And now I'll clean thy boots and make thee fit for respectable folk," he said. He kneeled at her feet, worked away with a stick and tufts of grass. She put her fingers in his hair, drew his head to her, and kissed it. "What am I supposed to be doing?" he said, looking at her laughing. "Cleaning shoes or dibbling with love? Answer me that." "Just whichever I please," she replied. "I'm your boot boy for the time being, and nothing else." But they remained looking into each other's eyes and laughing. Then they kissed with little nibbling kisses. He went with his tongue, like his mother. "I tell you, nothing gets done when there's a woman about." And he returned to his boot cleaning, singing softly. She touched his thick hair, and he kissed her fingers. He worked away at her shoes. At last they were quite presentable. "There you are, you see," he said. "Aren't I a great hand at restoring you to respectability? Stand up. There, you look as irreproachable as Britannia herself." He cleaned his own boots a little, washed his hands in a puddle, and sang. They went on into Clifton village. He was madly in love with her. Every movement she made, every crease in her garments, sent a hot flash through him, and seemed adorable. The old lady at whose house they had tea was roused into gaiety by them. "I could wish you'd had something of a better day," she said, hovering round. "Nay," he laughed, "we've been saying how nice it is." The old lady looked at him curiously. There was a peculiar glow and charm about him. His eyes were dark and laughing. He rubbed his moustache with a glad movement. "Have you been saying so?" she exclaimed, a light rousing in her old eyes. "Truly?" he laughed. "Then I'm sure the day's good enough," said the old lady. She fussed about, and did not want to leave them. "I don't know whether you'd like some radishes as well," she said to Clara, "but I've got some in the garden, and a cucumber." Clara flushed. She looked very handsome. "I should like some radishes," she answered. And the old lady pottered off gleefully. "If she knew," said Clara quietly to him. "Well, she doesn't know, and it shows we're nice in ourselves, at any rate. You look quite enough to satisfy an archangel, and I'm sure I feel harmless. So, if it makes you look nice, and makes folk happy when they have us, and makes us happy. Why, we're not cheating them out of much." They went on with the meal. When they were going away, the old lady came timidly with 3 tiny dahlias in full blow, neat as bees, and speckled scarlet and white. She stood before Clara, pleased with herself, saying, "I don't know whether," and holding the flowers forward in her old hand. "Oh, how pretty!" cried Clara, accepting the flowers. "Shall she have them all?" asked Paul reproachfully of the old woman. "Yes, she shall have them all," he replied, beaming with joy. "You've got enough for your share." "Ah, but I shall ask her to give me one," he teased. "Then she does as she pleases," said the old lady, smiling. And she bobbed a little curtsy of delight. Clara was rather quiet and uncomfortable. As they walked along, he said, "You don't feel criminal, do you?" She looked at him with startled grey eyes. "Criminal?" she said. "No." "But you seem to feel you've done a wrong." "No," she said. "I only think, if they knew." If they knew, they'd cease to understand. As it is, they do understand, and they like it. What do they matter? Here, with only the trees and me, you don't feel the least bit wrong, do you?" He took her by the arm, held her facing him, holding her eyes with his. Something fretted him. "Not sinners, are we?" he said, with an uneasy little frown. "No," she replied. He kissed her, laughing. "You like your little bit of guiltiness, I believe," he said. "I believe Eve enjoyed it, when she went cowering out of Paradise." But there was a certain glow and quietness about her that made him glad. When he was alone in the railway carriage, he found himself tumultuously happy, and the people exceedingly nice, and the night lovely, and everything good. Mrs. Morell was sitting reading when he got home. Her health was not good now, and there had come that ivory pallor into her face which he never noticed, and which afterwards he never forgot. She did not mention her own ill health to him. After all, she thought, it was not much. "You are late," she said, looking at him. His eyes were shining. His face seemed to glow. He smiled to her. "Yes, I've been down to Clifton Grove with Clara." His mother looked at him again. "But won't people talk?" she said. "Why? They know she's a suffragette, and so on." "And what if they do talk?" "Of course there may be nothing wrong in it," said his mother. "But you know what folk are, and if once she gets talked about—" "Well, I can't help it. Their jaw isn't so almighty important, after all." "I think you ought to consider her." "So I do. What can people say? That we take a walk together? I believe you're jealous. You know I should be glad if she weren't a married woman." "Well, my dear, she lives separate from her husband, and talks on platforms, so she's already singled out from the sheep, and, as far as I can see, hasn't much to lose. No, her life's nothing to her, so what's the worth of nothing? She goes with me, it becomes something. Then she must pay. We both must pay. Folk are frightened of paying. They'd rather starve and die." "Very well, my son. We'll see how it will end." "Very well, my mother. I'll abide by the end." "We'll see. And she's awfully nice, mother. She is really. You don't know. That's not the same as marrying her. It's perhaps better." There was silence for a while. He wanted to ask his mother something, but was afraid. "Should you like to know her?" he hesitated. "Yes," said Mrs. Morell coolly. "I should like to know what she's like." "But she's nice, mother, she is, and not a bit common." "I never suggested she was." "But you seem to think she's not as good as— She's better than 99 folk out of 100. I tell you, she's better, she is. She's fair, she's honest, she's straight. There isn't anything underhand or superior about her. Don't be mean about her." Mrs. Morell flushed. "I'm sure I'm not mean about her. She may be quite as you say. But—" "You don't approve," he finished. "And do you expect me to?" she answered coldly. "Yes, yes. If you'd anything about you, you'd be glad." "Do you want to see her?" "I said I did." "Then I'll bring her. Shall I bring her here?" "You please yourself." "Then I will bring her here, one Sunday, to tea. If you think a horrid thing about her, I shan't forgive you." His mother laughed. "As if it would make any difference," she said. He knew he had won. "Oh, but it feels so fine, mother, when she's there. She's such a queen in her way." End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Read by Tony Foster.